Hey guys. You are watching Your Anime World. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was raised by the noble House of Black. Here is short summary. Kidnapped from Privet Drive, young Harry is raised by the powerful House of Black. Trained in magic, legacy, and secrets, he returns to the wizarding world not as a boy who lived, but as the heir of darkness and destiny. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Year 1983, London. The gentleman who was coming out of the phone booth was not dressed like the typical Londoner. Some might say that he looked like he was heading to a costume party or dress-up competition. If some ordinary person saw him, they would say the man was wearing what appeared to be robes with a cloak billowing out behind him. His boots and belt were made of some obscure leather and adorned with silver buckles which resembled snake heads with small rubies for eyes. He also wore an odd assortment of gold jewelry. He topped off the whole ensemble with a pointed hat of all things. He made his way, walking down the sidewalk imperiously, not paying any attention to the people gawking at him in wonder. To him these people, muggles, were of no consequence. He neither knew them nor did he have any desire to interact with any of them. If he ever needed to be wary of anyone, that would be other wizards. That's right, this man was a wizard and there were a lot of them. Sadly, not as many as the wizards would have liked. There were enough to keep their hidden world running, but not enough that they could live openly coexisting with muggles without facing any threat from them. This fine man, who was tall, heavily built, had a long face, sharp nose, brown eyes and a mustache which was curled up at the ends, was coming from the office of the Minister of Magic. The bumbling fool Fudge had refused his request. His grandson, who was also his heir, had been incarcerated at the wizarding prison Azkaban. They said that he had betrayed the Potters, which had led to the death of Lily and James, that he had hunted down and murdered Peter Pettigrew, and no less than 12 muggles had also died as collateral damage. This man was the Lord of House Black, Arcturus Orion Black, and his heir was Sirius Black, who he felt was the only respectable Black to have come along in the family in the last 2 generations. He turned into a deserted alley and vanished into thin air, spinning on his heels. You see, the wizarding world had been through a civil war which had ended just 2 years ago when the leader of the Dark Wizards, Lord Voldemort, stupid name, had fallen before a toddler of 15 months of age. Arcturus Orion Black's descendants were also involved in the war on both sides. The war had left him a broken man. He had stayed away from the war. He had no desire to support the upstart who presented himself as a self-styled lord, and Arcturus did not participate in the war from either side. He had, however, given the choice to his children to support whichever side of the conflict that they favored. He had been living away in the chateau of the family on the continent in seclusion for the last 2 years after his brother-in-law and friend Charles Potter had been killed. His sister Doria had died a few days before him, and the death of Charles felt like the end of the world to him. Together they both had faced Grindelwald in his war and had survived to tell the tale. A bond of brotherhood was formed between them, which was further strengthened by the marriage of Charles and Doria. He had been in France when he received the news that his wayward heir had been arrested after he supposedly killed his once best friend Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles. The story was that Peter had caught up to him, forcing him to confess that he had betrayed James and Lily Potter's secret to Voldemort, which had resulted in their deaths. He did not believe a word of it, obviously, but he needed to hear it from Sirius. He had hastily returned to Wizarding Britain to be informed that Sirius had been consigned to Azkaban to serve a life sentence by the War Tribunal, consisting of the former Minister of Magic Millicent Bagnold, head of DMLE Bartemius Crouch Sr., who had the reputation of being tough on Death Eaters even though his own son was one, and Wilkins Addington, the head Auror. He had tried to find the records of the trial of Sirius Black, but they were closed to him, citing that they had been sealed under the Official Secrets Act and no one except the officers of law enforcement could see them. As the name of Black was scorned upon, no one was willing to help him. He had approached Cornelius Fudge with the offer of gracious donations to the ministry or to a charity of his choosing, but the minister refused to budge. Perhaps someone else was pulling his strings. Since the minister had refused to help him, he was left hairless unless he allowed Narcissus Boy to ascend, and that simply could not be done. The Malfoy name was the subject of scorn in France, and he knew the reason why perfectly well. He would rather melt down his galleons and destroy his estates than let Malfoy touch them. He needed an heir and all of his children were incarcerated in prison. Pollux and Druella were severely ill and not expected to live beyond a year or two more. Cygnus had also died some time during the last year and it looked like Wulberga would follow suit soon. His sister Caris, who had married into the Crouch family, had died years before the war had even started. Her only heir Barty Crouch Jr. had died in Azkaban shortly after he was sent there. Cedrella had been disowned by Orion Phineas Black for marrying a blood traitor and the Weasleys would never welcome him in their home anyway. His sister Cladora, who had married into the Longbottom family, had died long before the war started. Her grandson along with his wife were permanent residents of St. Mungo's permanent spell damage ward due to overexposure to the Cruciatus curse at the hands of Barty Crouch Jr. and Bellatrix Lestrange née Black with her husband and brother-in-law. It was heartbreaking to see that his family was destroying itself. His sister Cassiopeia was living in France away from the debacle that was wizarding Britain and never married. His sister Lucretia Pruitt née Black was also ill and expected to live only for a couple of years. Her children and nephews had died in the war and the House of Pruitt was at the point of extinction, with only Molly Weasley née Pruitt being alive and married to Arthur Septimus Weasley, who was his nephew. Doria was dead with her husband and her children, and there was only a boy left who would probably be 3 years old now. His brother Castor had sired Alpharad, who had been cast off the family, while Pollux had sired 3 daughters, Andromeda, Bellatrix and Narcissa. Andromeda had married a Muggle-born and her mother Druella Black had blasted her off the family tree and had requested that Arcturus cast her out of the family, but he refused to do so. Being the head of house, it was his privilege and he had allowed his children to have freedom in these matters. Bellatrix had agreed to a betrothal and married Rodolphus Lestrange, while Narcissa was married off to Lucius Malfoy. He had wanted to object to these marriages but kept his peace when he realized that perhaps they would resent him for this choice. His other grandson Regulus Arcturus Black had died under mysterious circumstances and he had failed to find out anything more about it. His wife Melania Black née Macmillan had died 7 years ago and he was just living waiting for the clock to run down. Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London. He arrived in the alley and entered the bank in a nonchalant manner, staying aloof from people around him. He approached a teller, barking at him, "I am here to see Grimjaw." The teller bowed low to him, "Of course, Lord Black." The teller accompanied him to one side, then through a maze of corridors and led him to an ornate wooden door with the words, "Grimjaw, manager to Black family," stenciled on it in gold letters. The teller rapped on the door and barked, "Lord Black here to see you, account manager, Grimjaw." Arcturus entered the chamber and faced a goblin that was ancient even by goblin standards, stooping with most of his teeth missing. He rose from his seat. "Lord Black, it is good that you are here. We have business to discuss and not enough time." Arcturus scrutinized him closely and sat still for some time, waiting for the goblin to speak. When it was clear that he was not going to do so, Arcturus started speaking, "I have certain business which must be taken care of before we can delve into other matters. Is Alpharad dead?" The goblin nodded grimly. Alpharad Black had moved to the USA after being cast out of the family by Lord Orion Phineas Black. He died there, leaving behind a substantial fortune to be inherited by Sirius Orion Black. Arcturus sat in contemplation, silently mourning the death of one more of his family. Some time passed before he spoke. "How many potential heirs do I have, Grimjaw?" Grimjaw shuffled some parchments before he answered, "As of now there are 3 potential heirs who can ascend to the lordship in case of your untimely demise. One is your heir Sirius Orion Black, however he cannot ascend because he is incarcerated in Azkaban, which makes him invalid for this. The second is Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy and Narcissa Malfoy née Black. The third is Nymphadora Tonks, daughter of Theodore Tonks and Andromeda Tonks née Black, who can ascend in case there are no male heirs." Arcturus sighed. "It looks like there are no respectable heirs left to ascend to the Black family lordship. Narcissa's boy will have to ascend after all." The goblin, who had been browsing through some pieces of parchment and was looking at the family tree for the House of Black, said, "It looks like you have another heir, Lord Black." Arcturus's countenance immediately brightened. "What do you mean? Who is this heir? How can he ascend?" The goblin pointed out that his sister Doria had a living grandson who was also connected to Sirius with a bronze link. He said, "This one, Harold James Potter, has a double claim to heirship, both as your grand-nephew and as the godson of your grandson, Sirius. Arcturus knew what the God-father, God-son bond meant. It meant that Sirius would not have been able to harm the boy in any way. This gave him two important gifts, the absolute proof that his grandson is innocent and an heir. An heir who would bring glory to their family name again. But there was one rather significant obstacle in the way, a wizard by the name of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Everyone knew that Albus had hidden the boy after that unfortunate night. While Albus was on cordial terms with Arcturus courtesy of his participation in the Grindelwald War, he refused to tell him where the boy was being hidden. He had however hinted that the boy was being hidden behind blood wards and that had stunned him. Blood magic was one of the most complicated magics, but it also hinted that the boy was being hidden at the home of one of his kin. Arcturus knew that no other Potter was alive anymore, and therefore it was logical that the boy would be hosted with his mother's relatives. True that they were not magicals, but blood was blood. Lord Black, the goblin's voice brought him out of his musings. If it is all the same to you, I want to resign from my post on account of my age. As my successor, I recommend Iron Tooth. He is well versed with the black accounts and would serve you more efficiently than me. Since his concentration was somewhere else altogether, he waved him off saying, I approve it, Grimjaw. Tell him about his duties and that I keep irregular hours to visit the bank and do not like to wait. The goblin nodded. I will let him know, Lord Black. Good day. Arcturus walked out of the bank with a lot on his mind. He had a lost heir to find. And what's more, once he was found, he had to abduct him and hide him from the wizarding world. He disappeared from Diagon Alley as soon as he exited the bank. Grimmauld Place. He appeared in the Black Town house at 12, Grimmauld Place. As he stepped towards the meeting room, an elf appeared before him, bowing low to him and croaked, Master is back. The elf was getting on in age, was stooping but looked relatively clean and healthy compared to when Arcturus had come to live in the townhouse 2 years ago. He turned to the elf, Creature, go and inform Wulberga that I am calling a house convocation and she is expected to be present in the meeting room in 10 minutes. The elf bowed low and disappeared with a low pop. After 10 minutes, Wulberga Black entered the meeting room trying to look like a helpless, docile woman instead of the shouting, temper tantrum throwing hag that she was. She bowed to him. My lord, did you call for me? He directed her to one of the seats. Take a seat, Wulberga. This might take a while. As she sat, he asked the first question. Tell me, Wulberga, why Sirius had to leave the house. She was silent, not willing to say anything, knowing it would backfire on her. As she sat for some time without saying anything, Arcturus gritted his teeth and said, So, you say nothing. Perhaps, if you had freely admitted your guilt, I may have tempered my judgment against you. Of course, I already know what you did to my grandson because I heard it all from Doria. She has given me a detailed account of all of your abuses. How you were forcing him to support Voldemort. You forced away the only respectable Black to have been born into the family by your foul ways. Then you had the audacity to burn him off of the family tree. That is the prerogative of the Lord and not anyone else. You assumed too much authority when you really had none. She said nothing but shivered. Arcturus, who was her uncle before her marriage, had never used this tone with her even when she did really nasty things. This time was different. She could not even leave the meeting because the house convocation forbid her from doing so. Arcturus, who perhaps had not finished, was asking, what happened to Regulus? Her eyes watered and she said in a tearful voice, I do not know, my lord. He was serving the Dark Lord and one day he informed me that he was going on a mission and never returned. The Aurors never reported having killed him and neither the Dark Lord nor his followers brought any news. Arcturus was seething in anger. So you drove one son away from the family with your foulness and then you coerced the other into the service of Voldemort, she shuddered. For what? For glory. Tell me, Wulberga, what glory were you seeking when you decided to force your son to follow a self-styled lord when you did not even know about the origins of that megalomaniac? You have as good as killed your son. You have brought shame to the House of Black with your nefarious activities. For this you need to be punished. She fell at his feet, wailing, No. No, my lord. I seek your forgiveness. Arcturus, who had stood now with his wand in his hand, summoned the elf, Creature. Creature appeared before him with a loud pop, bowing low, Yes, Lord Black. Arcturus roared, Wulberga Black, you have humiliated the ancient and most noble House of Black by your foul deeds and besmirched its reputation. I Lord Arcturus Orion Black hereby confine you to this townhouse from whence you shall never leave. Creature will take care of all your needs and you will breathe your last in this house. You will not be given a portrait to grace the walls like your glorious ancestors and your crypt will be forgotten. So I say, so mote it be. Wolberga had collapsed to the ground, still crying while Arcturus turned to the elf. Creature, you were personally bound to Regulus Arcturus Black. What happened to your master? Creature looked like he was fighting himself for a minute, his hands wringing, trying to close his mouth to stop from speaking. Arcturus noted all this while watching the elf with a critical eye. As he became certain that the elf was battling himself to not speak, he addressed the elf formally. Creature, you are bound for your life to the House of Black and I the Lord of House Black command you to speak about what happened to Regulus. This order of mine supersedes any that might have been given to you by Regulus Arcturus Black. Creature started telling about when the Dark Lord had asked Regulus to enlist a house elf for him. He had offered Creature that the Dark Lord had used him to test the defenses of the underground cave and how Regulus had died while trying to retrieve the locket. As he finished the tale, Creature broke down crying and Arcturus also felt pity for the elf but pride for Regulus who had defied Voldemort as he realized that the so-called Dark Lord was a charlatan and a coward. He asked the elf to bring out the locket. He was stunned to see that it was the famed locket of Slytherin. He could feel the foulness coming out of it. It nagged somewhere in his mind of a magic that he had heard about but forgotten. He entered the library to bring out the tome which contained the darkest of magics, all the while praying that this was not what he suspected. He found the term Horcrux easily enough. He learned how it could be made and how to detect if an object was a Horcrux. He cast a few diagnostic spells and quickly confirmed that he was holding a Horcrux. There were two ways to destroy it, one of them being Fiendfire and the other being Basilisk Venom. Basilisk Venom was extremely rare and he was no longer strong enough to cast the Fiendfire spell. Perhaps he would have to ask the goblins. Speaking of goblins, he had some declarations to be made for which he decided to act without delay. Next day, Gringotts. Arcturus was sitting in front of Ragnarok, king of the goblins. The Goblin King did not meet with just anyone, but when it was Lord Black, one of the biggest account holders at the bank, the meeting was granted immediately. Ragnarok greeted the wizard. How can Gringotts serve you, Lord Black? He responded to the goblin, I have to ask you certain questions but I need to be certain that what we discuss will not find its way back to the Ministry or Albus Dumbledore. It is imperative that these questions remain a secret for the time being. The goblin punched a button on his table and then said, the privacy wards are active now, Lord Black. I am bound by the obligations of the post I hold. Nothing that has been confided by you and me would leave this chamber. Arcturus leaned closer to him. What do you know about Horcruxes? The goblin's face turned red with anger. If you were anyone else, Lord Black, I would have thrown you into a dragon pen for just mentioning that word. But I can understand how you might know about them. I know what a Horcrux is and we hate them with all fervor. They are a perversity of magic and they ruin treasure. Arcturus brought out the Slytherin necklace and told him all about the story of the necklace and how he came into possession of it. This is a Horcrux of Voldemort and I want you to destroy it with Fiendfire. I fear there may be many more and if I come across any, I will send them to you to destroy for a reasonable fee. Will Gringotts do that for me? The Goblin King grinned ferally. Totally agreeable, Lord Black. In fact, I will send this one for destruction right now. Would you like what remains of it after it is destroyed? He nodded. A time may come when I will need to show these. I want to be prepared for such an eventuality. The goblin clapped his hands and two goblins entered. He barked orders to them in his language and as they left, he turned towards Arcturus. Will there be anything else, Lord Black? He nodded. As it happens, I wish to know if the Potters had left a will left about who should get the custody of their son. I distinctly remember that no such will was found. The goblin nodded. There is a copy in their family vault which can be accessed only by their son when he comes to 11 years of age. Being the last Potter, he would become the head of his family though would not ascend to lordship till he reached majority. He nodded. It is as I had guessed. I am guardian of his godfather and I wish to take custody of him and to declare him the heir of Black when he reaches the age of 8. Ragnarok asked, but as far as we know, he has been sent to live with his relatives and no one knows the location. How would you do it? He answered the goblin, leave that to me, Ragnarok. Suffice it to say that I will raise him as my heir and he will enter our world knowing of his history and his family. The goblin decided not to ask because it was better to stay clear lest he and the goblin nation be implicated as accomplices in the crime. There was one little use that he could make of it though. Lord Black, if you succeed in your venture please bring him to the bank when he turns 8 so we can appoint his bank manager as the last account manager of House of Potter is dead. He nodded and turned to him. Now for the other business that I have here. I want to annul the marriage of Bellatrix Lestrange née Black with Rudolphus Lestrange and cast her out of the family for bringing shame to the family by her deeds. Her marriage contract had a clause which provided that if the groom was unable to provide for the bride due to reasons of incarceration, the marriage will be annulled and the dowry paid shall be returned to the House of Black. I wish for you to confiscate her personal vault in reparation for her atrocities towards the Longbottoms and charge the dowry on the Lestrange family vault. The goblin nodded. Very well, Lord Black. As you make the proclamation, I will start confiscating her vault and send you a list of its contents. He pulled out his wand and grasped it in both of his hands. I, Lord Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of House Black, do hereby annul the marriage of Bellatrix Lestrange née Black with Rudolphus Lestrange on the grounds of his incarceration rendering him unable to provide for her. I cast Bellatrix Lestrange out of the family for bringing infamy to the family name by pledging fealty to a charlatan who is a known criminal. Henceforth she will be known as Bellatrix No Name. So I say, so mote it be. Ragnarok nodded. It is done, Lord Black. I will confiscate her vault and send you a list of the contents. He nodded and took leave of the Goblin King as the remains of the Slytherin necklace were returned to him. Black Town House. As he returned to the Black Town House, he found that there were a number of trunks in the meeting room, full of heirlooms and books from the library. Kreacher had packed the books and all the heirlooms of the family as he had desired. He called, Lipsy, Mipsy, Tipsy. 3 elves appeared and bowed low to him. What can we do for you, master? He addressed them. Take these trunks to Black Castle. I will be living there for the foreseeable future. The townhouse sole occupant shall be Wolburga Black from now on. The elves disappeared one after another and he summoned Kreacher. Kreacher, I am leaving you in charge of the townhouse to look after Wolburga. If she needs anything, you are to procure it for her. I have allowed a subsistence of 2,000 G per month for her which you will collect from Gringotts from the office of Iron Tooth, manager of accounts of House Black. You are forbidden from contacting the Malfoys by any means. The elf bowed low and Arcturus disappeared only to appear in a little apartment situated somewhere in London. This was a secret property that he had bought in Muggle London and had made good use of it at times. He called his personal elf, Travistor. The elf appeared with a low pop and bowed low. This elf was tall, had big brown eyes the size of tennis balls, his big ears flapping back and forth, and wore a robe with the black crest embroidered on it. He said to Arcturus in a deep voice, You called, Master. He addressed him, Travistor, I am leaving for the Black Castle this evening and I want you to find a person and bring him to me when you find him. This task will take precedence over all others for now. He gave the details of the person he wanted to be found and twisted his lord ring clockwise and disappeared with a tug behind his navel. 2 months later, Black Castle. Lord Arcturus had been living in the Black Castle for the last 2 months. He had chosen to live here so that no one would know his whereabouts. The goblins had sent him a list of the contents of Bellatrix's vault with the remains of Hufflepuff's cup telling him that another Horcrux had been found in her vault. He had shuddered at the thought of the lengths the man had gone to trying to obtain immortality. It made him wonder exactly how many Horcruxes were out there. He also was certain of one thing, Dark Lord Voldemort was not dead and would return one day. When that day came, Harry Potter will have to face him. If Arcturus got his hands on the boy, he would make sure that he was able to send Voldemort back to the fiery pits of hell. He had written a letter to Dowager Lady Longbottom expressing his grief over the incapacitation of his great-nephew and his wife and to request a meeting. She was initially reluctant to allow him but had agreed to meet after a series of letters and he had visited her in the Longbottom Manor. Flashback begins. Longbottom Manor. As he stepped out of the flow, Augusta Longbottom stood there, looking stern. He greeted her traditionally like a pureblood lord and she led her to the parlor. She stiffly asked him, How can I serve you, Lord Black? He started in his most apologetic tone, Lady Longbottom, I apologize for the acts of erstwhile Bellatrix Nameless and grieve for the injuries inflicted upon my great-nephew and his wife. Is your heir well? Augusta sniffed, If you had not cast her out of the family, I would not have agreed to meet with you. My heir is well and is being looked after. I just wish that I also had got Harry Potter in my custody." He immediately straightened. "What do you mean?" She addressed him. "Harry Potter is godson of Alice. Longbottom and James and Lily Potter were Neville's godparents." He thought that it was an interesting wrinkle and something worth pursuing as part of his long-range plans. For now he had to do what he had come to do. "Lady Longbottom, I have banished Bellatrix and claimed her vault in reparations. I am committing the contents of her vault to you by way of reparations for the irreparable harm and as a sign offering of goodwill and peace between our houses. I also hope that House Longbottom will support House Black if the need arises." He made his proposition and presented her a check for 1,000,000 galleons which had been obtained after he had sold the contents of Bellatrix's vault. While Augusta did not wanted to accept it, honor demanded that she accept reparations made in good faith lest she wanted to have blood feud with the one make the reparations. Left without options, she accepted the check. Augusta sniffed. "Have you banished Sirius Black off the family tree?" He told her what the world knew. He was struck off the family tree after he left the family in the middle of his studies. That was when he refused to bow to his mother's demands and become a Death Eater. The meeting did not go any later than that and he had returned after securing House Longbottom as an ally if the need arose. Flashback ends. His reverie was broken by the sound of a loud pop as the elf, Travestor, appeared in the foyer of the castle with a person who was passed out from having been drunk. The elf bowed to him. "Travestor has found Remus Lupin, master. He was living in Blackmoor and is a werewolf, therefore I had hard time to catch him." Arcturus was surprised to know of this little bit of information, but it did not budge him from his proposed plan. He turned to the elf. "Take Mr. Lupin to the guest chamber in the castle and then come to see me in my study." The elf returned 10 minutes later and Arcturus handed him a letter. "This is a missive meant for Mr. Damocles Belby, who has recently discovered a new potion which can help a werewolf to keep his sanity during his transformations. Take this letter to him and wait for his reply." The elf took the missive and disappeared while Arcturus waited for the guest to wake up from his alcohol-induced coma. Cardiff, England. Damocles Belby had just sat down for dinner this evening as a strange elf appeared before him, bowing and presented a letter to him. It was sealed with the crest of House Black and this surprised him. He never had any communication with Lord Black and certainly he had not expected it. After casting a few diagnostic spells to ensure that there was nothing wrong with the letter, he opened it. It was written in an ornate hand in the way a pureblood would write. "Dear Mr. Belby, my name is Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of House Black. I am writing to extend my congratulations to you upon your successful invention of the Wolfsbane potion. It will be a ray of hope for hundreds of those cursed with lycanthropy, though unwillingly. I further wish to solicit your help in a delicate matter. In return, I will pay you a stipend for your assistance. I want an unending supply of Wolfsbane potion every month from you for the foreseeable future. In return for 1,000 G every month to contribute toward furthering your research upon the subject. I would further fund your research should you be in need of funds anytime in addition to the help already promised. Needless to say, this conversation of ours needs to remain secret from the world as it would mean troubles for a law-abiding citizen who was cursed with lycanthropy and is a war hero. I await your reply with this elf who has brought this missive to you. Arcturus Orion Black, Lord of House Black, Order of Merlin, First Class." This letter changed things for him. The ministry grants were not sufficient for his research. He had to make up the difference out of his meager royalties just to keep going. The royalties were not much because the ingredients were costly and very few werewolves had the means to pay, even with a very small markup. It was really hard for anyone afflicted with lycanthropy to get or hold any kind of employment. 1,000 G per month was not an amount to sneeze at, nor was the promise of funding for his research whenever he required it. He immediately wrote a lengthy letter to Lord Black praising his kindness and promising to supply him with all the wolfsbane that he required. Black Castle. Remus Lupin woke up in a dark room and panicked. He had no memory of where he was or how he came to be there. As he reached for his wand in his clothes, he found it to be missing. This was a recipe for disaster. What was more, his legs were shackled to the bed with silver chain, the metal digging into his skin. "So you wake up at last, Mr. Lupin," said a voice, and he noticed a person was standing in darkness with a hood over his head and a camouflage covering his face. As Remus did not answer, the man continued, you know I expected more from you as I know of your reputation of being an accomplished wizard, but you disappointed me. Remus growled, why don't you show your face to me and you will know how much of an accomplished wizard I am. It is easy to be posturing as a powerful wizard when one is standing in the shadows. The man laughed, you are more of a marauder than I had initially thought. He noticed Remus's mouth was hanging open and asked him, what? Did you not expect me to know what you all called your little group? I also know that your friends were unregistered animagi and that you are a werewolf. Remus was worried now, who are you and why have you captured me like this? The man started grimly, because you failed in your duties, Mr. Lupin. While your best friend died protecting his wife and child, one of your other friends allegedly killed your third best friend with 12 muggles. Who was the victim in these circumstances? The little boy who became your responsibility as his parents died and his godparents were either incarcerated or incapacitated. What did you do? You found solace in fire whiskey. Remus was embarrassed but was not going to let this wizard get the better of him and rallied valiantly, and what could I do when I have no means to sustain the child and myself? No one will give a respectable job to a werewolf irrespective of how he was cursed. Despite my talents I have to forage for myself while going from one job to another. How could I care for Harry when I cannot keep my sanity during my transformation? How could I take the risk of harming him every time that the moon is full? The man smiled sadly, I can understand your predicament and sympathize with you. I can help you if you are willing to help me. Remus snapped, I do not even know who you are. I do not know what you want. Why then should I agree to help you? The man raised a hand before his face and Arcturus Orion Black's face appeared, you do know me, Mr. Lupin. Remus was shocked to see the older man before him. He had heard from others that Lord Black had left London forever and yet here he was, or perhaps they were not in England altogether. He asked the older man, what do you want, Lord Black? The man smiled, as you know Sirius Black was Harry Potter's godfather and as such, Harry is his heir. Apart from that, he is also grandson of my sister Doria. I want to make him the heir of Black but I do not know where Dumbledore is keeping him. He refused to tell me yet hinted that the boy is living with his blood relatives. As all the blood relatives on his father's side are dead, it stands to reason that those relatives would be on his mother's side. I want you to find the boy and bring him here. In Black Castle no one can find him. This place is secure from the outside world by a Fidelius charm of which I am the secret keeper. I will raise the boy the magical way. Since I am old, I want you to stay here and look after the boy as an uncle would do. In return for your services, I would hire you in the capacity of steward to House Black and House Potter and you will be paid accordingly. Do you accept? Remus thought for a while and said, I will need some time to think about it, Lord Black. The older man smiled, of course. Take your time. I do not need to remind you that you cannot leave this place against my wishes nor will your wand be returned to you. However, you are free to move about the castle and the grounds. He left Remus to mull things over and the werewolf thought about it hard. He of course knew that Dumbledore had hidden Harry Potter in the Muggle world but he did not know Lily's sister's address. He felt that it would be good to raise Harry in a wizarding household so he would be well versed with the nuances of the wizarding world and not feel intimidated by it when it was time to return to it. Not to mention, Lord Black's offer sounded good for him also and he would get to raise Harry by himself, something that he should have done anyhow. There was a question which he had to ask the older wizard however and that could not wait. He called for someone and an elf appeared which freed him from his bonds and took him to a bathroom which was better than the prefect's bathroom at Hogwarts. After an hour-long refreshing bath, he was taken to a dining hall where he was served mouth-watering dishes and after he had sated his hunger, he asked for an audience with Lord Black. The elf took him to the study where the older man was engrossed in reading a book. Remus stood at a respectful distance waiting for the older man to look up. After 5 minutes, the man looked up and smiled, you could have said something, Mr. Lupin. If I had not looked up, I might not have noticed you. Remus firmly said, Lord Black, I have a question to ask. The man replied, oh. Please do go on. In fact, Arcturus had been waiting for him to ask this question which he anticipated from the younger man. Remus said, Lord Black, do you think Sirius was guilty of betraying the Potters and murdering Peter with those 12 muggles? The man sighed, I am surprised that you even need to ask, Mr. Lupin. I had thought that you would well know the answer to this question having been their best friend for all these years. Tell me, do you think that the boy who walked out on his family because they were pressuring him to join Voldemort would become a Death Eater? A boy who loved his friend more than his family would betray him. Do you think it is possible that they might have made some elaborate plan to deceive the world and it backfired on them? I have tried to find proof of the answer to these questions for the last 2 years, but no answer presented itself to me. You were their friend and you would know it better than me. I cannot believe that Sirius could have betrayed the Potters to Voldemort, nor do I believe that he killed Peter Pettigrew and those muggles. The only way that I could believe it is the day that I hear it from Sirius himself. And I swear by Merlin that if he has done it, I will kill him myself. Lupin was amazed to see the other man's zeal and was also thoughtful of the points he raised. He turned to Arcturus. Lord Black, I accept your proposal. What are my instructions? The man smiled. Now we are talking. Since you have agreed to my proposal, call me Arcturus in private and Lord Black on formal occasions. The first problem is that we do not know where Harry Potter might be and we need to rescue the boy. I cannot go and ask questions about him because that would cause suspicions, so this would fall upon you. When you have secured him, you shall take him to an address where I will be waiting for you, and from there we will return to Black Castle. Remus nodded and Arcturus dismissed him with instructions to select a chamber in the castle as his own and to give a list of his requirements to the elf Travestor. Hogshead, Hogsmeade. Remus Lupin was sitting in the Hogshead Inn waiting for Hagrid to come for his evening outing. In his school years, they had noted Hagrid's routine and it was helpful to him now. He knew the half-giant had a loose tongue and he would speak after a tankard of ale had been poured into him. Lord Black had given him a pouch of galleons to get this job done. He was dutifully waiting for the half-giant with a bottle of fire whiskey sitting in front of him. The giant entered boisterously, saying his greeting to everyone when Remus hailed him. Hagrid, over here. Hagrid came almost running. Remus. Waity a surprise. Didn't expect you here. Remus smiled sadly. I stopped going out after that fateful Halloween night. Never even saw little Harry after that. As the evening progressed, Remus subtly and carefully kept Hagrid's tankard full enough of fire whiskey so that there was always more to drink and empty enough so that the half-giant never caught on. Remus just kept him talking until he was sure that Hagrid had slipped enough cogs to answer any question without thinking about it. Then he moved in for the kill. Hagrid, he said, slurring his speech just enough to sound pretty far gone himself even though he had been drinking butterbeer and pretty slowly at that. What happened that day, when you know who disappeared? The half-giant said, I rescued him that day from the traitor Sirius Black. He said give him to me Hagrid. I will raise him but I had me orders. I refused and he gave me his bike. I wondered that time why he was giving it to me but I know now. He was a no-good Death Eater. Remus had listened to a lot more than he wanted to. If Sirius was responsible for betraying James and Lily, he would have taken the bike and fled. He would not have given it to Hagrid. Maybe there were some more facts to find here, but he had a different job to do right now. He turned to Hagrid. Do you know where Harry is? I wish I could see him. Hagrid's eyes misted and he pulled out a handkerchief the size of a tablecloth from his pocket and blew his nose into it and sniffed. He was a peaky-looking thing when I gave him to Dumbledore in Little Whinging. He realized what he had said and put his hand over his mouth and started muttering, should not have said that. I should not have said that. Remus hoped that Hagrid was deep enough in his cups that he would not remember what he had just divulged. He would have tried to obliviate Hagrid, but this was a half-giant and getting any kind of spell to work on him was iffy at best. Instead, he just kept Hagrid talking about inconsequential matters, keeping his tankard partially full until Hagrid passed out. His mission accomplished, he settled the bill with the Aberforth. He knew Aberforth from the Order and walked outside before disapparating. Little Whinging. Remus knew 3 things. Harry's mother was a Muggle born named Lily Evans when he first met her at Hogwarts. Harry had been placed with Muggle relatives, and those Muggles lived somewhere in Little Whinging. He had spent most of the day, going through newspaper archives, trying to find a reference of any kind to wedding announcements for someone named Evans and about the right age to be Lily's Muggle sibling. He then cross-referenced each of those married names with the Muggle phone book for Little Whinging and wrote down the addresses. He knew that there would be wards around the property and that there had to be a boy, about 3 years old. With a dozen or so addresses to check, he started looking. Little Whinging was little in name only. It was not an easy task to find a child in there. Remus had spent the last 2 days going down his list, checking each property for magical wards and for boys around age 3. He was beginning to lose heart when he came to Dursley, v. 4 Privet Drive. When he checked for wards, they were hard to detect, well done and subtle, but definitely present. There was also a large window overlooking the front garden which looked like it had been blown out from the inside, perhaps the effect of accidental magic. He could also plainly hear a young child throwing a temper tantrum through the open pane of the broken window. But they were calling him Duddykins. Harry might be in there, he thought, it's worth a look. Disillusioning himself and silencing his feet, Remus walked up to the front door of the house and rang the doorbell. The temper tantrum suddenly stopped and Remus heard the floorboards inside creaking as someone came to the door. A monstrosity of a man opened the door. The man was so fat that he did not seem to have a neck. As the man searched for whoever it was that rang the doorbell, Remus slipped past him to the stairs where he stood out of the way until the man slammed the door shut again. He growled, "Cursed neighborhood kids playing pranks again," as he made his way back to the front room. "I swear that if I ever get my hands on them." Careful not to bump into anything, Remus followed the man to the front room. There he found a tall, thin, horse-faced woman with a very fat, pink-skinned boy with brown eyes and blonde hair. Not the green-eyed, dark-haired child Remus was looking for. This must be Duddykins, Remus thought. He looked around, but found nobody but these three in the room. There was no sign of another boy. Carefully, Remus left the room and went up the stairs. There was no sign of another child there either. Remus was beginning to wonder if Duddykins was a Muggle-born wizard. Before he gave up on this house, he cast the Homnum Revelio and found that there was a fourth person in the house, under the stairs of all places. Already, he could feel the wolf inside him beginning to bay for the blood of these Muggles. He had to remind himself that his mission was to retrieve Harry, not dispense justice. Carefully, he made his way to the kitchen. Fortunately, the other child was starting up with his tantrum again and that covered the sound of Remus opening the door to the cupboard under the stairs. What he found there nearly tore the heart right out of him. A child, obviously half-starved, wearing clothes those were both too short and too wide for him, filthy and worn. The boy was sleeping on a soiled baby bed, with filth and grime on his body and 4 fresh marks of finger across his cheeks. There was nothing more in the cupboard except for a blanket that looked familiar to him. Without another word, Remus took Harry up in his arms, blanket and all. He disillusioned the two of them and carefully made his way out through the kitchen door. The moment he was outside of the wards, he disapparated. They apparated just outside of the wards at the house in London. Arcturus was waiting there to receive them. The moment that Remus carried Harry inside, the three of them traveled by Portkey to Port of France. From there they flowed to the chateau owned by House of Black. Finally, they flowed to Black Castle through an international flow transit. Paid for by Lord Black. 1983, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore had been away to a session of the International Council of Wizards in France when Harry Potter had been abducted from his relative's place. When he returned to Hogwarts after the session and entered his office, he went to check the ward monitors he had placed on Harry Potter out of habit and was shocked to find that one of the monitors had broken down. The one related to the Blood wards, to be precise. The Blood ward was first-grade protection against Tom and his followers. As long as his mother's blood lived at Privet Drive, he would be safe from Tom and his followers. Anyone with intent to harm him could not enter the property. For the wards to fall could mean only one of two things. Either the Dursleys had given him up to someone else or Harry Potter was dead. A quick check of the ward which was tied to Harry's well-being was intact, meaning that he was alive, not that it indicated anything about his health. Panicked, he threw a pinch of flow powder in the fireplace and called, "Mrs. Figs, Privet Drive," and stepped into the emerald flames. As the flow ejected him, he hastily stepped out of it, his wand in one hand and his face a myriad of emotions: worry, resentment, and anger. "Where were you in the name of Merlin?" he heard a scathing tone of voice say and turned to find Arabella Figg standing, glaring at him intensely. Before he could say anything, she started ranting to him, "Do you realize how many times I tried to flow call you? Harry Potter has been missing for a week now and you did not bother to reply to my flow calls." Dumbledore sent a silencing spell at her and sighed, "Arabella, I have just returned to Wizarding Britain from France where I was in a conference of the ICW. The first thing I noticed is that the blood wards were broken. Did anyone attack Privet Drive? Is little Harry safe? He undid the silencing spell and she growled. I haven't seen him since a week ago when I had gone to Petunia under some pretense and she didn't even allow me in her house. I tried to find him a few more times but I could not find him. I tried to flow call you dozens of times but there was no response. Their living room window was blown out from the inside, but the family seemed to be fine. There was no other sign of violence. Dumbledore was more worried. He had kept Harry Potter here away from the wizarding world in the hope that he would grow up to be an innocent humble teen unharmed by Death Eaters, and the boy had been taken away from the safest place that Albus could find. With a flick of his wand, his robes were transfigured into a suit and he walked up nonchalantly to the door of 4 Privet Drive while his eyes kept darting around to be aware of any danger lurking within the shadows. He rang the doorbell and Vernon Dursley opened the door only enough so that he could peek out of the opening growling, "We are not interested in buying anything you might." His words were lost in his throat as he found a wand pointed at him. He never had any practical experience with wizards but he of course knew what a wand was. Petunia had told him about the wizarding world after the freak of a child had come to live with them. He squeaked, a sound he later could swear he had never made before, and Dumbledore shoved him out of the way with his wand and entered the house, walking to the sitting room. Petunia, who had come into the hall by now, yelped as she saw Dumbledore and he asked gravely, "Petunia, where is Harry?" She wanted to run from here but knew there was no way she could outrun him. She tried to speak firmly but it came out as a whimper, We don't know. He is gone." Dumbledore had no time for niceties so he petrified both of them and performed legilimency on them to see their memories. What he saw in those memories appalled him. It was mortifying to think that this woman had been so cruel to a child who was her blood, son of her own dead sister. He saw memories of mistreatment of the toddler and the violence that Vernon meted out at the times when the child performed some accidental magic. He also saw where they were keeping the child in a cupboard under the stairs. He wanted to hex them into oblivion but knew that was not the way. He rather decided to frame them up for prosecution by the Muggle law enforcement authorities for losing a child who was in their care. Some of his squib associates who were in law enforcement would happily agree to do this. He saw the memory of that day when Harry Potter allegedly disappeared. He saw Vernon opening the door and then closing it as he could not see anyone at the door, but unlike Vernon he noticed the blur which happened when someone was employing a disillusionment charm. As he was done with legilimency, he started casting a myriad of detection spells in all directions but he could gather nothing from them. The incident had happened a week ago so there was no active magic in the air, but there must have been some residual magic unless that person had been concealing his magical signature. That was some complicated magic but it hid one's identity well. He turned to Petunia. "By losing Harry, you have disappointed your dead sister who loved you. You have defiled her memory and I hope no harm has come to Harry Potter, otherwise I myself will come and wreak vengeance upon you." He unpetrified them and disapparated to Sheffield. He had a retired Auror to find. 1 week later, Hogwarts. In the last week, Albus had asked all of his friends, accomplices and associates to help in the effort to locate the missing child, but their collective efforts had yielded no results. There was no one who could tell them a thing about the missing child. He had reluctantly met Madame Bones, head of the DMLE, and told her about Harry's disappearance. She had chewed him out for his failure. One thing she also agreed upon was that they needed to keep this private because the dark faction led by Malfoy was trying to establish its dominance in the Wizengamot, which would be catastrophic. The only one standing between them and their goal was Albus Dumbledore, who also had helped them to survive through the war with the help of his vaunted Order of the Phoenix. It was the order that had saved them from annihilation at the cost of the lives of many of its members during the war, and Dumbledore was the only one who was feared by all of them collectively. Albus had roused the members of the order like Podmore, Moody, Diggle to find any leads, but there were none. He had tried to find Remus Lupin and he was told that Lupin was last seen to be living in Blackmore 3 years ago and nobody had seen him since then. Of course he had not asked his gamekeeper Rubeus Hagrid or he would have got a lead in that direction. He and Madame Bones had conducted discreet inquiries in the Office of Magic Detection, whose chief function was to see that underage Muggle-born students did not perform magic at their home during the summer. The detectors could detect if magic had been cast at a place but not the caster. They had learned that on the particular day, There was an incident of accidental magic by a toddler around 3 to 4 years of age at Privet Drive, and then someone had performed the Homnum Revelio spell in the house, followed shortly by disillusionment. Since the caster was an adult wizard, there was no means to track his identity. They found that the caster had disapparated the moment they were outside of the wards. They were not able to identify the apparition. When it became clear to him that he could not find Harry on his own, he had decided to break the news to Minerva. He called her in his office and said to her very gravely, "Minerva, something has happened and I think you should be acquainted with the circumstances lest you find it out from someone else." She studied his facial expression and was wary. If something could make Albus Dumbledore worried, it was really trouble. Being the supreme mugwump, chief warlock and headmaster of Hogwarts was thrice the burden, and Albus bore it all without any worry, so it was nothing related to any of those. Then the only other thing which could worry him was Harry Potter. Minerva had never been comfortable with the decision of leaving him at the doorstep of the Muggles in the middle of the night. When Albus had explained the circumstances and his limited options, she had to agree. She just wished that Charles or Doria were alive so they could have shouldered his upbringing, what with Potter Manor being impenetrable and there was Potter Castle, which the family had received in inheritance from the Peverells, one of the ancient families which ceased to exist 1,000 years ago. Pity that the Potters were always in the thick of things, and thus, there were only a handful around in every generation. She looked into the electric blue eyes of Dumbledore and saw the sadness and regret in them, and feared for the safety of the child. She asked in a small voice, "Has something happened with Harry Potter?" Albus sighed. 2 weeks ago, while I was in France, someone entered the Dursley home and took him away. From what my investigation yielded, it was a wizard, but they were concealing their magical signature, so it is possible that we will never find out who it was unless Harry Potter returns to us. I have forced Moody out of retirement, roused the Order to find him, but nobody has a clue as to his whereabouts. She wanted to shout, "Raise hell," but knew it would not, pursed her lips in a thin line and asked him, "So what should we do?" Albus shrugged. "There is nothing that we can do right now, Minerva. If the minister finds out, then he will stop at nothing to oust me from the position of headmaster and chief warlock, and we are still not over the effects of the war. The light lost a large number of its supporters while most of the dark faction is intact. If I am out of the Wizengamot, the dark faction will have no trouble in seizing power in the Wizengamot." As Minerva left, Albus opened a drawer which contained memories. Early memories of Tom's life when he was a student, memories about his parents, grandparent, and his uncle who had died in Azkaban a year ago, but not before Dumbledore been able to obtain a memory from him. There was something about Tom's death that did not sit well with Dumbledore. Lack of a body was first. Then there was no indication of where he had gone or what happened to him. The only thing he was sure about was that Tom had disappeared that Halloween night, but not dead. He had reluctantly looked into some dark magic books he had taken off the shelf in the library decades ago. One of the most evil books described the Horcrux, the vilest of soul magics, and Dumbledore had shuddered at the thought that perhaps Tom had made one. Thus, he had started collecting memories, trying to document his life. There was also a memory from an elf who was accused of accidentally killing her mistress. The witch was known to be the last in possession of 2 founder relics, the necklace of Slytherin and the cup of Hufflepuff, and Tom had been regularly visiting her when he worked at Borgin and Burke. He had also found a memory from Slughorn in which Tom had asked him what a Horcrux was, but he had understood that the memory had been tampered with. Since then Horace had avoided him, not willing to give him access to the memory. Black Castle, 1985. It had been 2 years since Harry Potter had been brought to the Black Castle, and the boy had instantly loved the company of the people around him. Arcturus doted on the boy all day long and would have spoiled him rotten if he had his way with him, but Remus Lupin had put his foot down and made him obey some rules in his upbringing. While the boy was not deprived of anything, he was not overindulged either. Sure, he had a chamber full of toys, both magical and mundane, but he was not allowed to be lost in the chamber all day long. Arcturus had started to tell him about magic, his families, both Black and Potter, and other little things which every pure-blood child should know. He also told him that all magicals were equal irrespective of their ancestry. He had seen how his children had destroyed themselves on the false notions of blood superiority, and most were either dead or were incarcerated in Azkaban. Arcturus told him all he knew about Charles and Doria, while Remus educated him about his father and mother. When Harry was 5 years old, they had sent him to a Muggle school so that he would have exposure to the Muggle world too. In the Muggle world, he was simply known as Hadrian Jameson. He was taught about everything that they teach there. One thing that was exciting was his accidental magic. He was powerful for his age and his accidental magic was equally spectacular. Once he had vanished all the legs of his chair, but Travistor, who was invisibly tailing the boy, had repaired the damage before the Muggles noticed. Once while he was taking a stroll in the school grounds, he was chased by a dog he had offended and the boy found himself on the roof. It had been hard to deal with, but a few well-placed memory charms had done the trick. As he grew, his incidents of accidental magic had lessened, but they still happened. Arcturus had been curious about the scar. His scar had refused to heal itself despite everything he could do. He had tried everything that was in the books in his extensive library, but nothing seemed to work. It always looked like the red angry lightning-shaped scar it had been. Arcturus had not forgotten the Horcruxes and had the thought that the boy could be one. There was nothing he knew or that he could find that told him if a living being could be a Horcrux or what the effects would be. He had shared what he knew and his suspicions with Lupin and discreetly sent him all over Europe to find practitioners of soul magics and dark magic to find a way to rid Harry of the foul thing, but nothing had been found in the 18 months. Finally he stumbled upon a mage in Greece who was said to live in a far-off mountain. After a lot of trouble and constantly badgering him for 5 months, they were able to obtain an audience with the mage. He was said to be around 400 years of age and was a recluse. The mage lived in the side cave of a mountain which was protected by so many wards that Arcturus's mind was boggled. There were all kinds of wards upon the entrance of the cave, including blood wards and necromantic wards. The mage Hippolytus was tall but stooping with age, snow-white beard, gray eyes and a thundering voice. As they entered, he addressed them, "Welcome Arcturus Orion of Black, Remus Lyle of Lupin and Hadrian James of Potter." After they were given a seat, Arcturus told him about his suspicions of the Horcruxes, and the mage fell silent for a long time before he drew a wand and started casting a myriad of spells at the boy who had fallen asleep in Lupin's lap. After some time, the mage had turned to both of them. "There is a little piece of soul of Voldemort residing in his scar. It is so little that it will not cause any trouble to him except draining his magic. However, if Voldemort succeeded in returning in a body during this lifetime, this soul shard would pose problems for the boy. Even right now it sort of acts as a connection between them, but I do not think Voldemort is aware of it. Needless to say, if the soul shard is not extracted out of him soon, it will keep Voldemort alive." Arcturus asked him what had been on his mind. "Revered mage, is there a way to exorcise the soul shard out of him without harming the lad? Can you tell us how many Horcruxes of his are out there?" The mage sat in contemplation for a second before he started speaking. "The soul shard can be exorcised out of him, but that would cause him immeasurable pain. He may pass out due to exhaustion. If he were any smaller, I would have refused it at this time, but he is of age where he would live at the end of it, and he is powerful enough that he would not be magically exhausted. Now the decision is yours. As to your second question, this soul shard is like the 6th part of his soul, meaning there were at least 5 pieces when this one was formed." Arcturus thought hard about it, but Remus's mind was already made up. "Honored mage, please exorcise the soul shard out of him. I would rather see him in pain and agony once and for a short time than see him sharing a connection with that monster all the time. If this thing is keeping him alive, I want it gone." Seeing the werewolf's resolve, Arcturus had also agreed to exorcise the soul shard out of the lad. The ritual which they had followed was very painful. They had undressed him and then laid him in between a symbol, and the mage drew some blood from Harry and mixed it with a potion and drew some runes all over his body. After some time 5 more wizards entered the cave and took their positions on their designated points and started chanting. The lengthy spells were about exorcism, banishing someone who did not belong, scorning someone for all the evil he had perpetrated all his life. After 10 minutes of chanting, the lad started to cry out in pain. It was such a howling sound that Arcturus wanted to pick him up and run away. Remus had grasped his hand and was keeping him rooted. The werewolf, who knew the pain of his own involuntary transformations at the full moon, gritted his teeth and looked on with stoic determination, as his eyes filled with tears. Perhaps he was experiencing all the pain that the boy was going through. After an hour of excruciating pain during which the lad made an inhuman howling, an inky black darkness oozed from the lightning scar on his forehead. The mage trapped the foulness in a clay jar. He set the jar apart from them and destroyed it with fiendfire before their eyes. Arcturus offered a big bag of galleons to the mage, who refused to touch it but pointed to his assistant, who accepted it for him. The mage said, "I do not indulge in worldly matters anymore, but this was a task which needed to be done for the betterment of this boy who will become a warrior beyond all renown. Tend to him well, Arcturus Orion Black, and he will bring glory to his family." Black Castle, 1986. It had been a year since the boy had been exorcised of the soul fragment. His scar had healed well. All that remained of it was a thin, white zigzag line where the angry, red mark had been. Glamour charms worked well enough on the boy for those occasions when he had to leave the grounds of the castle, and Arcturus was content. Cassiopeia had visited him a year ago, and when she found that he had an heir again, she had taken up residence in the castle, teaching Harry wizarding customs. Arcturus had forbidden her from teaching him any dark magic. He planned to teach him black family magic, but that was the extent of it. The Black family had some very dark spells in its repertoire, but most of its spells were borderline dark, and since they were personal magic of his house, they could not be outlawed by the Wizengamot, nor would Harry face any prosecution for using them. He planned to teach the boy to use those spells by his 3rd year. The boy still went to Muggle Primary, where he was learning elementary things, and Arcturus had no issue with it. He however insisted on physical education and put in him the habit of running every morning, and had Lupin teach him swimming, which the werewolf was happy to do. The boy was indoctrinated by the werewolf with a Muggle sense of fashion and kept east with developments in the Muggle world. The werewolf had improved a lot since he had come to live at Black Castle. He now looked fit and well fed. Gone was the tattered clothing he wore while he lived at Blackmoor. He doted on the boy and taught him everything about his father and his circle of friends. He did not sugarcoat it when he told Harry that James had been a bully in his school year and of his rivalry with Severus Snape. He also told him about the conditions at school during those years, as Wizarding World was tearing itself apart and there were lines drawn between the students even before they were sorted. He had also shown him photographs of his parents which were taken during their school years and in the later years, and introduced him to everyone in the photos. This year they were planning to start teaching him the theory of magic so that he would be ready when he got to Hogwarts. Remus was also preparing to tell him about his position in the Wizarding World, his parents' death, Sirius's alleged betrayal, Pettigrew's death, and everything, without drawing a conclusion as to his guilt. 6 months ago, Arcturus had visited Augusta Longbottom at the Longbottom Manor. Flashback starts. He stepped out of the flow to find Augusta there with her heir, Neville Longbottom. As he did his courtesy as a gentleman, she led him to the parlor. After refreshments were served, she came straight to the point. "What is the purpose of this visit, Lord Black?" He smiled at her. "Please call me Arcturus, Lady Longbottom." She immediately replied, "Then address me as Augusta." He started telling her how he had removed Harry Potter from his Muggle relatives, how they were keeping the boy, his reasons for doing so, and what he had taught to him so far. As he finished narrating, she asked him, "What assistance do you require of me? Do you wish to announce it to the Wizarding World and have House Longbottom back you up?" He shook his head. "The time is not right for it. I had a different proposition altogether." She adopted a calm demeanor. "Please do go on, I am listening." He started again. "As you know, Harry Potter is living a very lonely life in the Black Castle, where he has no one of his age to play with him. I am an old man, approaching the dusk of his life, but he needs people in his life who will remain his lifelong friends. He cannot live his entire life in seclusion. I propose that for a fortnight during a year, you foster him here in the Longbottom Manor, where he will grow up with little Neville, while for a fortnight Neville will live at the Black Castle with him. This will lead to them being friends, and each will have someone they can depend upon. Besides, you know the alliance of Potter and Longbottom, and the saying which goes is, wherever a Potter goes a Longbottom will follow." She agreed. "This will do some good for Neville, who has no friends to call his own. I have been rather heavy-handed with him all these years, raising him sternly, but he needs to be a child every now and then. I agree to your proposal, Lord Black, provided you let Harry Potter visit more. I would like to see him more during the year and may be able to teach a thing or two about the Potters to him." Arcturus had readily agreed to the proposal. Flashback ends. Since then Harry had visited Neville twice for a week each time. Neville had come over for a week and the two boys had taken a shine to each other, becoming fast friends at once. Black Castle, 1990. In the last 3 years, Hadrian Potter Black had grown into a fine young boy. He had started reading the theory of magic, and for the last year, Arcturus had taken him out of the Muggle primary and started teaching him about magic. Remus taught him about the theory of each subject for the first 6 months until the boy had enough and had asked for a wand. While it was illegal to buy a wand for a child below 11 years of age and no wand maker would sell a wand to them anyhow, Arcturus's talent had come in handy. He had learned wand crafting in his younger days but never used his talents until he needed to. The boy had chosen a wand of blackthorn wood with dragon heartstring and unicorn tail hair. The wand was a work of wonder and he was learning quickly. He had learned enough of transfiguration, defense and charms to last up to 3rd year and theories about runes beyond which Remus refused to teach him yet, saying he would have a lot of time to learn it. He also taught the boy a lot of pranks and told of the stories where the Marauders pranked the hell out of everyone in Hogwarts. Arcturus had engaged a potion master, under oath of course, to teach him the basics of potion making after the boy had shown interest in the field. Neville had become a brother to him in all the years that they had been friends, and everything he did was shared with Neville. Longbottom was very supportive of him and was often ready to fight anyone who showed hostile intentions towards Harry. He had also learned much of what Harry was learning but had problems with his wand. When he had inquired, he learned that Augusta planned on giving him his father's wand, and it had flabbergasted Arcturus. He had sent a book on wand lore to her, telling her that her grandson would not receive perfect results with a wand that did not choose him. Dowager Lady Longbottom had vowed to buy him a new wand when he went to school. Remus often described the castle to the boy and Harry was curious about it. He would ask Remus about its location, the number of rooms in the school and every hidden passageway. One day when he had pestered Remus enough, the werewolf told him that there were so many hidden passages at school that no one could know all of them. Harry whined, "Moony, why are there no maps of the castle?" Remus smirked, "There are no official maps, cub, but Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs had crafted a map of the castle which contained a detailed outlay of the school, and it also showed everyone's position on it." Harry asked with wide-eyed wonder, "Where is it? Can I have it?" Remus mock sighed, "Filch confiscated it in our 6th year and then we lost track of it. I believe he may still have it." Then Harry asked, "Could you make another one?" Remus sighed, "I'm sorry, cub, I don't think so. It was mostly Sirius and James who did the work and I'm not sure how they did it. My only contribution was to sit in the library and search for the charms that they had used." Harry said, "Then I will find the original. Will a summoning charm work on it?" Remus had to think about that one for a minute before he answered, "It just might. I don't remember them putting any charms on the map to prevent it. However, I am afraid you would have to find out for yourself." Then Harry asked, "However, how does the map work?" Remus had told him the phrase for opening and closing the map. Remus had also asked him to inquire after the invisibility cloak, which had not been recovered from the cottage and was a Potter family heirloom. Remus had also brought him a camera and taught him to click photographs and showed him how to use specific potions to develop pictures that moved. For a month, Harry Potter was not found without his camera, and he had created hundreds of photos of everyone in the house. Kreacher had come to the Black Castle in 1987 bearing the news of the death of Wilburga Black. True to his promise, he had not interred her in the family crypts and her crypt was forgotten. A portrait which had been commissioned a decade ago was destroyed by him. Kreacher was kept at the Black Castle serving Harry. After some initial problems, things were good between the two of them, with Kreacher enthusiastically serving him as Master Harry. 2 years ago, Arcturus had received a letter from Lord Greengrass, one of the friends of the family. He had inquired after Arcturus's health and wished to have an alliance with House Black. Arcturus knew that Lord Greengrass never sought alliance with someone unless they could make some profit out of it. The Blacks had some extensive properties which had greenhouses on them, and House Greengrass owned a potion-making business. He wanted to obtain potion ingredients at lesser costs, plain and simple. But it served a major purpose for him. He had welcomed him to the Black Castle with his family and introduced them to Harry as Hadrian Potter Black. Cyrus was astonished to find Harry Potter here but had agreed to not disclose it to anyone under oath. Harry had become friends with the Greengrass daughters Daphne and Astoria. Often Neville and the Greengrass daughters got together at the Black Castle or at Longbottom Manor and they bonded as friends. Arcturus had told him about Voldemort and his mission of blood purity, which was nothing but a sham and a means for his dominance in the wizarding world. While he emphasized the importance of the customs and traditions of the wizarding world, he told him that it did not matter whether one was pure blood, half-blood or muggle-born. What mattered was the power. Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in Britain, was a half-blood after all. He also told him that Voldemort had not died and told of his suspicions about the same. There was one question which had hounded him for years and he had not found an answer to it. That question being, why did Voldemort personally come after the Potters? Why had they gone into hiding? Coincidentally, Neville's parents too had done the same, but both of the sets of parents had either died or were incapacitated. He had to find the answer to that question. Remus had shared the Marauders Animagus research with the child and had told him that after his first year, he would start teaching him to be one. After all, it was taught in third year at Hogwarts, therefore it was reasonable that Harry could become one. He had also taught the boy the ways of Slytherin cunning, ambition and resourcefulness, while Remus taught him bravery, chivalry and leadership. They were not making a weapon of him but teaching him what he would have been taught either way. Harry had once asked Arcturus, "Grand Uncle, would you like it if I am in Slytherin?" Arcturus frowned. "Why would you be in Slytherin, lad?" Harry innocently replied, "Because that's where you were sorted into." Arcturus replied, "You can be sorted into Slytherin as well, but remember this, lad, that it will not win you any allies. Most of the school despises Slytherin House and you need people around you who will be able to help you. I would rather that you go to Gryffindor and act like a Slytherin." Harry had said nothing but grinned at the thought. His spell training also had been coming along beautifully, and Remus had at times taken him to see dueling tournaments so that he would know what it was like. When they had returned, he had used the pensieve in his office to see the memories of all the tournaments and pestered Remus to tell him about the spells he had seen flying. He used to spend an insane amount of time in the Black Library reading spell books, learning new spells, hexes and jinxes. While he could not practice them yet, he was sure itching to. Arcturus was sure that as soon as he was off to Hogwarts, he would start learning those spells. He had also engaged a duel master under oath to teach dueling to Harry, something that he felt every pureblood lord should do for his heir. Another thing that the boy loved was flying. When he was 6, Arcturus had ordered a Comet 260 for him, and since then Harry Potter spent as much time in the air as he did on the ground. He had been to some weekend games with Remus under glamours, and saw professional Quidditch players in action, and whenever he came home, he would try to imitate their movements. Harry was fantastic on a broom and often scared him with his stunts. He also liked to ride the animals that were in the castle. His elves had taught him about hippogriff riding, horse riding, and to tend and care for the animals. He had also taught him occlumency and legilimency, since they were useful arts and a must for the heirs of houses. It had been incredibly hard, but at last, the boy had been able to construct some serious mental defenses. A further 6 months had passed before he learned to keep them up at all times and to detect an intrusion. In the last 8 years, they had taught Harry Potter everything that they could, and now the time was coming for him to go out in the world and show his talents. Arcturus also had to commit the secret of Horcruxes to someone else who would be able to look for them and help the lad fulfill his destiny, because he felt it in his bones that he had not much time left before he was reunited with Melania, Charles and Doria. His only regret was that he had not been able to help Sirius anyway, despite knowing that he was innocent of betraying his friends. The Wizengamot asked for proof after all, and he still did not know what had transpired on that night with Peter Pettigrew. July, 1991, Hogwarts. Albus and Minerva were looking at the enchanted quill, writing names inviting students for admittance at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The quill halted as it came to Harry's name, and after a second began to write. Hadrian Potter Black, Château de Black, France. Albus watched in horror as the letter was sealed in an envelope and was dispatched. If the boy was being raised by the House of Black, they might have turned him to the dark. He was being kept out of Wizarding Britain, and this explained why they were never able to find him. Albus knew that going to Château de Black and asking for custody of Harry Potter would be a bad idea, because whoever was alive in the House of Black would hate him with a passion. He decided to see if Harry Potter would accept the invitation and attend Hogwarts or go to study somewhere else altogether, Durmstrang for instance. France. Arcturus had come to live in the Château de Black in France a few months ago after he had heard of Cassiopeia's passing. Her death had been the hardest on him since he felt that she had been the most sensible of his siblings. She knew that she would be married off as a trophy wife to some pureblood and therefore had not married and lived life as she desired. He also did not want anyone else to know that he was living in the Black Castle, which they would know after Harry's admittance letter was sent. He had also informally declared Harry as his heir a month ago and promised him that they would fetch his heir rings when they went to Gringotts on his 11th birthday. He remembered the goblin's request but had chosen to leave his investment as heir till his 11th birthday since it would give them sufficient time to make him ready for anything that may come and they could avoid any unsavory person from finding them. Just then Harry came running into the room clutching a red letter in his hands bearing the Hogwarts crest and jumping on the balls of his feet. "Grand-uncle, my letter has come." He chuckled and had to tell the boy to behave before he settled down. In the past years, he had tried to get the boy to call him grandfather or Lord Black, but he always called him grand-uncle. As the boy was still excited, he had to admonish him a little. "Control yourself, Harry. As we had decided, you will get to go to Hogwarts if you can write the letter in response by yourself without asking help from me and Moony." Harry had immediately sat down to write the letter. "Dear Professor McGonagall, greetings to you. I hope that this letter finds you in good health. I am writing this letter in response to your letter offering me admittance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I will take the Hogwarts Express from King's Cross on the 1st of September with the other students. Hadrian Potter Black, heir to House of Potter and House of Black." Arcturus read the letter once and dried the ink. Harry sealed the parchment with the seal of House Potter. Goblins had sent the signet, and whistled. A falcon flew into the room and Harry grinned. Zeus, up for a long flight. The bird cocked its head as if saying yes and Harry attached the letter to its talons and the falcon took off. Arcturus sighed. He had done what he could to make the boy ready and hoped that nothing bad would come of it for anyone. The 31st of July 1991. Remus woke Harry early and sent him to bathe while Kreacher laid out his clothes for him. A black shirt with black trousers, a Gryffindor red robe made of acromantula silk with a cloak of the same material and dragon hide boots. As Harry returned to his room, he found a little pile of gifts on his bed and tore through the packing eagerly. Arcturus had given him an Auror-grade wand holster, something that he wanted but never asked, along with a wand kit. Remus had given him a set of books about practical defense. Daphne and Astoria had sent him a silver bracelet with an emerald stone embedded in it, while Neville had sent him a book on plants. They had planted a greenhouse in Longbottom Manor and both worked there with equal interest, though Neville was undoubtedly better than him at herbology. He had sent Neville's gift to him a week ago. It was a rare plant that the Longbottom greenhouses lacked. After he was dressed up, he was trying to flatten his hair down when Remus came into the room. "You are fighting a losing battle there, cub. This is Potter hair which can never settle down. The only thing that seems to work on this is the Sleek Easy potion which was invented by Lord Potter." He produced a bottle of the said potion and liberally applied it to his hair, and it was tamed down a bit so that he would not look like a mannerless wizard. Then Remus started to apply glamour charms on him. He lengthened his hair, turning it to brown, changed his eye color to steel gray, and raised his cheekbones. When Harry entered the Lord's study, he found that Arcturus was likewise under glamour charms. Remus and Harry accompanied the older wizard to the fireplace where Arcturus threw in a pinch of flow powder into the grate and called, 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry and Remus followed suit. Soon they appeared in the black townhouse where Harry was assigned a room upstairs. The house was too dark for his taste and gave him a sense of foreboding. Lipsy, Mipsy and Tipsy had been there for a week now, cleaning the place and making it fit for use. Harry turned to Arcturus. "Grand-uncle, I do not like the decorations of the house. It is too dark and looks like a house of dark wizards." Arcturus frowned. "You know, I think the house needs remodeling now." "Worry not, lad, I will call in people to redo the whole house. For now we will make do with what we have." After they had been served a hefty lunch by the elves, they flowed to the Leaky Cauldron. Since they were all under glamour charms, nobody could identify them. They walked up to the bank while Harry was looking in all directions, trying to take in all that was happening around them. The lad had been stopping at every step to look at every window display, to take in everything that was there to see. He was also intrigued when he had stopped and read the warning that was written outside the bank where 2 goblins stood as sentry. They approached a teller. Arcturus respectfully said to a teller goblin, I am here to see Iron Tooth, manager of House Black. The goblin, who still had not looked up from his ledger, sneered, Iron Tooth is not an ordinary goblin, wizard. He does not meet everyone who walks through that door. Arcturus pulled out a knife from his robes and buried it hilt deep into the desk of the teller and snarled, if you can recognize the crest on the knife, you will take us to Iron Tooth, or I will ensure that your head rolls for this. The goblin looked at the knife and gasped. He immediately jumped down from his table and stuttered, Of course, Lord Black. I will fetch him for you. As the goblin ran to fetch Iron Tooth, Arcturus wrenched his dagger free of the table and waited. A minute or so passed and Iron Tooth came running and bowed to Arcturus. Lord Black, King Ragnarok had instructed us to take you directly to him when you come to the bank. Arcturus replied, then let us not tarry, Iron Tooth. As it happens, I have a lot to talk to him about. They followed the goblin to Ragnarok and were given seats while refreshment was called for. After they all had made themselves comfortable, Ragnarok opened the conversation. Lord Black, it has been a while since you came here. We expected Harry Potter here at the age of 8 to become the heir of the House of Potter, but you explained in a letter that he would not be coming to us before his 11th birthday, and for good reasons. Now that you are here, let us give him his parents' will, his heir rings, and take care of any other matters that you may be worried about. Arcturus nodded. Let's begin then. Ragnarok produced a parchment and a red quill, then gave them to Harry. Mr. Potter, please write your name on this parchment with this quill. Harry of course knew what a blood quill was. It had been part of his instruction and he had not liked it a bit, but Arcturus had explained why it was important. He wrote the name on the parchment and words began to appear. Ragnarok looked at the results and then handed them to Arcturus. The parchment did not contain anything out of the ordinary. Hadrian Potter Black. Father's name James Charles Potter. Father Charles Henry Potter. Mother Doria Potter née Black. Mother's name Lily Potter née Evans. Father Harrison Evans. Mother Margaret Evans. Heir apparent to House of Potter, House of Black. Ragnarok pushed a button on his desk and a goblin entered. He barked orders at him, and while they waited, Arcturus turned to Ragnarok. Ragnarok, if it is all the same to you, perhaps we can deal with other matters in the meanwhile. The goblin nodded. As you say, Lord Black. The next thing on the agenda is to appoint a manager for House Potter. Arcturus had given it some thought and made a decision while conferring with Harry. He turned to Ragnarok. House Potter would like to appoint Iron Tooth as account manager for House Potter because Harry is heir to both the houses, and as such, he will become the lord in the future. It will be convenient for him and for Gringotts. Ragnarok nodded. It will be done, Lord Black. He turned to Iron Tooth and gave some orders and the goblin left. Sometime later, the goblin who had been sent to fetch the will returned and presented it to Ragnarok, who gave it to Harry. With trembling hands, Harry started to read. We, Lord James Charles Potter and Lady Lily Potter, do hereby declare this to be our last bequest, made in good faith and in sound health and fit state of mind. Any other bequest which exists at this point of time is null and void. To Sirius Orion Black, we leave 1,000,000 galleons and our son Hadrian Potter, with the hope that he will be a good godfather to him who will teach him to be a better man and great wizard. Padfoot, you fought with us tooth and nail for this honor over Moony and Wormtail, and now it is upon you to make him a better person. To Remus Lyle Lupin, we leave 500,000 galleons and the country estate in Sheffield, with the hopes that you will do your duty as an uncle to Hadrian in case Padfoot only tries to teach him to be a prankster. Moony, please find a witch who would love you, ignoring your furry little problem, and start a family with her so Harry will have someone his age to play with. We would have given you more, but we know your dignity would not allow you to accept it. To Peter Almightus Pettigrew, we leave 200,000 galleons to help you start the business you always wanted and to help you achieve your dream of traveling around the world. However, if you have betrayed us, Wormtail, we hope that you will die paying for your crimes. To Frank Jeremy Longbottom and Alice Longbottom, we leave 500,000 galleons with the hope that you will look after Harry as you would look after your own son, Neville, who is our godson. To Neville Frank Longbottom, we leave 200,000 galleons in the hopes that you will grow up to be a fine young man and make your parents proud. We are sorry that we could not be around to see you grow up. Through this testament, we also establish a trust with Corpus Fund of 500,000 galleons to help pay for those students who cannot afford school supplies. This fund shall be held in trust by Lord Ragnarok of Gringotts, and the money will be invested by him as he sees fit while he finances the education of those students who cannot afford their education easily. The rest of our wealth will go to our son, Hadrian Potter. Harry, we wanted to be there for you, but the war and threat of Voldemort is hanging over our heads like a sword, and if we have died, remember that we died doing what was our duty. We hope that you will have a long, happy and fulfilling life ahead. We provide a list of persons who shall get the custody of Harry Potter in event of our untimely demise. 1. Alice Longbottom, godmother to Hadrian James Potter or their legal relatives. 2. Sirius Orion Black, godfather to Hadrian James Potter or their legal relatives. 3. Remus Lupin, friend of the family. 4. Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and godmother to Lord James Charles Potter. James Charles Potter and Lily Potter. Lord and Lady Potter. After Harry finished reading the will, he wordlessly handed it to Arcturus and turned to Ragnarok. Since Sirius Black is incarcerated and Peter Pettigrew is supposedly dead, does it mean that those provisions of the bequest will not be enforced? The goblin nodded. You are right, Mr. Potter. Would you like for the other provisions of the will to be put into effect immediately? Harry nodded. Yes, please. Arcturus, who had been sitting strangely quiet, started speaking excitedly. This will prove that Sirius is innocent. Harry excitedly said, then let us take this to the ministry and ask them to release him. Arcturus sighed. Alas. This will does not state that Peter was their secret keeper, and we also do not know about the events of that night when Sirius allegedly killed him and 12 muggles. We will need something more than this to ensure that he is exonerated. Just then Iron Tooth entered the room and placed an ornate wooden box on the table. It was made of cedar and contained 2 rings. One had the Potter crest while the other had the black crest. Ragnarok handed the rings to Harry, telling him, place the Potter ring first and then the black ring. If the house magic accepts you, you will know it. Harry wore the rings one by one. While the Potter ring fit his finger almost instantly, the black ring scanned him for quite some time before it fit in his finger and melded with the Potter ring. Ragnarok congratulated him. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. I apologize that I cannot give you access to your family vaults until you reach the age of majority and ascend as Lord Potter. Until then, you have access to your trust vault. It will give you access up to 500,000 galleons per year, refilling from your family vaults annually. We will send your quarterly statement to you via owl. Arcturus obtained a pouch from Iron Tooth which he gave to Harry. It was connected to Harry's trust vault and it would never be empty so long as he still had funds there. Their business done, they left the bank. As they were approaching Madame Malkin's, Harry asked something which had just come into his mind. Grand Uncle, you have told me several times that I am very famous. Why is it that I have never received a letter from anyone in the wizarding world? Remus snorted while Arcturus smirked. When you were brought to Black Castle, we discovered that you had mail wards on you, meaning no one could have sent you letters at the Muggles' home. I think Dumbledore placed the ward on you so that hundreds of owls would not be seen flying around a Muggle house and attract unnecessary attention. As you came to Black Castle, we called in a curse breaker to determine that there were no wards upon you which would harm you. He found that you had a mail ward on your person and another ward tied to you which would keep the caster informed about your well-being. We had him break the mail ward, and as you know there are some heavy mail wards around Black Castle, and every letter which was sent to you was redirected to a chamber where they still lie to this day. Many were from witches and wizards congratulating you for a feat you would not remember doing, while a lot were from witches of your age who perhaps had taken a fancy to the boy who lived. You can read them at your leisure when you return to Black Castle at the end of your first year. Harry blushed but kept his expression carefully neutral. Arcturus sent him to Madame Malkin's with Remus while he went off to buy something. What that something was, he was keeping to himself. The witch in the shop ushered him in. Hogwarts dear. Go to the back and have your measurements taken. Another boy is being fitted there. Harry entered the back of the shop and stood on a stool while a measuring tape was taking his measurements. The other boy had platinum blonde hair, a long face, and steel gray eyes. Harry felt like there was something familiar about the other boy, but Harry could not place it. The other boy asked him, "Are you going to Hogwarts too?" Harry nodded. Yes. The boy said, "Do you know which house you will be in?" "I bet I will be in Slytherin." Harry shrugged. "We won't know that before we get there, will we?" The other boy, who could not take the hint that Harry was not willing to talk, said again, "My parents are next door, looking for books. I think I will bully them into buying me a broom and then smuggle it into school." "What is your favorite Quidditch team?" Harry replied, I have none. The other boy asked, where are your parents? Harry replied offhandedly, they are dead. The other boy asked again, but they were like us, right? Magicals. Before Harry could think of an answer, the witch told Harry that his measurements were done and he was thankful for the escape. He had not wanted to come to Madame Malkin's in the first place because he had wardrobes overflowing with clothes both wizarding wear and muggle, but Arcturus had insisted that since he had no dress robes, he would have to buy some. They left after an hour with 5 school robes and other required items. The next stop was the trunk shop. Arcturus had many sophisticated trunks in the castle, but he wanted Harry to have something simple. They chose a 2-compartment trunk, one a library and other a wardrobe. They also selected to couple it with a feather light charm, a locomotor charm and shrinking runes. While the trunk was being made ready, they had a big ice cream from Fortescue's Cafe, and after that they went to Aesop's Owl Emporium, where Arcturus bought him a snow-white beautiful owl which he would later name Hedwig. When he asked why he was being given an owl, Arcturus told him that falcons were not allowed at the school as they could attack the school owls. When they reached the Black Town house, Harry found a parcel on the bed waiting for him. There was no name on the packet though, except a small piece of parchment which read, Harry Potter. He hollered for Remus and the werewolf came running up with Arcturus and he showed the packet to them. Remus cast some detection spells at the packet and nothing dangerous was revealed. Harry opened the packet cautiously and something soft and silky fell out of the packet. Remus cried, that is James's invisibility cloak which has been missing all these years. I wonder who had it. Harry looked through the wrapping and found a letter. This was left with me by your father shortly before he died. I needed this to research some old magics. It is time that it was returned to its rightful owner. Use it well. Happy birthday, Hadrian Potter Black. Remus looked at the letter and said, this is Dumbledore's handwriting. I wonder why he needed this cloak when he can be invisible without using the cloak. Arcturus said nothing but mentally smirked. He knew of the legend of the cloak, having been told about it by Charles Potter. He resolved to make sure that Harry Potter learned about his heritage. The 1st of September 1991. Finally the day was here when Hadrian Potter Black was to embark on the next phase of Arcturus's plan. Arcturus had talked about his plans with Harry at length and Harry had agreed with them. They had decided that together they would win the wizarding world to their side so that if Voldemort arose during his lifetime, he would not have much ground to stand on. In the last month, Harry had visited Neville or Daphne almost daily. Since they were all in London, they got together for a study session or swimming or a day in the Longbottom greenhouse, and Arcturus was hopeful that he had got friends who would stand through the thick and thin with him. There was nothing more that he could do except watch while Hadrian Potter Black conquered the wizarding world inch by inch. Sometimes they went out to Diagon Alley with Harry under glamour charms and visited the shops and have fun in general. They all had decided to meet at platform 9 3/4 King's Cross, London. Harry flowed to the platform at 10 o'clock a.m. With Remus, who had applied some glamours, they were keeping his involvement secret, and Lord Black, who had returned almost instantly after seeing him through the flow. He took a seat at the end of the train in a compartment which was empty and waited for the others. Daphne flowed in after some time and hugged him before going to find her other friend Tracy Davis. They had decided not to take the first ride together as it was necessary for their plans. Neville arrived sometime later with his grandmother, who embraced Harry like a grandson before she flowed back to Longbottom Manor. 10 minutes before the train started, a family of redheads entered the platform through the barrier. Neville pointed them out to Harry. They are the Weasleys. They are a good family but are generally looked down upon because of their scorn of pure bloods. They had a seat on the Wizengamot but were ousted from it due to some underhanded deal involving Lord Malfoy about 70 years ago. Harry nodded. Grand-uncle told me about it. They are also related to me through great-aunt Cedrella Weasley née Black. The train started after some time and they were exchanging chocolate frogs with each other when a red-headed boy opened the door. Can I sit here? Everywhere else is full. Harry cordially invited him in. Sure, come in. The boy introduced himself. I am Ronald Weasley. Harry replied, this is Neville Longbottom and I am Hadrian Jameson. He didn't want it to be known that he was attending Hogwarts before the sorting. There would be time enough for gawkers to gawk at him. They were making small talk with each other for some time when Ron brought his pet into the conversation. This is Scabbers, my rat. Scabbers, it turned out, had an appetite to rival his master. He ate his share of everything that Ronald ate. The rat was running across the length of the compartment and climbing up and down, making them laugh. Harry remembered his camera, which he had packed in his trunk, and brought it out and started clicking some pictures of the three boys, including the rat. He decided to develop them at the end of the week and send them to Remus to start an album of Harry's school days. The lunch trolley came by, and even though the boys were full, they bought something of everything. Ron, who had brought sandwiches, was invited to partake in their purchases, which he did happily. After a few hours, the boy he had met at Madame Malkin's came into their compartment with two others looking for something to eat and bullying people in general. He said to the compartment in general, "Look boys, these fine people have so much left to eat still. We will take their food." Neville glared at him. "No one invited you in here." The boy said, "Still, we are not leaving. We are done with our food and you have lots left." Harry was getting tired of the bully. He told him flatly, "You are getting tiresome. Go now or I will make you go." One of the boys reached for their food pile and came up with Scabbers, who bit his finger. With that, they decided it was time for them to leave. Hearing the commotion, a buck-toothed, bushy-haired girl entered their compartment. "Were you all fighting? You are going to lose points before you reach the school." Ron replied, "No, we were not fighting, but Scabbers was." "Who are you, by the way?" The girl replied, "I am Hermione Granger, Muggle-born." "Who are you all?" Harry answered, "This is Ronald Weasley, this is Neville Longbottom, and I am Hadrian Jameson." Hermione asked again, "Have you people studied ahead for the classes? I bet I am far behind many of the students. I have read all my course books though and have learned them by heart." She was speaking so fast that it was hard to make her words out, so Harry just shook his head in denial. Telling them to get ready, she left them in their compartment. Ronald sighed, "I just hope she doesn't wind up in the same house as me." Talks then turned towards sorting, with everyone guessing how sorting was done at the school. While Harry knew how it was done, he decided not to mention it to Ron to ruin his surprise. He would find out for himself soon enough. Harry said nothing but pulled a book out and started reading while Neville did the same. It had become a habit for them to read if there was nothing more to do. They had talked about their families at length during the last few hours, mostly Ron did, and had eaten together. There was nothing more to do for them. Soon the announcement was being made for them to leave their luggage on the train from where it would be taken to Hogwarts. The boys changed into their robes. When they got off the train, they heard a loud booming voice calling, "First years! First years! Ove here!" A giant by their standards anyway, with a lantern in his hand, bushy beard, beetle black eyes and dense beard, was collecting the first years together. As they were all with him, he started taking them to the edge of the lake where he assigned them to boats, no more than 4 to each boat. Harry climbed into a boat with Neville, the girl from the train, and Ronald. Daphne deliberately chose another boat, but they shared a look which meant things were going well with them. As the boats sped forward, they came into the first view of the castle. Harry had to remember to breathe as he took in the sight of the castle with its towering turrets and light shining from its sparkling windows. The place looked formidable, beautiful and enduring. No verbal description of the place from Remus prepared him for the actual sight. Harry remembered his camera and, holding it as steady as he could, took some pictures while he could still get the whole building into frame. Hagrid led them to a side door in the castle where he banged on large double doors 3 times. The doors were opened by a stern-looking witch, her hair tied into a bun on her head, her lips firmly pursed into a thin line and her expressions foreboding. Harry had the impression that it was a teacher one should not cross. "First years, Professor McGonagall," said Hagrid, consigning the group to the stern-looking witch. He then headed off through another door. She took them to a chamber and started addressing them, "Welcome to Hogwarts. The start of term feast will begin shortly. Before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a very important ceremony because, while you are here, your house will be something like your family within Hogwarts. You will have classes with the rest of your house, sleep in your house dormitory and spend free time in your house common room. The 4 houses are called Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Each house has its own noble history and each has produced outstanding witches and wizards. While you are at Hogwarts, your triumphs will earn your house points, while any rule breaking will lose house points. At the end of the year, the house with the most points is awarded the House Cup, a great honor. I hope each of you will be a credit to whichever house becomes yours. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school. I suggest you all smarten yourselves up as much as you can while you are waiting. Harry did not understand what he could do to smarten himself up except try to tame his hair. But he knew that was a losing battle. Every Potter male was cursed with the same hair. As they were waiting, some students jumped in fright as pearly white ghosts drifted out of a wall, talking among themselves and arguing what to do about Peeves. One of them noticed the students and asked them what they were doing, while others guessed that they were waiting to be sorted. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, and Harry was amazed at the size of the hall. While he had lived in a castle for the last 9 years, the Great Hall was twice the size of the hall at Black Castle and looked more magnificent, with the ceiling charmed to look like the sky outside. She took them all near the staff table while Hermione kept reciting facts about the school from Hogwarts, a history, like how the ceiling had been charmed. After Professor McGonagall told them how they were to be sorted and started calling out names, he waited while he watched others getting sorted. He was casting a keen eye over the other students to cite some potential allies among his year mates. While some were sorted almost immediately, the Hat deliberated over others. Harry hoped that none of them would become Hatstall, one who could not be sorted even after the Hat had deliberated over them for 5 minutes. He was so lost in his musings that he missed the whole song of the Sorting Hat. Abbot Hannah was the first to be sorted and went into Hufflepuff, followed by Bones Susan, who also went to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot became the first Ravenclaw, followed by Mandy Brocklehurst, who followed Boot into Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor almost immediately, followed by a big-looking girl named Millicent Bulstrode, who was sorted into Slytherin, followed by a trollish-looking boy called Vincent Crabbe, who was sorted into Slytherin. Michael Corner again was sorted into Ravenclaw, followed by Stephen Cornfoot, and Tracy Davis became Slytherin, with Faye Dunbar being sorted into Gryffindor. Then came Kevin Entwisle and Justin Finch Fletchley, who both were sorted into Hufflepuff. Seamus Finnegan going to Gryffindor and Anthony Goldstein went to Ravenclaw. Finally it was Hermione's turn, and she eagerly put the hat on her head and it started speaking in her head. What do we have here? Oh, you have a well-organized mind here. You have a thirst for knowledge, but you are also brave and do not hesitate to take a stand. Ravenclaw would be good for you and so would Gryffindor, so, where to send you? Hermione spoke. Can you send me to Gryffindor? It will be good there for me. The Hat agreed. Ravenclaw would be fit for you equally, but you are inclined to Gryffindor more. So you are going to Gryffindor. The Hat said the words to the Great Hall, and the table with the red and gold banner burst into applause while Ron groaned. Professor McGonagall called the next name, Daphne Greengrass, and Harry attentively watched the sorting. As Daphne put the hat on her head, the Hat spoke. You have thirst of knowledge and the ambition of Slytherin. I know of just the place to sort you. Slytherin. She happily walked to the green and silver bannered table. Gregory Goyle soon followed suit into Slytherin, while Wayne Hopkins and Megan Jones went to Hufflepuff. Sue Lee was sorted into Ravenclaw, and then it was Neville's turn. Neville shuffled nervously towards the stool and put the hat on his head. The Hat said, "Oh, I see. You have lived under the shadow of your parents' fame. I can see you are hard-working and loyal, the traits of Hufflepuff, but there is an underlying sense of bravery and chivalry. You will do well in Gryffindor." Harry noticed that Hermione and Neville both came close to Hatstall but had been sorted before the 5-minute mark. When McGonagall called, "Draco Malfoy," the boy from the train walked up to the stool, and as soon as the Hat had touched his head, the Hat called out, "Slytherin." Smirking in pleasure, he strode to the table with the green and silver banner. Isabel McDougal was sorted into Ravenclaw, while Ernie Macmillan was sent into Hufflepuff. Lilith Moon, Theodore Nott and Pansy Parkinson were sorted into Slytherin, and then the Pottle twins were called, who were sorted into Ravenclaw and Gryffindor respectively. Sally Ann Perks was sent into Hufflepuff, and Harry was feeling the jitters knowing he was next. This was the moment that would determine whether their preparations had been enough. McGonagall called, "Hadrian Potter Black," and there was complete silence in the Great Hall. While people did not know him by Hadrian, yet everyone knew he was the last Potter, and so everyone was gawking at him as the Hat sat on his head. The Hat examined his mind for some moments and then said, "I must say I am surprised, Mr. Potter Black. You have a well-organized mind with some serious mental shields. I can see cunning, resourcefulness and ambition in you, which are all the traits of Slytherin, and no doubt you will learn to be great in Slytherin. There are also underlying qualities of bravery, chivalry and courage in you which makes you worthy of Gryffindor. What do you say, Mr. Potter? Harry replied, I would rather be in Gryffindor than Slytherin. No true Slytherin would be sorted there if he could derive an advantage by being in another house. The hat guffawed, that is a good point, however logic does not work here. I still think you would do well in Slytherin. Harry frantically said, no, I refuse to go to Slytherin. The hat finally gave in, okay, if that is your wish, Gryffindor. The table with red and gold banners erupted in cheers while the Weasley twins were standing and chanting, we got Potter, we got Potter. Harry strode to the table and sat with Neville and the twins who thumped him on the shoulder. Oliver Rivers was sent to Ravenclaw, Elia Runcorn was sent to Gryffindor, Sally Smith and Zacharias Smith were sent to Hufflepuff, Dean Thomas joined Gryffindor while Lisa Turpin was sent to Ravenclaw. Ronald was sorted to Gryffindor and Blaise Zabini was sorted into Slytherin. After that, Dumbledore stood up and said, Welcome. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we start our banquet, I would like to say a few words, Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you. Everybody clapped and cheered while Harry did not know whether to laugh or not. He turned to Percy Weasley who was sitting near him, is he mad? Percy said, no. He is a genius though a bit mad. Potato, Hadrian, he asked, and Harry found that the feast had started and the tables were filled with food of all varieties. Since he was feeling hungry, the food trolley on the train had been a long time ago, he tucked in while Ron was glaring at him. After he was done eating, he turned to Ron, what is the problem, Ron? Did you not enjoy your food? Ron said snarkily, why didn't you tell me that you are Harry Potter? Harry frowned, how does that make any difference? And my name is Hadrian Potter Black. Please remember it. Hermione who was seated near them said to him enthusiastically, I have read all the books about you. You were mentioned in the rise and fall of the dark arts and important wizarding events of the 20th century. Harry snorted, whatever is written there is false, Miss Granger. She looked shocked, what do you mean? Books do not lie. Harry told her calmly, it is speculation at best. I have been hidden away from the magical world for the last 10 years. As far as Wizarding Britain is concerned, living under a rock, Neville snorted, and no one save a handful of people knew my whereabouts. There is no one alive to this day who knows about the events that transpired that night except me, and I was too small to even hold a wand. How would I remember what had happened? Hermione opened her mouth to say something and then closed it again. He had a point and she could not reply to it. Harry further continued, the children's story books about me are also fiction because I can attest that I have never seen a Noondu in my life, never mind petting one. I do not live in a far-off castle surrounded by scores of friends or know of any secret magics. Just then, a ghost rose from the table and introduced himself as Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the ghost of Gryffindor Tower. Ron piped up and said, I know who you are. You're nearly headless Nick. Fred and George told me about you. The ghost scowled, if you want to address me, call me Sir Nicholas. When Hermione asked him how he gained that name, he showed them how his neck was just hanging by sinews. After that the talk turned towards other students who were telling of their family history, ancestry, etc. Harry watched around the great hall while he tried to take in everything he saw and heard. He looked at the staff table and found a hook-nosed, greasy-haired person sitting at the staff table talking to a nervous-looking man who wore a ridiculously large turban. He turned to Percy who had been talking to Hermione and answering her questions about studies. She seemed fascinated by transfiguration but was disheartened to know that they would not be transfiguring furniture into animals for now but small things like matchsticks into needles. He asked Percy who was a prefect, Percy, who are those two? Percy looked where he was pointing and answered, they are Professor Quirinius Quirrell who teaches defense against the dark arts and Professor Severus Snape who teaches potions. Snape has always wanted to teach defense. Harry was surprised but covered his surprise nicely. He had heard from Lord Black that Severus Snape had been accused of being a Death Eater and to see him teaching here was discomforting for him. Snape looked at him sharply just then and their eyes connected for a moment but then Snape looked away. Dumbledore stood up again, now that you all are warm and fed, it is time that I give you all some notices before you are taken to your comfortably warm beds and tucked in to be ready for your lessons beginning tomorrow. Everyone chuckled for a moment and Dumbledore started speaking again, the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden. The new students as well as some older students would do better to remember this. He looked at the twins who were snickering. Mr. Filch, our caretaker has reminded me this morning that no magic should be used in the corridors between classes. The list of restricted objects has been extended and now includes 300 objects. The complete list is posted outside his office to be examined by the students at their leisure. I would take this opportunity to inform all the students that the right wing of the third floor is out of bounds for everyone this year if you do not want to die a horrible painful death. Harry was among the few who laughed at his words, but he was one of few to do so. He asked Percy, "He is not serious, is he?" Percy said, "He must be serious. I have never seen him joke about these things. But he should have at least told us prefects the reason for it." Dumbledore led the school through the recital of the school song and then dismissed them. First-year Gryffindors were being led by Percy. When they came to the stairs, there were some sticks floating in the air. When the first years started to pass by, the sticks started shooting towards them. Percy roared, "Peeves! Peeves!" The poltergeist appeared cackling, "Ickle firsties! So much fun!" Harry had heard about the poltergeist from Remus and how the Marauders used to include him in their pranks or sometimes make him the target of their pranks. He would pay them back in kind whenever he got the chance. Harry stepped forward and said to Peeves, "Peeves, the Marauders send their compliments. They promise that they will return to harass you more." The poltergeist almost fell out of the air but was airborne at the last moment. He drifted away. Percy said to him appreciatively, "That was very good, Hadrian. Nobody has managed to do this to him yet in my memory." Harry said nothing but was inwardly planning all the mayhem that he would cause at Hogwarts while he appeared the naive and docile guy. The invisibility cloak had come as a blessing for him at the right moment. When they reached the portrait hole, Percy gave the password, Caput Draconis, and it swung outwards to allow them entrance. Percy showed them the way to their dorms. He explained the general rules and they retired to their dormitories. The Great Hall. Harry had stayed up late with his new roommates. Of course, he knew Neville well from the weeks they spent together while growing up. He had met Ron on the train and they seemed to hit it off well, especially when Harry was open about how that git Malfoy and his two goons did not impress him. Dean and Seamus seemed to know each other from their time before Hogwarts. Dean seemed to be a pretty steady guy, but Seamus was entirely too fond of making things explode. It was past midnight before Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother and a new prefect, came and threatened them with all kinds of dire consequences if they didn't settle down and get some sleep. He also reminded them that the first day of class was tomorrow and they did not want to get off on the wrong foot with their teachers by falling asleep in class. The gawking started the next day at breakfast as Harry had anticipated. They had barely entered the Great Hall when he noticed eyes turning toward him. He was still taking stock of the hot cereal, pancakes, waffles, French toast, bacon sausage, juice, scrambled eggs, syrups, marmalade, and more, trying to make up his mind about what to eat, when the first group approached him. They were a delegation from Hufflepuff, led by a very pretty first year with strawberry blonde hair who introduced herself as Susan Bones. Her friend was Hannah Abbott and there were a few other first years with them. Next up was Daphne Greengrass who introduced her friend Tracy and a few other first years from Slytherin. While they were visiting, Harry discreetly slipped her a note to meet him in the library after dinner. She would have to look for a "notice me not" charm. Of course, Draco and his squad, Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson did not join the parade. It seemed to Harry that each of the other tables was watching, taking their turn to come and introduce themselves. Some just wanted to say hello. Some offered their friendship while many just wanted a closer look at the boy who lived to see if the reality was anything like the legend. Most of them just came over, said hello and were gone before he could actually respond to those he found interesting. As breakfast progressed, Harry grabbed mouthfuls of food between visitors. He realized that today was going to be a long day. His mind was reeling with all those people who were introducing themselves to him trying to become his friends. As Great Aunt Cassiopeia had taught him, he politely talked with everyone, accepted their compliments and said a word or two in return to each one. He had been surprised with the number of Slytherin students who came over to see him and convey their wishes or regards. If he were a Muggle born he would have thought all of these people were trying to be his friends, but being raised by Slytherins, he knew they were all trying to get in his good graces because he was the heir to House Black. As he sat to breakfast with Neville on one side and Ron on the other, a tawny owl landed in front of him. It had the Daily Prophet in its legs for him. After paying the owl, he unfolded the paper and groaned. The front page was splattered with a bold headline and a smiling photo somebody had been able to obtain without his knowing. The boy WHO lived, the savior of the wizarding world arrives at Hogwarts. By Helena Campbell. Yesterday, in the sorting of the smallest class yet at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, most of the populace of the wizarding world held their breath while they waited for the sorting of none other than the boy who lived, Harry James Potter, who we are told goes by Hadrian James Potter Black now. Yes, dear reader, the savior of the wizarding world has been raised by the family of the man who betrayed his parents to you-know-who. For more on Ancient and Most Noble House of Potter and Ancient and Most Noble House of Black, CP8. While we do not yet know of the conditions of his placement with the House of Black, we had not anticipated that he would be given to the darkest of the families for being raised. Some of the sources claim to have seen him wearing the heir ring of the House of Potter and Black, indicating a family merger between the two houses. Gringotts also confirmed that he is the heir of both houses by reason of being the last Potter and the heir of Black, as he has been declared so by Lord Arcturus Orion Black, who lives a reclusive life on the continent. For more on Lord Arcturus Orion Black, CP. 6. This also raises questions as to his well-being and the choice of Albus Dumbledore, who had assured the general wizarding populace that he was being hidden in a place which is safe from any kind of attack. However, sources have informed us that he is quite the charming young man who does not hold any bias against anyone. In the sorting, it was observed that the hat took its time to sort him. In fact, some of the sources suggest that he avoided being a hat stall by a matter of a few seconds. The final verdict of the hat was to sort him into Gryffindor, where all his family had been sorted through the ages before. There have been a lot of rumors about him and a rather popular book series about the adventures of a fictional character based on him. It has been told that he dismissed everything about him as allegory with no substance to those rumors. We tried to contact Lord Black, Professor Dumbledore and Hadrian Potter Black, but none of them were available for comment. We at the Daily Prophet wish him good luck for his life ahead and hope that he will become a pillar of the community as his family always has been. Harry read the article and grimaced while people whispered around him. Other than that swipe they took it serious, the article was fairly accurate. What bothered him was the realization that he would not be allowed to have a private life. It did look, however, like Dumbledore had taken steps to at least keep the press out of the school, and Harry was thankful for that small mercy. It would be exceedingly hard to get on with his studies if he had to dodge interviewers and cameras every time he walked the hallways. He was still lost in thought when Hermione Granger joined them, sitting down across from him. She noticed the frown on his face and asked, "Hadrian, what is the matter?" It was Neville who answered. The Daily Prophet got wind of him and his sorting. Perhaps someone in the castle sold the story to them last night for few galleons. As breakfast was going on, Zeus landed in the room and held out its claw for Harry. Harry gleefully took the letter while petting the bird. People around him were openly gawking now. They had seen all kinds of owls delivering the post, but a falcon was unique in their experience. The letter was from Moony, who wanted to know about his day so far, how he was settling into the castle and everything that he had done or not done. Harry fed the falcon some bacon and sent him away to the Ollery, saying that he will have a letter for him when he had time to write it. After classes were over for the day, Harry intended to spend the rest of the afternoon and evening going around the castle, trying to learn all the secret ways and everything that was worth knowing or would help him in pranking. He had notes from Remus about all the secret passages within the castle that the werewolf could remember, and Harry was determined to learn them all. Harry's belly was getting quite full of all the marvelous food, as his head was also quite full of the names of all the people who had introduced themselves. The signal that breakfast was over was given when the dishes on the table were all suddenly empty and clean. Harry observed as four of the professors rose from the staff table and proceeded to the house tables. The greasy-haired, sallow-complexioned, hook-nosed wizard all dressed in black went to the Slytherin table. The witch with the fly-away hair, wearing the patched hat, went to the Hufflepuff table. The diminutive, energetic wizard trotted over to the Ravenclaw table. The tall, stern-looking witch with her hair in a tight bun was heading his way with a stack of parchments in her hand. With a wave of her wand, the parchments flew out of her left hand and landed, one in front of each student. When Harry looked down at his, he realized that it was his timetable. Hadrian James Potter Black, first year 1991–1992. Monday, 9 o'clock Charms Classroom, Professor Phileas Flitwick with Hufflepuff, 10:30 Herbology, Greenhouses, Professor Pomona Sprout with Hufflepuff, noon lunch, Great Hall, 1:30 Double Transfiguration Classroom Professor Minerva McGonagall with Ravenclaw. Tuesday, 9 o'clock Double Defense Against the Dark Arts, Defense Classroom Professor Quirinus Quirrell with Ravenclaw, noon lunch, Great Hall, 1:30 Herbology, Greenhouses Professor Pomona Sprout with Hufflepuff. Wednesday, 9 o'clock Charms Classroom Professor Phileas Flitwick with Hufflepuff, 10:30 Defense Against the Dark Arts, Defense Classroom Professor Quirinus Quirrell with Ravenclaw, noon lunch, Great Hall, 1:30 Double History of Magic, History Classroom Professor Cuthbert Binns with Ravenclaw. 9 p.m. Double Astronomy, Top of Astronomy Tower Professor Aurora Sinistra with Hufflepuff. Thursday, 9 o'clock Herbology, Greenhouses Professor Pomona Sprout with Hufflepuff, 10:30 Transfiguration Classroom Professor Minerva McGonagall with Ravenclaw, noon lunch, Great Hall 1:30 Charms Classroom Professor Phileas Flitwick with Hufflepuff, 3:30 Flying, Quidditch Pitch Madame Rolanda Hooch with Slytherin. Friday, 9 o'clock Double Potions Dungeon Professor Severus Snape with Slytherin, noon lunch, Great Hall. Charms Classroom. Thanks to Remus, Harry knew that Charms classes took place on the second floor. Finding the Charms Classroom did not take him long. Harry's first ever class at Hogwarts was Charms attended with the Hufflepuffs. The diminutive Charms professor climbed a stack of books to reach his chair and started calling out their names. When he read out Harry's name, he squeaked and toppled off of his chair. The Charms professor set them to learn the Lumos and Nox charm. Harry had scoffed at the idea, initially wondering why would this spell need to be taught, but one look at the Muggle-born students and he realized why they needed to learn the charm. He had been brought up in a castle where he had been carefully taught and practiced from an early age. But some of these Muggle-born did not even know that magic was real until about 2 months ago at most. The Charms teacher was a cheerful and energetic person who made sure the students understood the theory first and then demonstrated the spell. He asked very few questions of the students. But when they had a question, which was rare, he quickly and cheerfully gave short and clear answers. Harry had already shown his proficiency in Lumos and Nox and now was trying his hand at the Petrification Hex. He knew how to cast it perfectly and did that while the Muggle-born finished learning Lumos and Nox. He had plans to corner the Charms teacher to teach him dueling because he wanted to participate in the World Under-14 Dueling Championship. The Charms professor had been a dueling champion for 9 years in a row and there were things that Harry could learn from him. The greenhouses. Next up was his first lesson in herbology with the Hufflepuffs. They moved in one great mass from the Charms classroom, down the trick stairs and out the front doors of the castle to the greenhouses. Waiting outside the greenhouses to greet them was Professor Sprout. Harry's first impression of her from the welcoming feast the night before was that this witch did not care much for her own appearance. Now that Harry saw her up close, he could see that she had a kind face, with flyaway hair and a laughing, cheerful yet careful nature. Having already taught one class today, there were visible signs of toil, soil and sweat on her generous and well-muscled frame. Harry guessed that working with plants all day was physically taxing and, given what he already knew about magical plants, often dangerous. She was also the head of house for Hufflepuff. It was rumored that she gave special lessons to her house in herbology by decorating the common room with plants from her lessons. She escorted them inside of greenhouse number 1. This was where the mostly harmless plants were kept, only slight variants from many plants known by Muggles. When they were all gathered around the tables, she started addressing them. Welcome to herbology. This subject attracts 2 types of people, those who love plants and those who wish to be potions masters. A large majority of potions ingredients come from plants, both magical and mundane. It would be impossible to do anything original with potions without understanding these plants, knowing their properties, how to care for them and how to harvest them. As for my fellow plant lovers, I just find it relaxing and rewarding to see them healthy, growing and maturing. When a plant is not doing well, I take it as a personal challenge to determine what ails it and cure it. I hope that some of you may feel the same way. My job is to teach you all of these things. Before we begin, there are a few things that you should know. First, I do not waste my breath. If I caution you about something that a plant is, it is for your own safety. Please pay attention. Second, always wear your dragon hide gloves. You will be handling plants which have poisonous barbs, corrosive sap, teeth and more. You will also be handling fertilizer. Need I remind you of where that comes from? You do not want any of this in contact with your skin, or it will be a trip to the hospital wing to visit with Madame Pomfrey. Third, if a plant does attack you, you are permitted to yell, and yes, swear if you must, to get our attention and alert the people around you to the danger. Fourth and finally, there will be no time wasting in my class. Our greenhouses are vast and there are always some plants in need of attention. Are there any questions? Seamus raised his hand. Professor, if a plant does attack one of us, what should we do? She responded, Finnegan isn't it. It is best to sound the alarm and get out of the reach of the plant immediately. A plant can be repelled with the Flipendo Jinx. If, however, you are not able to disentangle yourself, most animate plants can be stopped, without doing any serious harm to them, with a stunner. If, however, the plant cannot be stopped in any other way, you may be forced to destroy it with Incendio. We will spend some of this class making sure that all of you can use those spells. She taught them about Asphodel, its qualities, its uses and other details associated with that plant. She also taught the spells she had mentioned. During the class, Harry made his acquaintance with Ernie Macmillan, whose family had been an ally of the Potters. Ernie pompously promised to introduce him to others who were friends of House Potter. When the class was over, she assigned them a foot of parchment to be turned in the next class about the Stupefy, Incendio and Flipendo Jinx and their uses in herbology with the incantation and wand movements. The Great Hall. By the time Harry had washed up and put on fresh robes, lunch in the Great Hall was well underway. He made a mental note to work more on those household, clean yourself up type spells. It occurred to him that they were huge time savers. Most of the lunch conversation was about the professors and what they had learned that morning. The steady stream of visitors from breakfast did not repeat itself. Lunch, although he was late, still seemed to stretch out for a long time. This afternoon would be a double Transfigurations lesson with his head of house. Transfigurations classroom. For the first Transfigurations class, Harry had used a couple of the shortcuts which Moony had told him about to get from the Great Hall to the Transfiguration classroom on the second floor, and he was first to arrive at the class. Some of the more observant Gryffindors were right behind him. This was the first class that they were going to share with Ravenclaw. He was ready to see the work of the house renowned for their cleverness. When he entered the class, there was a tabby cat sitting on the teacher's desk watching the students enter the room. Having been forewarned by Remus, Harry knew that this was Professor McGonagall in her animagus form, waiting for the right time to surprise her students. Even though Harry had made a vow to himself not to cross her, he felt that one good prank deserved another. He drew his wand and started alternating between Lumos and Nox to flash a point of light near the cat. She sat stiffly for a while, trying to pretend that chasing a point of light was beneath her dignity. But, witch in disguise or not, a cat is a cat, and she started chasing the light around the room. After a few more minutes, the Ravenclaws arrived. Harry, not wanting to humiliate the professor in front of the other students, had the cat chase the light right out of the room and doused his wand. A few seconds later, Professor McGonagall entered the room, looking stoic, her mouth in a thin line and glaring at Harry. He had to work hard to suppress a grin because he did not want to land in detention on the very first day of class. She started the class with an introduction of her subject. Welcome to Transfiguration. It is one of the most complex and exciting branches of magic. This subject is useful in daily life as well as in combat to any witch or wizard. With Transfiguration you can learn to change one thing into another. When she flourished her wand, her desk changed into a pig, then the pig transformed back into a desk to great applause from the students. Then she continued, since this is a core subject, you will be studying with me for a minimum of your first 5 years while you are here at Hogwarts. You will also learn to conjure things from thin air. She conjured a flock of singing canaries. How to animate objects. She tapped her desk and it did a convincing soft shoo until she tapped it again to make it stop. I will also teach you how to transform animals into people, people into animals, objects into animals, animals into objects and one thing into another. I can teach you how to disguise yourself expertly so that your own mother will not be able to recognize you. This subject requires patience, lots of creativity, and careful control. I warn you that loss of control can have disastrous results. So there will be no stupidity in my classes. Anyone who needs to be reminded of that will be given detention post-haste. After she was sure that she had intimidated her students sufficiently to get her point across, she started teaching them the Transfiguration alphabet. She told them that there would be a test on it in the next class. Harry understood the use of the Transfiguration alphabet, of course. As Remus had told him, the alphabets could be used in weaving wards or other such uses. The class was good and he observed the Ravenclaws in between. For the most part, they seemed to pick things up quickly. They were also quiet and sober. As the class was letting out, the professor asked Harry to stay behind. Mr. Potter Black, please accompany me to the headmaster's study. He wants to have a word with you. Harry hung his head. Professor, I'm sorry. I was just having a little fun. Making a visible effort to suppress her mirth, she cut in, I'm sure I have no idea what you are talking about, Mr. Potter Black. Come along now. He dutifully replied, of course, Professor. The headmaster's office. He got up and followed the stern professor out of the classroom and around a corner to stand in front of a huge, ugly gargoyle. Professor McGonagall said, drops, and the gargoyle came to life, leaping to one side while the wall split down the center from floor to ceiling and slid aside to the right and left. When Harry was able to see inside, there was a moving spiral staircase to take him upwards. He quickly stepped on it while Professor McGonagall said, he is waiting for you, Mr. Potter Black, and welcome to Hogwarts. Harry ascended the staircase nervously while his heart kept pounding against his rib cage. He of course had anticipated this meeting and thought that he was ready for whatever Dumbledore might say. If he believed Moony, the old headmaster would not give him any grief, not with his parents' will in his possession. Harry knocked on the door and with a soft, enter, the door opened inwards. The office was a circular chamber full of bookshelves on one side, laden with ancient tomes. The rest of the walls were covered with moving portraits. Among them, Harry spotted Phineas Nigellus Black, the least popular headmaster of Hogwarts. The headmaster was seated behind a big table on a stuffed chintz chair, his long fingers steepled together, his half-moon glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and his electric blue eyes were twinkling merrily. On the other side of the office, there were little spindly-legged tables with delicate silver instruments on them, some of which were whirring and puffing. There was a bowl of candies placed in front of the headmaster while on the side was a perch where a beautiful phoenix was sleeping. Harry remembered being told by Moony that the phoenix was called Fawkes and sang beautiful, joyous melodies. Welcome, Mr. Potter Black. Please take a seat, the headmaster said, pointing to one of the seats on this side of the table. As Harry sat, the headmaster pointed to the bowl of sweets. Would you care for a drop? Harry replied, I hope I am able to refuse without any offense, Professor. Dumbledore shrugged but said nothing for a few minutes, perhaps thinking of how to start the conversation. Harry took the time to look around, taking in the office and its contents. As he looked more closely at the portraits, he could see that each one bore a name and the dates when they were headmasters of the school. He knew, from his experience at the Black Castle, that these portraits could talk and move between portraits in the same building or portraits of themselves in different locations. This was likely a large part of how Dumbledore kept an eye on things in the school and communicated discreetly outside of the school when needed. He could only guess at the function of the silver, puffing instruments sitting on their spindly-legged tables. Harry thought they might be some highly sensitive detectors, but given the whimsical nature of the headmaster, they might just be toys. Dumbledore's voice interrupted Harry's speculations. Mr. Potter Black. Harry cut him off with a smile and a wave of his hand. Headmaster, please call me Hadrian or Harry. Mr. Potter Black sounds like I am in trouble for something. Dumbledore chuckled. All right then, Harry, it is. He sobered up then. There are a few things that you should know. On that Halloween night, nearly 10 years ago, when your parents were killed, he took a deep breath, I feared that your life was in immediate danger. Voldemort had vanished, leaving behind his wand and cloak, but he still had many followers who were quite dangerous in their own right. Your mother's last act was to invoke an ancient magic to give you a lasting protection against anyone who intended to harm you. Voldemort could not understand the power of love and underestimated her, which led him to be vanquished. The protection which she gave to you flows in your blood, which meant you were safest at your aunt and uncle's house because she was your blood. You had no blood relatives left on your father's side to take you in. His best friend turned you over to Hagrid to bring you to me. A week later, he was accused of betraying your parents and sent to Azkaban. I did not know who your godmother was or anyone else who could take you in. Your parents had another best friend, Remus Lupin, who was not in the country on that night, and he was ineligible for a few more reasons. I was told that your aunt and uncle do not like wizards in general, but trusting that your Aunt Petunia had some of your mother in her, I was hoping that she would be kind to you and raise you well. I was both saddened and horrified to discover how wrong I was when you disappeared, and I investigated their home, trying to determine what had become of you. While I do not deserve it, I hope that with time, you will be able to forgive me for my mistake, understanding the limited choices of an old man. The older wizard's face had shown a myriad of expressions all the while he spoke. Harry understood that he was being truthful. Maybe he was remorseful for what he did. The truth was that Harry had been ready to confront Dumbledore, give him an earful for his mistake, but the headmaster had already accepted his mistake. He wondered at how uncanny Remus had been in his prediction of Dumbledore's character. The old headmaster had acted the way Remus said he would. There were still a few questions which he needed answered. He turned to the headmaster. "Professor, I have a few questions for you. I hope that you will answer them honestly." The old headmaster eagerly nodded. "I would be delighted to answer your questions if I can, my boy." Harry asked, "My first question is, did you know that Sirius Black is my godfather? Do you know for certain that Sirius Black was their secret keeper? Are you certain that there was impeccable evidence about his guilt?" Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose while collecting his thoughts, and after a few seconds, he replied, "When you were born, the war was at its peak, with people dying or disappearing right and left. Everyday families were being wiped out of existence. No one knew if the wizarding world would survive his madness. I was the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. I was busy on many fronts leading the war against him. As such, it was impossible for me to know everything in spite of my best efforts. You were born in Potter Castle when your grandparents were still alive. Your grandfather was a warrior, and he had a pretty good idea about how to keep his family safe. Your family has been secretive over the centuries. No private details were ever known about your family to the general wizarding world except for what they saw fit to tell. I did not know that Sirius Black was your godfather when Hagrid brought you to me. By the time the goblins had replied to my inquiries about any of your other living relatives or godparents, your godfather, Sirius, was already in Azkaban. I tried to convince the Ministry to look into his convictions, since the magics behind the oath would have killed him if he tried to betray your parents. The minister had his mind made up. He flatly refused to look into the matter. To make matters worse, he sealed the record of the hearing, classifying the files as official secret under the Official Secrets Act. I tried to find some evidence to prove him innocent, but I was unsuccessful. In answer to your second question, James had told me that he intended to make Sirius the secret keeper of the cottage. I offered to become their secret keeper, but by then our ranks had been breached and no one trusted anyone else. In fact, James and Sirius even suspected Remus Lupin to have gone over to the other side, which would have been unimaginable during their school days. When the Fidelius charm had been cast upon the cottage at Godric's Hollow, Sirius came to Hogwarts with a piece of parchment with the secret written on it. He refused to speak the secret aloud in case we were overheard. Since that night, I have come into possession of some facts which indicate that he may be innocent in the whole secret keeper affair. But then there is the issue of the murder of Peter Pettigrew with 12 muggles, about which my information is woefully poor. The Aurors who took him into custody arrived too late to see what actually happened. Any statement that Sirius might have made has been sealed as part of the official record. According to some reliable second-hand information I received, he never made a coherent statement anyway. Since he has been in Azkaban, he has not been permitted any visitors. Frankly, the whole thing stinks of cover-up, and I want to know what they are hiding." Harry asked, "Do you still have that parchment or a memory record of it? The handwriting could tell us who the secret keeper was." The corners of Dumbledore's mouth twitched. "Yes, that could be most enlightening." He rose from his desk and crossed to a cabinet from which he took a shallow stone basin engraved with runes and symbols. He brought the object back to his desk. Then he put his wand to the side of his head and drew out, as it seemed, a shining silver thread which came away, dangling from his wand. He released the thread into the basin and gave it a stir. An image of Sirius Black rose from the basin. The Potters have taken Harry into hiding. Here is the location. I dare not speak it aloud, and he handed the parchment to someone that Harry did not see. The headmaster said, Harry, this is a pensieve which I use to view or even enter memories. If you are to see the handwriting of the secret keeper of your parents' cottage, you will need to enter the memory with me. Come, I will guide you through it. Having said that, Dumbledore showed him how to put his face to the basin. When Harry did so, he tumbled into the headmaster's office of 10 years ago and watched again as Sirius handed the parchment over to Dumbledore. He took a good look at the handwriting on the parchment before Dumbledore set it on fire and destroyed the note. Then Harry felt the firm grip of Dumbledore on his arm, and the next thing he knew, he was standing in the headmaster's office of today again. That was it, Harry. I feel like I should know the handwriting, but I just can't place it, Dumbledore said. Harry thought for a moment, then said, it is most likely that the secret keeper was one of my father's 3 closest friends. Remus Lupin was out of the country. If Sirius Black had been the traitor, his oath as my godfather would have killed him. That leaves only Peter Pettigrew, the one known as Wormtail. If we can get a sample of his handwriting, we can confirm it. Dumbledore nodded quietly. I shall look into that, Harry. Harry had taken in everything that the headmaster had said. The meeting had proved to be very illuminating for him and cleared up a lot of perceptions. It was then Dumbledore said, now can I ask a few questions, my boy? Harry gave him a lopsided grin. Ask away, Professor. I will answer as completely as I can. Dumbledore saw the lopsided grin and shuddered. It had never boded well for the school when James Potter wore that expression while he was a student here, and he had no hope that anything would change. Anyhow, the school had become too monotonous since there were only the Weasley twins left to prank the school. Maybe they could do with more laughter all around. He would have to wait and see. He turned to Harry. Who has raised you all these years? Where have you been living? Who took you out of your aunt and uncle's house? Harry gave him the half-truth as Arcturus had instructed him. I was raised by Lord Arcturus Orion Black of the House of Black, who had removed me from the house by an acquaintance of his. Since the person who removed me from the house was neither branded nor had any hostile intention towards me, the wards you placed were unable to stop him. I was raised away from Wizarding Britain in the way of the heir of House Lord Black made sure that I got exposure to the Muggle world as well. That is all that I can really say, I am afraid. Dumbledore nodded. I understand, my boy. It is just that I had been worried about you all these years. Now that you are here, I have to make sure that you are well and in fine health. The Minister of Magic has messaged me by Flow twice requesting an audience with you. He claims that Lord Black has no right to take custody of you. Do you have anything which can establish his claim? Harry pulled a copy of the bequest out of his robes and set it on the table before the headmaster. This is the last will and testament of Lord James Charles Potter and Lady Lily Potter née Evans. This clearly states a list of people who were authorized to take custody of me. You will find that Sirius Black and his legal relatives were placed at the top of the list. Since Lord Black is his grandfather and brother to my grandmother, he is entitled to take custody. I have no desire to meet with the minister, who is a bumbling fool with no visions for the betterment of the wizarding world. Please present this copy of the will to him and tell him to leave me alone, or Lord Black will have to come and set him straight. Dumbledore had just remembered something. I also want to thank you, Harry, for the trust that your parents have created to fund the education of deserving but poor students. Hogwarts education is not cheap, and due to the paucity of funds from the ministry, we have not been able to give the best to the students for years now. With this trust fund in place, I trust that they will be better served and we will be able to upgrade many of the facilities of the school. Harry waved him off. Headmaster, everyone deserves the best education, and I am rather thankful to them that they thought of it. Dumbledore smiled. That's not all, Harry. I received a letter from Lord Black on the 1st of August in which he had provided for a similar corpus fund worth 500,000 galleons and told us to give those scholarships in the names of James and Lily Potter. Harry realized in that moment what Lord Black had been doing while Harry was in Madame Malkin's. The old wizard never failed to surprise him. Dumbledore was saying, I met with Ragnarok a few days after receiving the letter and merged the two funds together, entrusting him to manage it. We call these the Potter's Scholarship. With the initial amount of 50,000 that was sent, I dare say many students have benefited. Harry asked him something which had been on his mind. Headmaster, what do you know about the Adventures of Harry Potter book series? I am told that he published those books with your permission. Dumbledore chuckled. Yes. The author approached me about a decade ago with an idea for fictional story books to be published with the boy who lived as the protagonist. Since I was the only one that people knew to be concerned with your welfare, he asked for my permission. I initially wanted to refuse, but then I realized that he may go ahead and publish those books without asking, and so will others who definitely would jump on the wagon when they will see it minting money. So I gave him a license for 10 years to publish those books provided he let me see them beforehand, and that he would pay 20% of the net revenue from the sale of the books and related merchandise to an account to be held in trust for you until you were able to claim it. The gnomes in Switzerland have been looking after that account for you, earning about 9% per annum. At last report, you had 13 million galleons which you may draw on at any time. You have earned 66 galleons, 13 sickles and 18 nuts while you've been sitting here talking with me. Just then, Harry's stomach gave a loud growl. Headmaster, if you have any other questions for me, I am at your disposal, but I would like to join my friends for dinner. Dumbledore smiled brightly. Of course, Harry. I'm looking forward to some treacle tart myself. Library. After dinner, the next place that fascinated him and Neville was the library. Rows upon rows of shelves in the library were bulging with books and groaning under their weight. The librarian, Madame Pants, was a stern-looking witch who did not tolerate anyone making a ruckus in the library or defiling her beloved books. It had been said that she told students off for speaking too loudly and even banned students for creating a disturbance in the library. The legends also said that she had hexed the library books to beat someone on the head if they defiled the books in any way. Harry and Neville took a seat at the back of the library in a niche where people would have to really look to find them, and they could see if anyone approached them. They took parchment quills and ink out of their school bags and got started on their homework. Harry had passed a message to Daphne at breakfast to meet him in the library after dinner. The boys were waiting for her to arrive. Daphne arrived and Harry hugged her lightly, with Neville doing the same. She asked playfully, "How is the lion's den?" "Potter Black." Neville replied. Just everyone was gawking at him and murmuring behind his back while he tried to ignore them. Daphne smirked. "Are you still sure that you should have been in Gryffindor?" Harry smirked but said nothing. Daphne asked him, "Have you found anyone to lie within the lion's den?" Harry shook his head. "I need to spend more time with them to really know. Neville and I share a dorm with Ronald Weasley, Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas. They seem to be all right. Then there's that muggle-born Hermione Granger. She is a know-it-all, but she seems to pick things up really quickly. However, unlike you, Miss Greengrass, I am not friends with the scions of other houses. As far as they are concerned, I have been living under a rock all my life. I will need to gauge them and their loyalties before I decide if I can ally with them." Daphne said, "You will need to meet the heirs to the allies of House Potter. Make friendships with them. I can help you to know who they are." He nodded. "That would be great. For now, I am keeping you as my secret weapon until it becomes imperative for me to use you against any unforeseen emergency." They kept up the small talk while keeping an eye out for anyone who might be interested in finding their whereabouts or showed too much interest in what they were talking about. Harry saw Hermione approaching and signaled to Daphne, who made herself scarce. He made a mental note to remember to use that device his grand-uncle had given him the next time they met with Daphne. They were not going to let others into their secret for now, especially not someone that they did not know at all. They were playing by the rules of Slytherin, which needed them to be extremely secretive in their dealings so that no one would realize their move until it was too late. Arcturus had taught him that fame was not a bad thing and should be used for their benefit. It was only the motives which made it bad or good. Harry fully intended to use his fame for his own ends. Neville and Harry spent the rest of the evening mapping out the secret doors and passageways. They had about 3 hours until they had to be back in their tower, and they were going to make use of every minute of it. They paid particular attention to the fastest routes between their tower and their classrooms. Potions classes in the dungeon were not until Friday morning, so they left mapping out that route until last. Of more interest to healthy, growing pre-teens was raiding the kitchen. Following Mooney's notes, Harry and Neville arrived by the painting of the fruit bowl and tickled the pair. When they climbed through the portal, they were greeted by a number of house elves who bowed and asked them what they would like. As Harry looked around the gleaming kitchen, he realized that the hour was getting late and the elves did not have anything ready cooked. Harry asked, "Do you have any fresh fruit?" With a squeak of delight, one of the house elves streaked away and came back a second later with a bowl laden with grapes, apples, bananas and a couple of pomegranates. With their ill-gotten gains, Harry and Neville used their best route to get back to the Gryffindor Tower before their time ran out. He remembered Remus's advice about trying to summon the Marauder's map. He drew his wand and raising it, chanted, "Accio Marauder's map." He waited for 5 minutes but nothing happened. Perhaps it was imbued with an anti-summoning charm or it was in a place where a summoning charm did not work. Gryffindor Common Room. When Neville and Harry climbed through the portal behind the painting of the Fat Lady, they found Hermione in front of the fire, reading ahead for their defense against the Dark Arts class. They hadn't managed to get much of a start on their assignments while they were in the library, so Harry and Neville joined Hermione by the fire and got to work. In the next hour before lights out, they managed to get most of it done. The next morning, Harry woke up just before dawn. The last 2 days had been hectic, long and busy. He needed to get back to his exercise routine. With astronomy going until midnight tomorrow, he was already planning to skip his workout for Thursday morning. So, he got to it right away. By the time he changed and went down for breakfast, he felt more alert and awake than he had for days. Defense Classroom. The first class in the morning was double defense against the dark arts with the Ravenclaws and Professor Quirrell. Harry had been looking forward to it, thinking that he would get to use some of what his great-uncle had taught him, but, much to his disappointment, the class was a bit of a joke. The teacher was stuttering the whole time. He had a nervous twitch in one eye. He also wore a giant turban and there was a strange smell about him, sort of a mixture of meat that had gone bad and garlic. With all these distractions, he managed to talk about Gytrations through his stuttering. He told them about their nature, what threat they posed and how to kill them. At the end of class, he gave them an assignment to write a foot of parchment on Gytrations to be handed in by next class. Harry had already learnt all the spells that they were expected to be taught in the first year and was really disappointed with the choice of the teacher. There were also some ridiculous rumors going around about the professor, like he was being chased by a vampire and stuffed garlic in his turban to ward off the vampire, or that he had been bitten by an Inferi and was about to become one. Harry had no idea how one could spread such ridiculous rumors or why anyone would believe them. Another thing had been the Muggle-born witch Hermione Granger. Just like in the other classes, she had her hand up to answer every question. Harry understood that she was knowledgeable and knew everything that was in the books assigned to them, but that was no reason for her to raise her hand every time a question was asked. Even in Professor Quirrell's class, she had been raising her hand to answer the questions, though the defense professor was more like a joke than an able teacher. She also had a habit of giving unsolicited advice to others about things. All in all, Harry could see that if she did not change her ways, she would be ostracized by the house. She tried to talk to everyone, and whoever would talk to her, she would start questioning them or telling them about things she had studied from the books without realizing that perhaps others were not as enthusiastic as her. Arcturus had told him that Voldemort was not dead, yet he had sternly told Harry that he was not to stop living. They would keep delaying his return any way that they could while searching for the Horcruxes and destroying them, so that if he ever regained a body during Harry's lifetime, he would have to be killed only once. Arcturus had planned everything, and the first phase had been to raise him to be able to command power and not to shy away from it. The second phase would be to forge alliances in the school, which would be of use to him later in life. The third phase was to seize power in Wizarding Britain and to change its dynamics, but that would happen after he had ascended to his lordships. So, to live his life away from the cloud of Voldemort, Harry had taken to exploring other things which a teenage wizard would do. He loved flying, wanted to learn dueling, and when the time came would run the Wizengamot as per his machinations without stepping into the open. After lunch, they were out to the greenhouses again for herbology. Then the rest of the afternoon was free. It didn't take Harry and Neville long to plow through their homework assignments and get back to the business of mapping out the school. Neville made an excuse and headed off to the greenhouses, leaving Harry to continue exploring the castle on his own. As he was passing through the Transfiguration courtyard, he noticed the twins were huddled in a corner and peering at a piece of parchment in their hands. They were so engrossed in it that they failed to notice Harry observing them. Harry casually approached them and cast a fleeting look at the parchment they were peering at. His breath hitched in his throat. They were using the Marauders' map. Excited but remembering to breathe, he approached them. "Hello, what are the two of you looking at?" While one of the twins muttered, "Mischief managed," under his breath and tapped the map with his wand, the other one of the twins said, "Oh, hello, Hadrian Potter Black." The other said, "We were just looking at a random piece of parchment." Together they said, "Don't let us keep you." Harry smirked evilly. "If you think the Marauders' map is indeed a random piece of parchment, I would be happy to take it off your hands." Their mouths were open in surprise and they were looking at him with astonishment. Surprise. Awe. It was hard to tell. One of the twins asked gaping, "How do you know about the map?" Harry said, "Simple. I know about the creators of the map. Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs are practically family to me." One of the twins said, "I do not believe it." The other said, "However, if you can prove it." They said together, "We will think about sharing it with you." Harry gave them his best maniacal grin. "Mates, this is not about sharing. This by rights of inheritance belongs to me. Once I have proven ownership, I may allow you to use it." One of them said, amused, "My dear friend, explain." The other added, "How can you claim inheritance to it?" Harry said, "Allow me to show you." He took the map from him and tapped it with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The Marauders' map appeared and the map of the castle started spreading below the tip of his wand. The twins were looking at him with wide eyes and he wanted to laugh at their expressions. After the map had opened, he tapped it again, "Mischief managed," and the map went blank. He turned to the twins, "So exactly when did you find the passcode to open it?" One of them answered, "After we had been insulted far too many times." The other added, "Not to mention being told off as cheap knockoffs." The first one said again, "It was then that we figured out the way." The second added, "And you opened it as if you know it." Harry smiled, "Of course I know it. Shall I give you more proof of my claim?" They nodded. "Go ahead, mate, and get insulted." Harry tapped his wand to the parchment and said, "Prongslet wishes good day to the Marauders." Writing in a fairly regal hand appeared upon the parchment. "Moony wishes good day to Prongslet and asks him how he came to be." Darker, blockier writing followed. "Mr. Padfoot wishes to know how Prongslet knows of the Marauders." A third line appeared. "Mr. Wormtail wishes to know who is Prongslet's mother." Harry's breath caught in his throat. There it was. That same rounded, squat handwriting confirmed that Wormtail was the secret keeper and the traitor. The fourth line, in a slanted pointier hand, said, "Prove who you are, Prongslet." Harry said to the map, "I am the son of James Potter aka Prongs and Lily Potter. I am the godson of Sirius Black aka Padfoot while Remus Lupin is Moony and Peter Pettigrew is Wormtail." Quote. Again one line appeared, "Mr. Padfoot wishes good luck to Prongslet and hopes he has become the next Marauder unlike those dubious twins." Another followed, "Mr. Wormtail still has doubts but wishes good luck to Prongslet." And there it was again. There was no doubt. Third line appeared, "Mr. Moony hopes Prongslet would beat those twins who cannot guess a password." Fourth followed, "Mr. Prongs wishes Prongslet good luck to beat those twins at pranks." The twins huffed, "This rag of a parchment has insulted us too much." Harry was torn. Here was proof that Wormtail had been the secret keeper. But to use such a dubious artifact as evidence was shaky at best. Harry decided to let Dumbledore have some time to do as he said he would before resorting to using the map in that way. For now, he decided to leave the map in the care of the Weasley twins. Harry smirked, "Don't worry. You can use it provided you will let me join in your pranks." The twins shared a look which said that this would be interesting. Harry took his leave of them, leaving the Marauders' map with them for whatever prank they were planning and kept touring the castle. In the evening before he went to bed, he had the time for developing the photos that he had taken on the train ride and during school. The only trick was finding a dark room to do the developing. From what he was told, the process of developing wizarding photos was not too different from the way the Muggles did it. The main difference being that wizards used specific potions which animated the photos while the Muggles used chemicals which created a fixed image. He used the bathroom just off the 7th floor dormitory that he shared with the other first years. Having blocked off the window and doused the lights, he developed them all and then left them to dry. With the photos drying, he wrote a lengthy letter to Remus which he planned to send with Zeus, who was waiting for him in the Olary. In the letter to Remus, he had told him all about his exploits and that he had recovered the map already. He also asked him to send over the enchanted mirrors which Remus had kept with him all these years so that he would not have to wait for Zeus every time he wanted to send a message or would have to send Hedwig. While he could talk on a flow with Moony in the Gryffindor common room or even in their dorm, they wanted to keep it to a minimum, not giving any reason to Dumbledore to suspect his involvement in Harry's abduction. He knew that since Moony and Lord Black were in London now, he would get the enchanted mirrors in 2 to 3 days if Moony was not preoccupied. As it was, the werewolf had been looking after Harry's businesses and acting in his stead as regent for House Potter, dealing with Gringotts. They had decided that in the upcoming session, he would be officially invested in his capacity as Lord Regent of House Potter. Only a handful of people knew of his condition as a werewolf, and most of them were already dead, so there was nothing to fear on that score. Looking ahead, tomorrow was going to be a long day. Charms, defense against the dark arts, double history of magic, and capping it off with double astronomy, which went to midnight. Oh well, it could not be helped, and all his fellow first years had to do the same thing. Popping the window to the dorm open, he gave a shrill whistle which summoned Zeus from the Olary. Having tied the letter with the photos to his leg, he opened the dorm window and sent him back to the Black Town House. Black Town House. The pre-dawn glow was just beginning to light the sky on Wednesday morning when Remus was sitting in the library reading some books. Lord Black was in his study tending to some house business. They had been working on many things since they had returned to Wizarding Britain because the days of living in the shadows were over. Hadrian Potter Black was back among the populace and they no longer had a reason for hiding. Now it was time to make some waves. Arcturus had not forgotten the insults or the behavior of Fudge towards him and wanted to make him rue the day he had refused to agree to a request from Lord Black. The bumbling fool needed to be reminded that the name of Black was still formidable despite whatever had happened in the war. Remus raised his head when he heard tapping on the window and saw Zeus hovering outside it. The Falcon must have flown all night to make the trip from Hogwarts and arrive at this hour of the morning. He flicked his wand and the window opened inwards. Zeus flew in and landed on the armrest of his chair bearing a letter in his talons. Remus eagerly tore through the envelope in his haste to read the letter, and a bunch of photos fell to the ground with a letter from Harry. He picked up the photos and placed them on the table while he started to read the letter. It was very detailed as he had expected. Dear Moony, I am so disappointed. All the detailed accounts you gave me of the castle do not seem to do a bit of justice to the castle. Everything that I heard from you turned out to be an understatement as I saw the castle from the boat. It felt like I have never seen anything more beautiful than this in my life. I took a lot of pictures on the train and in the school. I have enclosed them with the letter so that you can put them in an album for me. Professor McGonagall is as stern as you told us, and she showed no favor to anyone for their name or ancestry. Dumbledore, as you said, is brilliant but a bit crazy. He announced it to the Great Hall that the right wing of the 3rd floor is out of bounds unless someone wishes to die a painful death. I wonder what he meant. Talking of Dumbledore, he called me to his office the day after sorting and asked my forgiveness for placing me with the Muggles. I was expecting him to manipulate me, make me feel ashamed and try to force me to go back to them, but he outright accepted that he was in the wrong about placing me there and explained why he believed that he had no other means to keep me safe other than some blood wards he had erected over their property. After his apology, I find it hard to hold on to a grudge against him. I think I would rather make an ally out of him than an adversary. After all, we have the same goals in our sight. He would be a massive help if Voldemort decides to make a comeback. I also found the Marauders map with Fred and George, who are twins and sons of the Weasley family. They nicked it out of Filch's office and have been able to unlock it after a heap of insults from Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. I proved that it belongs to me by way of inheritance because in living memory I am the only one alive who can claim to be an heir of the legacy of the Marauders. I let them borrow the map for a few days to help them with their pranks. I met Peeves and gave him your message that the Marauders would come back and give him trouble. He almost fell out of the air. I also had my first classes and I am disappointed with the choice of defense teacher. Professor Quirrell suffers from lack of confidence, stutters all the time while he is teaching and is afraid of his own shadow. The charms teacher Professor Flitwick is a very jovial bloke and tries to liven up his classes and keep the mood of the class up all the time. He is very patient with his students and does not rebuke them if they make some mistakes. I also like Professor Sprout. She is very down to earth and treats everyone the same. I have already seen some fascinating plants. She says that there are much more exotic plants in the other greenhouses. But, for our own safety, we won't be dealing with them until we have a lot more experience. Neville and Daphne are well and send their love to you. I am making some more friends. Lord Black, please don't tell him I called him that, would be happy to know that. I will write soon to tell you about my experience with the other classes. You should also know that I have learned that the one who betrayed my parents to Voldemort was Wormtail. If you can find a sample of his handwriting and send it to Dumbledore, we can prove it. P.S. Please send me the communication mirror so I would not have to wait for Zeus to bring a letter to me or for Hedwig to make a trip to London to know how you are doing. Love, Prongslet. Remus smiled to himself. The lad was settling in well and enjoying school. By the looks of it, he would have no trouble in school for anything that he chose to do. He was nostalgic for a moment when he remembered the map and the peaceful happy times when it had been crafted. He merely cringed a little when he thought what havoc Prongslet would wreak on the castle with the map and the cloak in his hands. He was curious to know how the lad had figured out that Wormtail was the traitor. Proving it might help to get Sirius released, but it could go the other way because it was also more than adequate to show motive for murder if Sirius knew the same thing. Laying hold of some of Wormtail's handwriting would be difficult. He had been dead 10 years after all and his parents were no longer around. Then he remembered what the Marauder's map can do and it all fell into place. No matter, Pettigrew was long dead and there was no rush. He picked up the stack of pictures and started looking through them. He was happy seeing the lad smile and being a child around people of his own age until he found a photo which made his blood run cold. The photo was of a compartment of the train and there were Harry, Neville and a red-headed boy in the picture with a rat. A rat which had a finger missing, which could be coincidence, but as Remus looked closely, he found that the rat had all the markings which were distinguishable on his former friend, the one touted as a hero and thought to be dead Peter Pettigrew. Remus, clutching the photo, ran the 3 flights of stairs to the Lord's study and entered the room without even knocking. Arcturus jumped in surprise. Remus, what is the matter? Has something happened with Harry? Remus wheezed. He is alive. Peter is alive, Lord Black. Sirius is innocent and I have the proof. Arcturus jumped out of his chair and held Remus firmly by the shoulders, shaking him in the process. What are you saying, Remus? How do you know? Remus showed him the photo. It was he who betrayed Lily and James. He is at Hogwarts near Harry, ready to harm him if the chance comes. Arcturus looked at the photo, scrutinizing it, and gave a maniacal grin. It looks like we are going to pay a visit to Amelia Bones. Bones Manor. The sun was just barely showing at the horizon. Amelia was relaxing over breakfast and the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. She still had a couple of hours to go before she took the Flow Network to the Ministry to start her work day. It had been 3 days since Susan had gone to Hogwarts and the empty manor felt like a castle to her without her little girl running around. She had raised Susan since her parents had been murdered during the First War, and not having any children of her own, she felt that Susan was her own daughter. The wards around the manor chimed, meaning that someone was at the ward line and demanding entrance. Carefully, she put her wand in the sleeve of her robes and ordered her elf to escort the visitors to the parlor from the boundary of the property. The manor had been designed in such a way that there was a ward line around the entire property. Inside the ward line, there was a parlor set at a side at a distance from the main building, which was surrounded with wards of its own. So anyone could enter the ward line but not the main building unless Amelia let them. She strode carefully to the parlor and entered to find Arcturus Orion Black and Remus Lupin sitting there. She knew Lord Black by reputation and Remus through Edgar, who had studied with them at Hogwarts, though they were in different houses. She was surprised to see these two together. Mainly because Remus Lupin was a light wizard who had fought on the side of the Order of the Phoenix in the war, while Lord Black's descendants had fought for the dark side. To see the two of them sitting peacefully together in her parlor was a bit unsettling for her. She leveled her wand at them. How do I know that you both are Arcturus Black and Remus Lupin? Arcturus said quickly. We can take a magical oath to prove that we are who we claim to be. She nodded and they both whipped their wands out and took a magical oath that they were who they claimed to be. After Amelia lowered her wand, Arcturus approached and took her hand and pretended to key her knuckles. "Madam Bones, thank you for allowing us into your charming manor and giving us an audience." Remus bowed to her respectfully. She signaled them to sit and took a seat across from them, appearing to be carefree, but she was taut as a bowstring, ready to draw her wand at a moment's notice and start hexing the other two wizards at the slightest provocation. She turned to Arcturus. "Lord Black, what brings you here today? I suppose there must be a good reason for you to publicly show yourself after a decade." Arcturus beamed at her. "Madam Bones, recently I came into some evidence which certainly proves that Sirius Black is innocent of betraying the Potters, of murdering Peter Pettigrew, and is very likely not responsible for the death of the 12 Muggles either." She frowned. "He was convicted by the War Tribunal, Lord Black. He confessed." Arcturus sighed. "Were you personally a witness to that hearing, Madam Bones?" She responded, "The whole proceeding is a matter of public record. You know that I wasn't there." Arcturus frowned. "Then you were not there. Neither was anyone else that I have been able to find. I have not seen anything to indicate to me that he had confessed or that he was rightfully convicted. I tried to ask the minister to let me see those documents, but that idiot Fudge sealed those documents under the Official Secrets Act, meaning that only you can access those documents now." She shrugged. "If I accept that you are speaking the truth, what evidence do you have of the innocence of Sirius Black?" Remus produced the photo which Harry had sent to him. It showed the rat. He told her how Peter had become an animagus in the form of a rat. The rat in the photo was missing a toe from its right forepaw. All they ever found of Peter was just a finger. He also said that the markings on the rat in the photo, taken last Sunday on the Hogwarts Express, matched his memory of the markings on Wormtail. When he had finished, she said, "What you have here is a wild story and a photo of a rat with a toe missing. Even supposing that I believe you, I need proof to connect your story with this photo. That will give me enough to apprehend this rodent and attempt to question it." Remus spoke. "I was witness to many of his transformations. I can give you a memory record which clearly shows his transformation in unique markings." Amelia said, "That would do it. I would like the two of you to enjoy the breakfast table of my manor while I gather what we will need from my office." She ordered her house elves to see to the meal. Arcturus and Remus both stood and bowed to her before she stepped to the fireplace. She took a box from mantel and, tossing a pinch of powder into the flow, she said clearly, "Ministry of Magic." Then she disappeared in a flash of emerald flame as she stepped into the fireplace. In less time than it took for the two wizards to consume 2 plates of eggs Benedict with hash browned potatoes, Amelia was back. She emerged from the emerald flames with her investigator Anna Daly and 4 Aurors Proudfoot, Gawain Robards, Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones in tow. She was also carrying a pensieve and a file with the records from Sirius's herring. She did not waste 1 minute. She tossed the file to Arcturus for him to review, saying, "No one is to ever know that I let you see that file. However, you were right. The file only contains the arrest memo and nothing more. If the minister got snarky about it, he could send me to Azkaban for it." To Remus, she presented the pensieve and said, "Okay, let's have a look at that memory. If Peter Pettigrew was indeed alive and living near Harry Potter, then he could not be allowed to remain at liberty for 1 moment more." Remus pulled a silver strand from his temple and placed it in the pensieve. He placed the basin on the table and Amelia's entourage took it in turns to enter the memory of Pettigrew transforming into a rat and running in circles, showing all sides of his markings. They each took notes and made sketches of what they saw, then compared what they had observed to the photo. They all agreed that the rat in the photo was indeed the illegal animagus Peter Pettigrew. When they concurred their findings, her mind was made up. Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk, poring over applications of potential recipients of the Potter Scholarship when there was a burst of green flame in his fireplace. He knew that there were less than 20 witches or wizards in the entire world who had access to his flow address, so it wasn't that big a surprise to see the head of the DMLE looking up at him. He said, "What may I do for you, Madam Bones?" She said, "I have a matter of some urgency. Headmaster, would you be able to accommodate a party of 8 in your office?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he said, "Certainly. Be my guest." Then he turned to the portraits and said, "Please inform the heads of house to meet in my office immediately." The figures left their paintings as first Amelia, then her investigator, followed by the Aurors, then, much to Dumbledore's surprise, Lord Black and Remus Lupin. Remus, my boy. Dumbledore exclaimed, where have you been hiding all these years? The werewolf was excited and it was not clear if he did not hear the headmaster's question or ignored it. He was also surprised to see Arcturus in the castle. The door to Dumbledore's office swung open as Professor McGonagall entered, followed shortly by Flitwick, Sprout and finally Snape. He focused on Amelia. Madam Bones, what brings you here today? Amelia said to him gravely, Headmaster, I came into some information today which may prove that we committed a gross injustice to a law-abiding citizen 10 years ago by throwing him into prison without any offense. Dumbledore asked curiously, who are you talking about? Amelia replied, Sirius Black, who has been languishing in Azkaban all these years for betraying the Potters, has never been properly convicted of any crime. The previous administration bungled it and the current administration did not care to set things straight. Severus Snape sneered, he was guilty of betraying the Potters, Madam Bones. Remus wanted to punch the hook-nosed professor in the face. But Arcturus beat him to it, keep your forked tongue behind your teeth, Death Eater. You have a lot of gall to stand here preaching about my grandson being guilty while you gleefully took the dark mark and served that charlatan. Dumbledore pleaded, Lord Black, please do not insult a teacher of this school. He turned to Snape, Severus my boy, please be quiet and let me talk to them. This is more important than your childhood grudges. Amelia showed the photo to Dumbledore, Headmaster, the rat in the photo is an illegal animagus who goes by the name of Peter Pettigrew. Mr. Lupin has confirmed that it is the same person by means of a memory whose credibility I have established through a solicitor's pensieve. Dumbledore replied, then let us proceed to the Gryffindor Tower, Madam Bones. We should corner him before he realizes that you are here to capture him. Dumbledore led them to the portrait hole and the fat lady swung outside without waiting for the password. As they were entering, Dumbledore said, who would have thought that I, a Gryffindor through and through, would lead 2 Hufflepuffs, Amelia and Professor Sprout, a couple of Slytherins, Arcturus, Severus, a couple of Ravenclaws, Hestia, Professor Flitwick, and a whole bunch of Gryffindors into the tower willingly. The others chuckled at his statement despite the general mood being grim. As they entered the common room, Kingsley cast the imperturbable charm on the portrait hole so that no one could go out, and he and Hestia stood on either side of the portrait hole with their wands drawn. Dumbledore pulled out his rather strange-looking wand and cautiously strode forward towards the stairway to the boys' dormitories. Harry was in the common room having just returned from his running around the Black Lake when the strange entourage entered the room. He bounded over to embrace Remus joyfully, then bowed respectfully to Arcturus as is proper for an heir to do. Arcturus stayed with Harry. Flitwick and Snape took up station on either side of the door to the boys' dormitory stairs. The rest of the party quietly climbed the stairs until McGonagall and Sprout took up station on the landing at the 6th floor. Dumbledore, Amelia, Daly, Gawain, Proudfoot and Remus walked up to the first-year dorms at the top of the tower. Dumbledore asked Gawain and Proudfoot to stand guard at the door while he, Amelia and Remus rushed into the room, wands drawn. They startled all 4 of Harry's roommates awake, which was evidenced by the grumbling followed by 4 sets of bed curtains being drawn back by blurry-eyed youths, trying to find out what was going on. For a split second, the rat poked his nose out from Ron's bed and locked eyes with Remus. Then the chase was on. The red stunners followed the rat in rapid-fire succession as the trio tried to stop the fleeing rodent. After a few seconds, they got smart and Dumbledore fired in front of the rat's line of travel while Amelia fired to its right and Remus fired to its left. The rat obligingly dodged straight into Remus's stunner and was knocked senseless. Ron, who had been dumb during this entire scene, cried out, Scabbers! What are you doing to my rat? Remus picked him up by the scruff of his neck growling, Hello Peter, thought you would escape us. In a calm, measured tone, Dumbledore said, I am sorry, young Mr. Weasley, but that is no rat. You may come with us if you want to see what he really is. They brought the stunned rat to the common room where McGonagall forced him to return to his natural form. The rat transformed into a man who was half bald, short height, watery-eyed and looked like a rat. His nose was even twitching like one. Ron just looked on in horrified fascination. Harry asked Remus, is this him? Moony. Remus viciously smiled, yes, Harry. Allow me to introduce you to Peter Pettigrew. What? He is an animagus. He lived with me for 10 years. Someone exclaimed and they turned to see a redhead boy with a prefect badge on his robes doing imitation of a fish gasping for breath. The twins were smirking, no doubt planning to rub it in that he had been sleeping with a bloke for the last 10 years while Ron looked mortified that his stupid pet was a Death Eater in disguise. The contingent of wizards took their leave of the tower to go to the headmaster's office and Arcturus let Harry tag along saying that of all people, he deserved to know the truth. Dumbledore had sent Severus to fetch the strongest Veritaserum that he had ever brewed. The potion master was of course happy to cooperate. It only took Severus 10 minutes to return to the headmaster's office with the potion in hand. Peter Pettigrew had been tied to a chair with an anti-animagus jinx and was enervated now. The rat was seeing certain death in front of him in the form of Albus Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, Remus Lupin and Harry Potter, who despite his small size looked ferocious enough. Remus opened the interrogation. Lily and James treated you better than a brother. They trusted you. How could you sell them out to Voldemort? Most of the people shuddered. Amelia pushed Remus aside, growling, "This wretch has been hiding for 10 years. Your yelling at him is not going to loosen his tongue, nor do I think harsh language will work, Mr. Lupin." Drawing her wand, she fired a high-powered bludgeoning hex at him. He cried out in pain as the unmistakable sound of cracking ribs was heard. He even squealed like a rat, "I have rights. You can't torture me." Amelia gave him an evil smirk. "You were declared dead and awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class for your bravery 10 years ago, Peter. An innocent man was convicted for your murder. A dead man has no rights." She ripped off his sleeve and there it was. The dark mark, the brand of Voldemort. It had faded to gray lines from the dark lines that it used to be during the war, but it was unmistakable. She asked Kingsley to pull his head back and poured 3 drops of Veritaserum down his throat. It took effect after a few seconds. Amelia turned to Dumbledore. "Would you in your authority as Chief Warlock authorize this investigation?" Albus jovially replied, "Of course, Madam Bones. Get me a transcript after you are done and I will ratify it in my capacity as Chief Warlock." Amelia turned to Peter. "What is your name?" Peter's eyes had rolled up in his head and he replied monotonously, as if in a trance, "Peter Almitus Pettigrew." Amelia asked, "Are you a Death Eater?" Peter responded, "Yes." She asked, "Was Sirius Black a Death Eater?" He answered, "No." Amelia asked, "Who betrayed the Potters, Lily, James and Harry?" Peter answered, "I did." Amelia asked, "How did you end up being their secret keeper?" Peter explained, "James and Sirius suspected that there was a spy of the Dark Lord in the Order. They did not trust anyone with their security. I planted suspicions in their minds regarding the loyalty of Remus Lupin and so they kept him out of their plan. Lord Charles Potter had performed the Fidelius on the cottage and they made me the secret keeper. They let everyone believe that Sirius was their secret keeper. They thought it was the perfect deception. They could not have known that I, a talentless thing, was the very spy they feared. I gave their secret to the Dark Lord." Amelia asked, "Who else did you betray to the Dark Lord?" Peter listed them off: the Pruitt twins, Dorcas Meadows, Caradoc Dearborn, Edgar and Ellie Bones, the McKinnons. Amelia wanted to kill the rat at that instant. She had never cast an unforgivable, but the list of his crimes was making her hate this vermin before her with every fiber of her being, and if she didn't care about freeing an innocent languishing in prison, then she would have killed the rat and dumped his body in the Forbidden Forest. Amelia asked, "What happened that night when the 12 Muggles were killed?" Peter answered, "Sirius had been tracking me for the last 3 days. When he cornered me at last, on a Muggle street, I started shouting as if he had betrayed James and Lily. Then I cast the bombarda behind my back and escaped as a rat into the sewers through the hole I created. I did not mean for the Muggles to die. They were just standing too close when I fired off the spell. I wandered for a few days before I reached Ottery Street. Catchpole, where a Reed-head boy adopted me as his pet. After the investigation was completed, Amelia administered the counter potion to him. He was shackled with magic restraining cuffs and transported to a safe house. He would be held there until he could appear before the Wizengamot on Saturday. Dumbledore happily signed an order to transfer Sirius Black from Azkaban to St. Mungo's, where he would be under the care of the healers until the hearing on Saturday. As they were leaving, Arcturus told Harry that he would take him to the Wizengamot for the hearing on Saturday. Remus hugged him, telling him that it was a stroke of luck that they had captured Peter and Sirius would be with them soon. The Great Hall. The whole business had been wrapped up in less than an hour. Such was the efficiency of Amelia Bones and her hand-picked crew. Harry left the headmaster's office and charged back to the Gryffindor Tower to find the common room full of the students talking about what had happened. The Weasleys, all four of them, seemed to be at the center of the group with everyone firing questions at them. A ripple went through the crowd as people realized that Harry had just come in through the portal. They turned and started to try and question him, but he waved both hands in the air, gesturing for silence. "I don't know about you blokes, but all this excitement has made me hungry." He gave his best lopsided grin. "What say we all go down to breakfast?" Turning back toward the portal, he gestured from over his shoulder, "Let's go." Without another thought, they all poured out through the portal and headed down the stairs to the Great Hall. They made quite a scene and any students who saw them along the way joined the throng out of curiosity. Harry and Neville started walking in step. The idea caught on and before they knew it, the entire crowd was marching together. By the time they reached the Great Hall, Harry had all of Gryffindor, most of Ravenclaw and even a few Hufflepuffs, marching in step behind him. As they passed the tables, the students of the other houses split off until only the Gryffindors marched past the Slytherin table and took their seats. Dumbledore's beard was moving at the corners. Snape stared with sullen disbelief. McGonagall's mouth was not quite so thin a line as usual. Hadrian Potter Black had just made a statement. The first years all sat in a group with the twins nearby. Hermione started asking questions about what happened that morning, something which the others probably wanted to do anyway. "Harry, who were all those people who came in the tower this morning? Who was the man who was hiding as a rat? What crime did he commit? What will happen to him?" Harry sighed. "Miss Granger, I am sorry that I cannot answer all of your questions. You will have to be content with what I can say. While I like your active, inquisitive mind, some things must be kept confidential. I hope that you will respect that. Now as to your questions, I can say that the people who came this morning were Madame Bones, the head of the DMLE, and a few of her Aurors. The old man was Lord Black of the ancient and most noble house of Black, and the one who spoke to me was Remus Lupin. The rat is Peter Pettigrew, an illegal animagus. He has been hiding and presumed dead for nearly 10 years. It was thought that he was murdered, along with 12 Muggles, in an explosion at the hands of Sirius Black. I'm sorry I cannot say anything about what the man may have done or his fate because it is part of an active investigation and I could face criminal charges if I did." Hermione again had a lot of questions, but she said nothing, deciding to find out answers by herself. The extensive library of Hogwarts would contain all those answers. As he was leaving breakfast, he was approached by Draco Malfoy. "Hello, Potter. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. I was looking for you on the train. You should have told me that you are Harry Potter. I just wanted you to know that I can help you here. Certain families are better than others and you would do well to be my friend. With the Slytherins behind me and the Lions behind you, we can rule the wizarding world. Surely you would not want to become friends with the wrong sort." Harry looked at him scornfully. "Yes, I have heard about you, Malfoy, and what would the wrong sort be? As far as I know, your father was accused of being a Death Eater and used the Imperious Curse defense to narrowly escape spending the rest of his life in Azkaban. This is not the case with the people who actually are my friends. Also, what do you have to offer me to consider your friendship? Your family name. That is dirt on the continent from where they actually came. The family line of House Malfoy is disgraced in France and your family is never allowed to return. You cannot lead people by yourself and intimidation will not work without the Black name backing you up. I can see who the wrong sort is." Draco wanted to retort, but at the same moment Professor McGonagall descended and he left, followed by his posse of lackeys. Ron said to him, "Wow, Harry, you taught him a good lesson. The snakes are all Death Eaters." Harry glared at him. "No, Ron. Not all of them. The parents of that mangy lot for sure, but not all. Do you know that there are a couple of Slytherins in your family tree, Ronald? Your own grandmother and my great-aunt Cedrella Weasley née Black was a Slytherin during her years at Hogwarts. The man who was arrested yesterday from the Gryffindor common room was a Gryffindor during his time at Hogwarts. Our choices define us, not which house we belong to. I for one will not tolerate bigotry or biases." Ron started to open his mouth, then thought better of it. The first class for the day was Charms with the Ravenclaws again. The time flew by as the professor engaged the class. Harry looked for opportunities to engage some of the claws in conversation, but it was a busy classroom and they were intent on their studies. Next up was Dada with Ravenclaw again. They moved as one body down the hallway to the defense classroom. Once they got their homework handed in, the class got pretty dull. The students managed to make out what the teacher was talking about through his stuttering, then opened up their textbooks to try and learn something useful. Nobody tried to ask any questions, and after a while, the teacher just sat silently behind his desk until the period was over. Lunch, Great Hall. The firsties were sitting together in a group for lunch. However, Harry noticed that Hermione was sitting away from the others. Although he did not know the Muggle-born witch too well, he felt that it was wrong to leave her sitting by herself. He hollered to her, "Hey Granger, come join us." Here. Ron tried to stop him. "Harry, she is a bossy, annoying know-it-all who asks too many questions. Nobody can stand her." Harry glared at him, whispering, "Ron, if you want to be my friend then please stop judging others. She is new to the wizarding world and she feels like she has something to prove. It is natural that she would be inclined to ask questions. She will be fine once she gets some acceptance from us and settles down a bit." Hermione hesitantly rose from her seat and joined them. Harry wanted her to feel included in his group because he had realized that she could browse through the heavy tomes in the library more rapidly. A skill like that would help with research, homework and, yes, finding spells for pranking. He started asking about her family, her parents, their occupation and other little details, mostly to keep her from asking questions because he knew that once she got started, she would not stop asking questions. Lunch was a cheerful, enjoyable affair. They were talking about their families in general. Dean was perhaps a half-blood or a Muggle-born while Seamus was a half-blood. He of course knew about Ron's family. The redhead also grumbled about Harry not taking him along all over the castle while exploring, and Harry told him to stand for himself. He sternly told him that one must carve their own path and not try to latch onto others. Harry was trying to be inclusive and get to know everyone, but Ron had a bad habit of putting his foot in his mouth, running other people down or complaining, and it was starting to wear on his nerves. When Harry was not actively engaged in conversation, he was observing the Slytherin table. Their firsties seemed to be divided into two groups. One was led by Draco Malfoy and others who joined him were Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson and Bulstrode. The second group was led by Daphne, and present in her group were Tracy, Zabini and Lilith Moon. The only oddball was Nott, who was by himself and did not seem to be mingling with either of the two groups. Harry mentally smirked that Daphne had started laying groundwork for future domination in Slytherin. They only had to neutralize Malfoy's power and things would be easy for them. History of Magic classroom. The entire afternoon was taken up by double history of magic with the Hufflepuffs. Once the students were settled in their seats, the teacher came drifting in through the blackboard. This Professor Binns was almost as bad as Quirrell. He was a ghost. No, he was not a pleasant and engaging spirit like the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick. Harry guessed that this fellow had been an intolerable old bore before he left his body behind and kept right on teaching. From Harry's reading, it seemed that the Shade had his facts straight at least, but the way he got all of his students' names wrong and just droned on and on in his raspy monotone was enough to put anyone to sleep. When a student wanted to ask a question, he seemed genuinely surprised and somewhat annoyed to find students in his classroom. This fellow was able to make thoroughly boring tripe out of epic battles and even the most amazing political intrigue. Harry thought, and he was not alone in this, that any other teacher would have had the students sitting on the edge of their seats with this material. As it was, even Hermione Granger had trouble keeping her head from drooping. Library. After History of Magic, they only had a half-hour to meet in the library. Harry took Neville with him. They took a seat at the very back. Harry produced a little contraption which Lord Black had given him and placed it in the center of the table. When he tapped it with his wand, the device erected a "Notice Me Not" and a "Privacy" ward around them. They both had agreed that they would use the device when they wanted to meet with Daphne for a study session or for having discussions with her. She knew about the device and had been taught about how to find the Notice Me Not wards in the library so she would not have to pull her hair in frustration from not finding them. Daphne came about 10 minutes later with her arms laden with books and dumped those on the table while growling at him. "Where is your famed Gryffindor chivalry, Potter Black? Can't you help a lady with her burden?" Harry smirked. Sorry Miss Greengrass, but each to his own. Neville however was being a proper gentleman to her, helping her with the books and to settle down at the table. After she made herself comfortable, she asked him, "Did you find anyone worth allying with, Harry?" Harry smiled, "Yes. I befriended Ernie Macmillan, who has promised to acquaint me with friends of House Potter and House Black. I have also met charming Miss Bones and Miss Abbott, who are very pleasant ladies. I hope to get to know them better during astronomy tonight. I have yet to find a claw who is interested in making idle chat while we are having a class, though. Also, I am looking through the lions to find some who are really interesting." She replied sarcastically, "And what about the serpents, O mighty one?" He gave her a lopsided grin. "As you know, we have yet to have a class together. So far, I have had 2 encounters with Malfoy and his crew. He seems the sort to be avoided, rather unpleasant. Of course, you and Tracy seem fine for a snake, but I'm reserving judgment until I get to know the others better. Of course, I am counting on your impeccable judgment in that direction. Our first class together is flying tomorrow, before dinner. Let's just wait and see what happens there." They spent the next 15 minutes making small talk and plotting to rule the wizarding world together before Harry removed his device from the table and went down to dinner with Ron. Daphne waited a discreet few minutes before rounding up Tracy, who was flirting with some third years, and heading down to the Great Hall herself. They passed the evening in the Gryffindor common room, working on homework assignments and roundly abusing Professors Binns and Quirrell. They generally agreed that Flitwick and Sprout were all right. They were, however, reserving judgment on McGonagall. She seemed a bit too strict for most people's taste, but nobody fell asleep in her class and she did seem to know her stuff. The sun had long since set and it was a beautiful, clear night. Harry and Neville knew that no matter what route they took, the top of the astronomy tower was going to be a long walk. About 8:30, they packed up their work and started toward the distant tower top. The other first years, who had learned by now that Harry did not get lost and was typically first to arrive at the classrooms, noticed the movement and followed the 2 of them out through the portal. Top of the astronomy tower. The Gryffindor first years made a long trek through several secret passages and trudged up about 20 flights of stairs. Finally, they emerged at the top of the tallest tower of the school, into a crystal clear, cool night. From up here, Harry could see for miles in all directions, as far as the mountains on 3 sides and past the town of Hogsmeade toward the sea on the other side. It was plain why the founders had chosen this location. The entire area was defended by natural barriers. With relatively little effort, many square miles could be hidden from Muggle eyes and made impenetrable to even the most determined invasion force. Professor Sinistra was already there and she greeted the Gryffindors as they emerged onto the rooftop. They all had a few minutes to look around before the Hufflepuffs arrived. They did not have Harry to lead them up here and, coming from the area near the kitchens, they had even further to travel. But they did arrive, as a group, still puffing from the long climb up the stairs. The professor asked the last to emerge to close the door behind him, shutting off the last bit of light from inside the castle. In the distance, Harry could see the light in Hagrid's window go out, leaving them with nothing but the light from the night sky. The stars seemed to be more intense and numerous than Harry could remember ever seeing them. The waning crescent moon did not give much light. The professor set them up in teams to take turns using the telescopes and recording their observations. With a quick word to Neville, Harry went to the 2 Hufflepuff girls who were working on their star charts. Presenting himself like he had been taught by Great Aunt Cassiopeia, he greeted them, "Hello, I am Hadrian Potter Black." One of the girls who had strawberry blonde hair said, with a grin on her face, "Yes, we introduced ourselves to you at breakfast on Monday. I am Susan Bones and this is Hannah Abbott. May we call you Harry?" He smiled warmly, "By all means, Miss Bones. I expect I have leave to address you by your name then." Hannah answered this time, "Of course you may. May I ask you a question, if you do not mind?" Harry answered, with his lopsided grin, "You may always ask, however, I may not always answer." Hannah asked him, "Where were you all these years? We knew that you had been hidden away from the magical world but nobody knew where. We all grew up reading The Adventures of Harry Potter, but we do not believe that they are really about you. We think that they are just someone's attempt to mint money using your name and teach values like bravery, compassion, friendship, empathy etc. to small children." Harry had been anticipating the question and knew that the same question would be asked again and again by everyone who became his friend. In a show of goodwill, he would have to say something to them. However, it did not mean that he had to tell them the absolute truth about his whereabouts for the last decade. Harry gave a genuine smile to them. I have read those books too. They are a work of fiction, but I could think of worse ways to use my name. As for the rest, I will answer what I can. I was taken out of the cottage at Godric's Hollow and taken to a location which is under the Fidelius charm, and I cannot speak about it. I grew up there with elves and a few relatives on my father's side. Hannah started to ask, do you remember anything about? But Susan clamped her mouth shut and said, sometimes, her mouth can get the better of her. She does not have a filter on her mouth and just says whatever comes to mind. Harry nodded. He knew the other girl was going to ask if he remembered anything about that night, and the truth was that Harry could not recall anything from that night. He had been so small that it would have been a marvelous feat if he had remembered anything at all. The earliest memories which were present were fuzzy and distorted. They were of a little house with a beefy man and a horse-faced woman. He gathered that they must have been his Muggle Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, but he had no idea where that place was. It was clear that they were not his parents. He had seen photos of his parents and he had got their best features, including the black mop of hair on his head, which was a Potter curse. Susan asked him, did you know that our parents were friends? They were in Hogwarts at the same time and good friends during the war. My auntie was your father's superintendent in the Auror Force. Harry nodded. Yes, I was told this. If things had been different, we might have grown up together. Did you two girls know each other from before Hogwarts? Hannah cheerfully said, yes. We have been friends as long as I can remember. Susan's mother was my mother's friend and Aunt Amelia sent her to my house very often, considering she had active duty as an Auror during the war and as the head of the DMLE later. The 3 hours went whizzing by, taking turns at the telescope, recording their observations and chit-chatting the whole while. Before they knew it, the professor was asking them to turn in their charts of Saturn with its rings and moons for next class, and they were packing up to get to their beds. Harry had enjoyed his time with Susan and Hannah. Even though he had never met them before Monday morning and had never seen them before Sunday evening, they already felt like old friends. They were friendly and easy to talk with. They would be his way into the Badger's Hole and making some more friends there. His next target was Ravenclaw. He would befriend a couple of them and then they would introduce him to others in the house. The Badgers had been easy to befriend by just being friendly to them and maintaining an air of mysteriousness around himself. By the time first year ended, he would have almost 3/4 of the school behind him. Hogwarts. Classes on Thursday had been easy for Harry, at least with knowing what to expect of the teachers now. Professor Sprout, as was her way, gave them a plant to study and then left them to study its characteristics and make notes on it. They crowded in groups around the plants. This time Harry chose another group. He joined Wayne Hopkins, Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch Fletchley, who was a Muggle born and had been selected for Eton before he got his Hogwarts letter. Since the plant they were supposed to be studying was an ordinary one, there was a lot of small talk, during which Ernie managed to invite Harry into a meeting of his circle of friends in the evenings in the library. Harry of course looked for any such invitation and gladly accepted. Wayne Hopkins was a half-blood and a joyous person who liked to crack jokes even if at his own expense. The herbology class went easy and soon it was time to wrap up their work and go to their next classes. To avoid cleaning and changing into fresh clothes again and again, Harry had looked for and perfected 2 cleaning spells, Scourgify and Tergeo, and they swept all dirt off him in a trice. The next period was Transfiguration, which was with the claws, and Professor McGonagall was teaching them to change a matchstick into a needle. Today, you will learn how to transfigure a matchstick into a needle. Your task is to change the matchsticks in front of you into needles. She whipped her wand out and with a flourish of her wand, changed a matchstick into a needle, which elicited praise from the students. She started speaking again. To do this, perform the incantation and imagine the matchstick changing into a needle. Now begin. Everyone around him was muttering incantations under their breath before they cast. Harry flicked his wand lazily and the matchstick turned into a needle. He turned around to find others were just starting to cast and he sat back watching them. Hermione got her transformation correct on her first try, having already practiced the wand movements before she tried it. Remus had taught him tricks people employed to do things, and this was one of them, where you memorized everything required for a task before actually performing it. That way it was easy for them to do it and did not require as much time. Ronald was jabbing his wand at the matchstick in frustration, trying to get it to transform, but it was not happening. Harry noted that he was getting the incantation wrong and his wand movement was slightly off. Neville had done it in 2 tries and was sitting watching the others. Others were in similar stages of casting. For this class, he had taken a seat with Padma Patil and Isabel McDougal. They had been successful in making the transformation happen in a couple of tries and were watching others. He turned to say something to Padma but was interrupted by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter Black, why are you not doing the assignment?" "I have already finished it, Professor." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Then maybe you should show me." She produced another matchstick for him and Harry casually flicked his wand. She picked up the needle and scrutinized it critically. "Mr. Potter Black, this is a very fine piece of transfiguration. The needle is absolutely steel. Nothing of the wooden texture of the matchstick remains. The work on it is very detailed, with the point being very sharp, and I'm sure I could thread the eye." 5 points to Gryffindor for such an amazing transfiguration. As she moved away to talk with others, he turned to Padma again. "Hey, were you not sorted into Gryffindor? Why are you wearing Ravenclaw colors?" She looked at him incredulously. "Do you honestly not know that I have a twin who was sorted into Gryffindor and lives in the same tower as you do?" Harry grinned. "Of course I do, but there was no other way for me to talk to any of you. You guys do not even deign to speak unless it is very important." Isabel, who was sitting on the other side of Padma, said, "And does it befit a gentleman to approach a lady resorting to trickery and without any introduction?" He tried to assume a haughty expression. "I would not say that the thought did not cross my mind, but then I thought, of course everybody knows me, so I would not need to introduce myself." The girls chuckled at his posturing and Padma said, "Nice try, but you still should have introduced yourself." Isabel said, "Anyway, I am Isabel McDougal and this is Padma Patil, and you of course told us who you are. You may address us by our names." Just then Professor McGonagall turned up at their table and poured a handful of matchsticks before him. "I can see you have the propensity of your father to cause trouble in class, but not here, not in this class. For the rest of this period, keep it transforming these into needles." Harry pouted while the other girls chuckled. The rest of the period was spent with Harry transfiguring matchsticks into needles and having a word with the girls in between when he was certain that Professor McGonagall was not watching. As the class ended, Professor McGonagall dismissed them with homework to write 2 feet of parchment on the assignment for this lesson. While they were walking to the next class, he was accosted by Hermione. "Harry, how did you do that so quickly? I mean, I had practiced the wand movement, perfected the incantation, but I saw you doing none of that." Harry took a deep breath before answering her. "Miss Granger, I did not do it the way you do. Everyone has different ways about doing something and I have mine. It is as simple as that." She asked him again, "Why do you call me Miss Granger? You can call me by my name." Harry replied, "Miss Granger, I have had some exposure to the Muggle world, but my upbringing does not permit me to address you by your given name unless you give me the leave to do so." She thought over his words for a while, frowning and visibly trying to find the logic in his statement before she said, "I do not know what manners you are talking about, but you may call me Hermione." They arrived for charms and the professor waited for the class to gather before he started speaking. "All of you have perfected Lumos and Nox by now, so today we will start a different charm. We are going to learn Incendio, which is a fire-making spell. This spell is widely used in a number of things. Even in herbology, where you do not use many spells, Incendio is taught as a mandatory requirement because there are times when plants have to be destroyed when they attack people and cannot be stopped any other way." He gave them the incantation and the wand movement and let them practice. Harry dutifully started to cast the charm. Once or twice, Flitwick had to tell him to control his spells. This was new to Harry because he had not heard about it. "Professor, would you explain to me about controlling my spells?" The charms professor contemplated things for a few moments before he started explaining. "Mr. Potter Black, there are some things which I cannot explain in a class, however if you would come to my office this evening at 7 o'clock, I would be happy to help you." The charms period went quickly with learning the charm. When the class was over, he dismissed them with homework to write an essay about Incendio and its uses to be submitted next week. For lunch this time, he chose the Ravenclaw table. It was a new strategy he had thought to adopt just after the Transfiguration class. The rules in Hogwarts, a History, said that the students were to sit at their house tables during the start of the year feast and end of the year feast, but nothing was said about other times and therefore the students could sit at other tables. He slipped into a seat beside Terry Boot, extending a hand to him. "Hi, I am Hadrian Potter Black." Terry was surprised but covered it up and said to him warmly, "I am Terry Boot." Terry introduced him to other students in Ravenclaw in their year. Of those, he noticed Sue Lee, who never said anything but kind of existed in the background, Mandy Brocklehurst, who was a shy girl but fun to be around when she opened up to others, Lisa Turpin, who was very frank and warm to others, Anthony Goldstein, who was a very reserved person usually, Stephen Cornfoot, who was the son of squibs on both sides of the family and liked to experiment with magic, Michael Corner, who he found was jovial and liked pranks, and Oliver Rivers, who just grunted a greeting to him before turning to food. Lisa Turpin asked him, "What brings you here, Potter Black?" Harry gave her his lopsided grin. "Please call me Harry, Miss Turpin. I wish people to count me as their friend as such. There is no reason to stand on formalities among us. As to what brings me here, I am trying to make friends in all houses. Who knows who I might need to do some pranks in the castle." Michael laughed. "I knew I liked this guy. Tell you what, Harry, if you want some help for a prank, you are always welcome to ask. If I cannot help, I am sure Lisa would extend a helping hand." Lisa concurred. "I would love to do something like that. As it is, things are very boring in the Eagle's Nest, and please call me Lisa." Harry smiled. "I believe we can look forward to many adventures together, Lisa." After lunch, the most anticipated moment of the day had arrived: the flying lessons. Harry had heard boasts from many of his friends about their flying prowess and things they did on a broom, and was bored. When someone asked him, he told them that Lord Black did not allow him a broom, saying he deserved to ride a hippogriff or a thestral or one of those flying horses. Harry really had lessons in flying for a year after Lord Black had taken him out of Muggle Primary. He told them that Lord Black thought brooms were for the immature. Of course it was a lie that he could not fly a broom, and no one except Neville knew it, but all the same it saved him from a lot of haranguing from others about his experiences. He had heard enough from others as it was. Even Malfoy had been heard boasting about flying on his broom and escaping Muggles in helicopters, as if he could escape from getting prosecuted for violating the statute of secrecy. Ronald too had boasted about flying in his family orchard on his brother's brooms. As the lesson came near and near, Hermione was reciting facts from Quidditch through the ages and giving tips about flying to those who would listen. Harry realized that it was her way to calm her nerves because she was freaked out about flying. Neville had been on a broom several times, but he still had problems getting a broom to obey his will. They had tried flying on the grounds of the Black Castle, and after a couple of accidents he had finally learned to fly but had not perfected his mounting technique. During lunch, Neville's owl landed before him, bringing him a small parcel from his grandmother. There was a glass ball in it and a packet of candies for Harry from his Gran Augusta. She insisted that he called her Gran whenever he had visited Longbottom Manor. Neville showed him the glass ball with a poker face expression. Harry had to suppress a laugh. "I never thought that she would actually send you a remembrall, mate. I never realized that she was taking those things seriously. You do not have a problem remembering things anymore, do you?" Neville had a habit of misplacing things, or tended to be lazy at times in remembering instructions Augusta had given him. He also would forget things, but that was cured when he had learned occlumency from his great-uncle Algy. Augusta used to threaten to send him a remembrall for all the troubles that Neville gave her. Now she had actually sent one. Neville shook his head. "I do not forget things anymore, Harry. She is just taking the mickey out of me." Since they were supposed to be going down to flying lessons, they grouped together and went down to the Quidditch pitch where the Slytherins had already arrived. They all stood together when Madam Hooch came walking down the pitch and said good afternoon to the gathered students, which they returned enthusiastically. She surveyed the students for a few moments, taking stock of them before she started her lesson. She pulled 2 shrunken sacks out of her robes, and enlarging them, she pulled out brooms which looked like they were new. She lined them up in 2 lines facing each other. "Welcome to flying class. Here I will teach you all to fly properly on a broom. Now each one of you will stand beside a broom, hover your right hand over it and firmly say up. I do not expect any student to have trouble with calling their brooms to them because these brooms are new and the charms worked into them should work well. Everyone said the incantation at the same time and the brooms responded differently to each one. Harry's broom zoomed to his hand with a resounding smack as he closed his hand around the handle. Neville's just squirmed on the ground. Hermione's refused to move. Ronald did not anticipate his broom responding so quickly and it smacked him in the face. Malfoy was also hit in the shoulder but by the looks of it, it was not very painful for him. After everyone had their broom in their hand, Hooch gave the next instructions. Now thump the ground hard with your foot and take off. Start slowly and increase acceleration steadily. Too quickly and you will lose control. Harry had not realized how jumpy Neville had been. Before Madame Hooch could ask them to start ascending, he was already leaving the ground. Madame Hooch tried to stop him. She called him back and he slowed down but forgot a part of the flying lessons about leaning forward to turn his broom downwards. As a result, he fell and crumpled to the ground. While he had not fallen from too great a height, with the way he was wincing Harry was sure that he had broken a bone or two. Madame Hooch cast a few spells at his hand and realized that he had broken his wrist. As she started toward the infirmary with him, she warned the students to stay on the ground until she returned or the one to do that would be expelled. Harry was concerned for his friend but heard some snickering and turned to find Malfoy picking up a glass ball from the ground and showing it to his friends. He realized it was Neville's Remembrall which must have fallen from his pocket. Malfoy was saying to his friends, "Did you see his face? If he had this in his pocket he would have remembered to lean forward to come down." Harry shouted at him, "You will return that, Malfoy, if you know what is good for you." Draco sneered, "No, I think I will put it somewhere he can't find it." Malfoy took to the skies taunting him, "What's wrong, Potter? Too high for you." Harry knew he should not fly after him but the blood was pounding in his ears and he wanted to teach Malfoy a lesson. He kicked off hard and flew after Malfoy determined to show up the blonde Ponce. Malfoy's facial expressions were worth watching. It looked like he had not expected Harry to come after him and without his lackeys to back him up, he was looking for a way to escape. Harry could tell that he was not comfortable facing him alone. He gave an evil smirk to him, "What's wrong, Malfoy? Not so brave without your lackeys here to back you up. Give me the Remembrall back and I might spare you." Malfoy threw the Remembrall away with all his might and it soared into the air. Without a thought, Harry raced after it, planning to snatch it out of the air. He willed his broom to go at top speed and it flew, making him revel in the exhilaration of the air whipping through his hair, and whooped at the top of his voice. The Remembrall was freely falling towards the ground and he dived after it, trying to grab it before he injured himself. A few feet above the ground, he finally caught it in his hand and pulled out of the dive before he plowed into the ground. He managed to level off with less than a foot to spare, narrowly avoiding serious injury or death, and flew back to join the other students. He dismounted and was mobbed by his friends who were thumping him on the back, shaking his hand while Malfoy was getting green with envy. "Harry Potter," Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the air and he found her coming towards them at a dead run, clutching her chest. She said between gasps, "Never, in all my years. No first year." Quote. After she was able to control her breathing, she pursed her lips in a thin line and said, "Follow me." Ron said, "But Professor," Malfoy provoked him. "Be quiet, Mr. Weasley. I am sure that he can speak for himself if he wished to." Parvati put her two nuts in, "Professor, he was just retrieving Neville's Remembrall." McGonagall glared at her, making her stop. She pointed at Harry to follow her through the castle, up and down through the corridors. Harry knew that the rules were pretty tough and if the authorities were bent on it, they could expel him. But having heard of the mischief students had been up to in the previous years, he knew he would get off very easily. She led him to the Charms classroom where she peeped in and said to the tiny Charms master, "Professor Flitwick, can I borrow wood for a minute?" Wood. Was she going to punish him? Harry thought of all the scenarios that could have happened and none of them were to his liking. However, Wood turned out to be a burly fifth-year boy who looked as surprised as Harry felt. She pointed at Wood to follow her and led them to a deserted classroom. Peeves was in the classroom writing rude words on the blackboard and she barked at him. "Out, Peeves." He blew a raspberry at her before tossing the chalk to the desk and floated through the wall. After making sure that they were alone, Professor McGonagall turned to Wood. Wood, here is your new seeker. Harry arched an eyebrow at her as Wood asked, Are you serious, Professor? She turned to Harry. Potter Black, meet Oliver Wood. Wood is captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. She turned to Wood. He caught that thing in his hand after a 50-foot dive and did not even sustain a scratch over it. Not even legendary Charlie Weasley could have done that. Harry of course knew about Charlie Weasley by reputation. He was touted to be so good that people thought he could have gone on to play for England if he did not go chasing dragons in Romania. Professor McGonagall was asking, was that your first time on a broom, Potter Black? Harry knew there was no reason to lie anymore, nor there was the need to. He gave her his best lopsided grin. I have ridden a broomstick ever since I could walk, though I would confess that it was not a racing broom. Wood was delighted hearing that and was bouncing on the balls of his feet, examining Harry and muttering, short and sleek. Just the thing a seeker needs. We will have to get him a racing broom, Professor, and I do not need to remind you that a first year cannot be on the team. Merlin knows we need someone good on our team. She sighed. Yes, I will talk to Professor Dumbledore and see if something can be done about it. We need to win the cup this time. Heaven knows we need a better team this year. Flattened in that last match with Slytherin, and I was not able to face Professor Snape for weeks. Wood turned to Harry. Come see me this evening after dinner, Potter Black. We will need to see what you can do. Harry knew he had an engagement with Professor Flitwick to keep and said the same to Wood, who looked like he wanted to say something but then acquiesced. Then we will meet tomorrow evening. Keep it between us until I have had the chance to test you. Harry nodded. That was perfect for him, not having to tout his feats before the school. As Harry returned to the common room, Neville accosted him. What happened? What did Professor McGonagall say? He winked at him without others noticing and said rather loudly, for benefit of others, she warned me not to indulge in any more rule breaking or she would have to take points off me or detention. Some others protested that this was not fair, but Harry could not care less. He dragged Neville to the library knowing Daphne would be there waiting to hear about his story. They found her at a table in the back sitting by herself, already reading for the homework this week. He placed the contraption on the table and activated it with a tap of his wand. After he was sure that the wards were up, Daphne turned to him. So what happened? Did you fall from grace even before you achieved it? Harry grinned. Hardly. She took me to the Gryffindor Quidditch captain who wants me on the team as seeker. Professor McGonagall is going to speak to Professor Dumbledore about making an exception to the rules so that I can be on the team. Daphne mock scowled. All the preferential treatment to the great Hadrian Potter Black, of course. What else did she promise you? Separate living quarters, perhaps. Harry grinned. Hardly. Now you tell me what is happening in the Serpent's Pit. She eyed him, assessing him. The serpents do not mingle much with anyone except their friends. The senior years only bow to those who are beyond reproach to them or are on higher social standing than them. I spoke with a few of them while a couple of them are warming up to Malfoy, though I do believe that is not because of him but rather his father's reputation. The rest of the lesson was spent with studying for the homework assignments. As it neared 7 o'clock, he took his leave of the two to go to Flitwick. Professor Flitwick welcomed him joyously. Welcome, Mr. Potter Black. Please take a seat. Harry took a seat and made himself comfortable. The charms professor eyed him for a few seconds before he started speaking. Mr. Potter Black, every wizard when he turns 11 has to go through assessment of his magical core and the amount of power he has. The Wizarding Power Index measures their power and ranks them according to their power. A Muggle would be measured 0 while anyone with power below 20 is a squib. From 20 to 70 is a wizard who cannot perform the more complicated spells or perform those which require more power. Above 70 to 150 is what we would consider ordinary wizards. Above 150 to 220 is a sorcerer, above 220 to 350 is Grand Sorcerer, above 350 to 500 is a warlock, above 500 to 750 is a mage. Above 750 to 1000 lies the Grand Mage. Anything above 1000 is an archimage. You, like others, were measured for your power when you turned 11. You measured at 60 already, meaning you are nearly as powerful as an adult average wizard. By the time you finish maturing, your power will be well beyond the level for an average witch or wizard. Harry's curiosity was piqued. What does that mean, Professor? That means you will be a Grand Sorcerer by the time that your magical core reaches maturity. About the same power range as Albus Dumbledore and you-know-who, two of the most powerful wizards of modern times. When a normal wizard uses Incendio, it produces a jet of fire, but if someone as powerful as you uses Incendio, with all your power, it is like an inferno, bright and fiery. Since using magic taxes our core, putting too much power in your spells would cause you to magically exhaust yourself quickly. And how do I control it, Professor? Do you know of occlumency, Mr. Potter Black? Yes, sir. Lord Black was most insistent that I learn occlumency once I turned 8 because it is a useful skill to have. The charms professor smiled. Good. For occlumency, you need to clear your mind and control your emotions. Likewise, you need to concentrate on what you want your spell to do when you are casting it. For example, you imagine fire coming out as a jet of fire rather than a raging inferno, and your magic will do your bidding. For now, you need to control the power in your spells by doing the occlumency exercises and concentrating on controlling your emotions and how much power you want to use in your spells. The next day, Harry arrived at the breakfast table in anticipation of the day. Today they had only one class, double potions with the Slytherins. He had been waiting to see Snape for himself and see what kind of man he was. He knew that his father had a long-standing history with the hook-nosed teacher, and the potions master had never let go of the grudges between them. It seemed to only get worse when Lily stopped speaking to him after he called her an interfering mudblood. As they were taking their breakfast, Hedwig landed before him with a letter in her talons. He knew of no one who would write a letter to him today. Lord Black and Moony would have been busy with the preparations for Sirius's trial tomorrow, and he would be meeting them anyway. He took the letter and opened it. It turned out it was from Hagrid. Harry, my name is Hagrid and I am the groundskeeper and keeper of the keys. I was a friend to your mum and dad when they were at school. I know you have no classes after lunch today, so I would be delighted if you can come by for some tea this afternoon. Hagrid. Harry showed the letter to Neville, who nodded that it would not be amiss to meet the big man. He looked like a good man anyway. Harry scratched his reply on the back of the letter and sent it to Hagrid with Hedwig. When they reached the potions classroom and had taken their seats, Snape entered the dungeon sneering, his cloak billowing behind him. He also called the students from the register, and his lips curled when he called Harry's name. Ah yes. Hadrian Potter Black, our new celebrity. Harry glared at him, and as they locked eyes, Harry could feel a light intrusion in his mind. Harry concentrated and smacked the potion master's head against the walls of his outer defenses a few times before tossing him out of his mind. Snape's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before he recovered his senses and placed the sneer back on his face. Harry knew that casting Legilimency on a minor without permission of a parent or guardian was not legal. But only active Legilimency could be proved because passive Legilimency did not use a wand. After he finished taking attendance, he looked at each of the students in the class. His eyes were as black as Hagrid's, but there was no warmth in them. They rather looked cold and empty and devoid of any emotion, and would make one think of black tunnels. You are here to learn the delicate science and exact art of potion making, he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. He had the gift of keeping a class silent with a word, like Professor McGonagall. As there is little foolish wand waving, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its simmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stopper death if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Everyone was turning his words in their mind and weighing the truth behind them. For the first impression, it seemed he had captivated the class. Potter Black, he suddenly said. What will I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to infusion of wormwood? Harry knew the plants that he had asked about. Being friends with Longbottom and spending considerable time in greenhouses certainly prepared him for it. Hermione had raised her hand as Harry knew she would, however he also knew that Snape would not ask her to answer his questions. Harry calmly replied, Sir, this is not covered in our first-year text. However, it would make a sleeping potion so powerful it is called the Draught of Living Death. A drop of well-brewed Draught of Living Death can put a person into an enchanted sleep for months. Snape's facial expressions were comical. It looked like he was trying to swallow something which was stuck in his throat. He asked another question, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Hermione was positively jumping on the balls of her feet, now raising her hand in the air, but Snape was resolutely ignoring her. Harry answered again, "They are the same thing, Professor, and are also known as aconite, an important ingredient in the Wolfsbane potion." Snape looked positively infuriated now. It was clear that he did not expect Harry to know these answers to his questions. Instead of humiliating the boy in front of the entire class, Harry was making him look like the bully he was. He tried one more time, "Where would you find a bazaar?" Hermione was standing now, raising her hand and trying not to speak. He replied cheekily, "In this room. I would expect that one can find a bazaar in the store cupboard, Professor, but otherwise a bazaar is a stone found in the stomach of a goat. It is a primary ingredient in the antidotes to most poisons and can, by itself, neutralize most of them. Also, if you would not mind, Professor, Hermione would be willing to answer any more questions you have. I am sure that other students would be feeling left out if you pay too much personal attention to me." The other students were shocked at his behavior, while a few were trying to suppress laughter from erupting. Snape sneered at him, "1 point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter Black." Harry shrugged but said nothing. He had expected something like this to happen. Snape turned to the other students, "Why are you all not writing it down?" Everyone rushed to write what they were just told while he flicked his wand at the board and instructions appeared on it. He said to them, "You will be brewing the cure for boils, which is a rather simple potion. You have an hour. You may begin." Harry was flabbergasted. When he had his beginner's lessons with his tutor, the tutor had not allowed him to brew anything before he had thoroughly hammered into his mind all the basics of potion brewing. This included things like the importance of clean equipment, the need to chop ingredients in fine and uniform pieces, the need to measure things in precise amounts, the importance of following steps in brewing. And here Snape was just pushing them into brewing without telling them anything. He raised his hand and Snape asked him, "What is the problem, Potter Black?" "Professor, many of the students are Muggle-born who have never even heard of potions, and even a few purebloods have not been taught the basics of the art of potion making. How you can expect us to brew a perfect potion without imparting to us the basics eludes me." Snape looked like he was ready to breathe fire and gritted his teeth. "Are you teaching the class or me? If you think you know so well, then why don't you instruct the class in potion brewing? That is 1 more point from Gryffindor for your cheek. You are like your father, an arrogant rule breaker who thought the world was beneath him." Harry's blood boiled at the insults made about his father. He seriously considered going to the front of the class and giving the students in the fundamentals of potion brewing. He knew he could do a better job than this bullying, slimy git. But before he could say anything, Neville kicked him beneath the table and gestured for him to keep quiet. Harry knew that bantering with Snape was useless because it would just lead to more lost points and quite likely detention. He would have to go to Dumbledore. As the students worked on potions, Snape prowled the dungeon. Harry was sitting with Ron and Neville on either side of him and had no problem working on the easy potion which he had perfected at the age of 8. After he was done, he kept instructing his friends under his breath and saved them from making mistakes. Neville was going to add porcupine quills before taking the cauldron off the fire, and Harry kicked him under the table, hissing, "Oi mate! Are you an idiot? If you add porcupine quills now, your cauldron will melt down instantly with an explosion. Take it off of the fire first." Neville gave him a sheepish grin and took the cauldron off the fire before he added the porcupine quills. After they were done, he bottled 2 samples of his potion and slipped one into his robes while he labeled the other and handed it to Snape, who begrudgingly accepted it. Hagrid's hut. Harry arrived at Hagrid's hut with Neville and Ron in tow. Neville because he was there when Harry had sent his acceptance and they were inseparable. Ron because he had taken to following Harry wherever he went. As Harry neared the gamekeeper's hut, Hagrid saw him and said in his booming voice, "Harry, ye came. Welcome." Harry followed Hagrid into the hut with his friends. Close behind. Inside was a massive boarhound, black like the night and very docile. Hagrid introduced him, "This is Fang. Looks frightening but won't hurt a fly." The boarhound put his massive head in Harry's lap and sat down contentedly. Harry introduced the other 2, "These are my friends Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley." Hagrid warmly greeted them. He said to Neville, "So, you are Frank and Alice's kid. They were extremely popular in their day and good friends of mine. Many times helped me to catch the marauders in their pranks." To Ronald he said, I spent half my life chasing your twin brothers out of the forbidden forest. Hope you do not take after them. As he served them tea and rock cakes, he said to Harry, Harry, I needed to say something to ye. That day I was the one to pick you from the ruins of the cottage. Your parents were good friends of me. Head boy and head girl in their time and brilliant wizard and witch. I went on Dumbledore's orders to pick you up and met Sirius Black who wanted to take you. I was under orders to bring you to her uncle and aunt. Later I heard that Sirius was arrested and I believed that he had betrayed her parents. I am ashamed to confess how wrong I was. Harry listened to his apology and realized that perhaps more people would apologize once the news of Sirius's innocence came out. He noticed a copy of today's Daily Prophet lying on the table in Hagrid's cabin and a piece of news caught his attention. The news was about a theft from a vault at Gringotts, or rather an attempt at theft. The spokes goblin claimed that the said vault had been emptied earlier that day. He knew from his own experience how secure a Gringotts vault was. To break into one and escape unscathed was no ordinary feat. Neville, who was also looking at the news, mused, it must have been a wizard adept at dark magic to break into the vault and escape. I wonder what was so important that they would risk their lives. Ron speculated, perhaps mountains of gold or some rare and powerful artifact. Harry asked Hagrid, what do you think it might be, Hagrid? It must have been something important to be kept there. However, you lot does not need to worry about it. It has been long since removed and, he clamped his mouth shut and muttered under his breath, should not have said that, should not have said that. After that Harry and others tried to make him speak, but the groundskeeper did not tell them anything more. One thing however was clear. Whatever had been in the vault at Gringotts had been moved and now was being kept in a location which was safer than that. It was something worth pondering but not pursuing. As they returned from Hagrid's, Harry had some time on his hands before he went to speak to Wood on the Quidditch pitch. He took the path to Dumbledore's office and, hoping that the password was the same, he said to the gargoyle, drops. The gargoyle leapt aside and he took the revolving staircase to the headmaster's office. As he reached the door and was about to knock on it, a soft, enter, was heard and the door opened inwards. Harry. Dumbledore beamed at him. Come in, my boy. I was about to send for you. Me. Has something happened, headmaster? Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling. Nothing as such. Lord Black has just sent me a letter asking me to give you leave for tomorrow to go to the Wizengamot to watch the trial of Sirius Black. I told him that I will be bringing you with me to the Wizengamot. Is that acceptable? Of course, Professor, Harry replied smiling, however that is not the reason that I am here. Then what brings you here, my boy? Headmaster, today I had my first class in potions with Professor Snape, who loathes me. I know something of his history with my father. But that is no excuse for venting his old grudges on me. He attempted to embarrass me by asking me questions about things that are not taught until second year at least. Then, even though I answered his questions correctly, he docked points from Gryffindor, for cheek, he said. A couple of points off my house would not be a big deal and I would not have bothered you for such a trivial matter. What really concerns me is that he set us to brew potions without bothering to teach the basics. When I pointed this out, he deducted another point. I had to intervene a few times to prevent explosions. Those are very grave charges, Harry. Would you allow me to see the memory of the class? Gladly, Professor, he said, and putting his wand to his temple, he pulled out a glittering silver thread which Dumbledore took from him and deposited in the pensieve. He entered to watch the memory and emerged 10 minutes later looking angry. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself before he addressed Harry again. Harry, I am sorry that you had to face this. I return the points deducted by him and give you 10 points for the correct answers. Rest assured that I will address this. Also, please present yourself at my office at 9:30 in the morning so that we can go to the trial. Quidditch pitch. Harry met Oliver Wood at the Quidditch pitch after dinner. Oliver arrived after 20 minutes lugging a crate which he placed on the ground and kicked open. Inside were the 4 balls used in Quidditch. First, he held up a red ball, about the size of a Muggle football, saying, "This is the quaffle. There are 3 chasers on each team. It is their job to put this ball through the other team's goal hoops," he finished, gesturing at the 3 golden hoops which resembled Muggle bubble-blowing wands, about 50 feet high at one end of the pitch. Each time they manage it, they earn 10 points for their team. The keeper's job is to stop them from doing that. Wood placed the red ball back in the crate. Then he handed Harry a bat which resembled a Muggle cricket bat, but scaled down a bit. He gestured at two black balls that seemed to be struggling to get free of their restraints in the crate. They were slightly smaller than the red quaffle. He said, "Those are bludgers. It's their job to knock as many players off their brooms as they can. Each team has 2 beaters. They use bats like the one I just handed you to knock the bludgers away from their own players and towards the players on the other team. I want you to stand back a few paces and stand ready with that bat. I'm going to release one of these so that you can see what it does." Harry stepped back a few paces and brandished the bat in both hands. When Wood saw that he was ready, he released one of the black balls. With a snarl and a whoosh, the ball made straight for Harry's face with a speed that surely would have meant a visit to Madame Pomfrey. Harry smacked the ball with the bat and sent it sailing out over the Quidditch pitch. Wood whistled, "You might make a fine beater." It looped around of its own accord and made for Wood. He tackled the ball as it came to him and he wrestled it back into the crate. "Nasty they are," said Wood between gritted teeth as he fastened the black ball beside its twin in the crate. "Have you got it so far, Harry?" Harry asked, "Has anyone ever been killed by one of those things?" Wood said, "There have been injuries. I think a broken jaw was the worst of it. But, nobody at Hogwarts has been killed by a bludger yet." Harry said, "Okay, the red one is the quaffle. Chasers try to get it in the goal. Keepers try to stop that from happening. The black ones are bludgers. They move by themselves and try to knock people off their brooms. The beaters try to bat them away from their team and towards the other team." "Perfect," said Wood. Then he pulled on a pair of gloves and took the 4th ball out of the crate, holding the golden ball, slightly larger than a walnut tightly as its silver wings struggled to take flight. "And for you, my friend, this is the golden snitch. It will be your job as Seeker to find and capture this ball. When the snitch is captured, the game is over and the Seeker who catches it wins 150 points for their team, which means that the Seeker who catches it almost always wins the game for their team. This is also why the Seeker is the most often fouled player. If they can take the Seeker out and the team has no backup, they can be pretty sure of winning the game." Wood asked him, "Have you ever seen a Quidditch match, Harry?" Harry responded enthusiastically, "I've been to a few championship games. I even got to watch Canada versus Scotland at the World Cup last summer. I was rooting for Scotland and they did really well, but the Scottish Seeker missed his catch by millimeters and the Canadian Seeker got the snitch and it was all over for Scotland." Oliver Wood was visibly impressed with Harry's knowledge. He loaned his broom, a Comet 10, to Harry to fly around and show his prowess at flying. Harry was a prodigious flyer and impressed him with his speed and skill. Oliver dismissed him with instructions to meet up next week for team practice and to get his own broom to the school. Headmaster's office. It was early Saturday morning. Dumbledore was in his office working on some reports before he was scheduled to go to the Wizengamot when he heard the flow roaring and spotted Remus's head in the fire. "Headmaster, may I come aboard?" Dumbledore nodded, "Of course my boy." As Remus came into the office, he dusted the soot off his clothes and took a seat on the other side of the table. The old wizard was watching him expectantly with his eyes twinkling softly. "What brings you here, Remus?" "Headmaster, I am here to escort Harry to the trial today." Dumbledore arched an eyebrow. "I do not get it. What is your connection to Lord?" His words trailed off as he made the connection which had been missing. The way Harry had hugged the werewolf, the way he had come with Lord Black to his office, the way he had got hold of the picture so easily all made sense to him now. Remus Lupin was the one who had removed Harry from the Muggle home all those years ago. This also explained why he was not able to locate the werewolf since then. Not that he had tried too hard to find him because he did not even suspect that Remus might have been linked with Harry's disappearance. Remus was smirking. "I see you have made the connection finally, Headmaster. After that fateful night, I stopped venturing out. I fell off the deep end, finding solace in fire whiskey and doing hand-to-mouth jobs. One day, an elf found me, captured me and took me to Lord Black. He talked with me, made me feel ashamed of myself for neglecting the one who was really my responsibility. He offered me a job, an unlimited supply of wolfsbane and a chance to raise Harry as heir of House Black. That was the best offer that I could get and I took it. I was appalled when I learned that you had sent Harry to live with Petunia. She hated Lily with every fiber of her being and abhorred magic. Did not someone tell you this all those years ago? I wanted to find you and give you an earful, but I had to find Harry. When I found him, he was filthy, his face was bruised and swollen from a recent slap and he was covered in grime. I could not leave him there in all honesty. Dumbledore took a deep breath before he started saying, "First I want to apologize to you, my boy. I never sought to keep track of you after the war. As the war was declared over, we all started to rebuild and have some semblance of normalcy among ourselves that I forgot that you had suffered the worst with losing all your friends in one stroke. I had to keep Harry with them because I did not have access to James and Lily's will. There was no better protection than the blood wards that I could manage. I had not expected her to show no empathy towards Harry, who was her sister's son. I had hoped that he would find happiness there and grow up to be a fine young man. After you removed him from there, I was alerted about his disappearance by Arabella Figg, who lives down the lane, and when they said that they did not know anything about his disappearance, I performed legilimency on them and what I saw horrified me. Sufficient to say that they have paid for their errors since then. Now I was about to summon Harry to go to the ministry. Would you like some breakfast before we go?" Remus nodded and Dumbledore called the chief elf to bring breakfast for two and to send a missive to Professor McGonagall to send Hadrian Potter Black up to his office after he had his breakfast. After a big and hearty breakfast, Professor McGonagall asked Harry to report to the office of the headmaster, who wished to talk about something with him. His friends fretted a little, but he assured them that he would be okay and whispered to Neville to let Daphne know that he was going to the ministry. He entered the headmaster's office to find Remus Lupin there sitting in a chair opposite Dumbledore. He ran to him and engulfed him in his arms, laughing. Dumbledore chuckled at the display, gladdened that Harry had been removed from the Dursleys because he was still appalled by the way they had treated Harry. They had been prosecuted and sentenced to 5 years of imprisonment for child abuse. Vernon's son Dudley had been sent to his sister Marge to foster. Dumbledore informed the judge, who was a squib, that Harry had been removed and placed with a wizarding family where he would be cared for properly and raised as a wizard. As Harry settled down from his enthusiasm, he asked Remus, "What are you doing here, Moony?" "Lord Black wanted me to come personally and escort you to the hearing. He says that since it is a Saturday, you can stay at the townhouse today and tomorrow and visit Sirius in St. Mungo's and get to know him a little. Since Sirius has been brought to St. Mungo's, he has been impatient to see you and even tried to fight with the healers to get them to release him." Harry turned to the headmaster. "Am I allowed to leave the school for the weekend, headmaster?" "Of course, my boy. I would not deny you this small happiness. You will return to the school Monday morning, though, with a one-time flow connection to the deputy headmistress's office." Harry asked Remus, "How are we going to the Wizengamot?" It was Dumbledore who replied, "You are going to flow from here to the Chief Warlock's chambers in the Wizengamot. From there, Remus will escort you to the spectator stands. After the trial is over, you will be allowed to go with Lord Black." He threw a pinch of flow powder in the fireplace and called, "Ministry of Magic, Chief Warlock's office." Harry followed him with Remus bringing up the rear. Harry had trouble traveling by flow when he was little, and more often than not, he had ended up on his face before Lord Black had taken pity on him and told him the trick behind magical travel. Since then, he had a lot of experience and now could make a dignified exit out of a fireplace. Ministry of Magic. The chamber of the Chief Warlock was tastefully decorated with a big table in the middle of the room covered with books, quills and parchments. There were seats surrounding the table. Harry and Remus took seats at the other side of the table, waiting for the time to go down to the Wizengamot. The walls of the room were covered with portraits of previous Chief Warlocks or wizards of prominence, and at the moment, they all seemed to be sleeping in their portraits, but for all Harry knew, they could be feigning sleep. Amelia Bones entered after some time, and when she saw Harry, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh good, you are here. I have kept the purpose of today's emergency session away from Fudge because he could have caused some mischief. But, this morning I had to brief him, as is the norm, and he has been trying to delay or postpone the meeting any way he can. No doubt, Malfoy is pulling his strings. If you do not mind, Mr. Potter Black, would you please address the Wizengamot and request that this trial happens?" Harry gave her a formal bow and gave her a smirk. "Of course, Madam Bones. I sure can be the helpless innocent child with an impassioned plea to see justice being done at last so that he can have some semblance of peace about the death of his parents. Would that help?" She returned his smirk with one of her own. If you will pull it off as beautifully as you just demonstrated, I have no doubt that the Wizengamot will be eating out of your hand in no time. Soon it was time and Remus led him to the spectator stand before the first of the lords started trickling in. He took a seat in the front row and waited as seats around them filled. Remus sat by his side and they kept themselves aloof of everyone around them with their attention on the trial to come. At 10 o'clock Dumbledore rapped his gavel and boomed, "Close the doors." The massive doors to the Wizengamot swung shut and he started again. Welcome to the emergency session of the Wizengamot for the month of September in the year 1991. Madam Bones has called this meeting to discuss a subject of importance which merits to be decided lest we allow injustice to prevail. Madam Bones, the floor is yours. Amelia Bones rose from her seat and started addressing the Wizengamot. Lords and ladies, 10 years ago after the war ended, the War Tribunal was constituted to deal with war criminals. One law-abiding wizard had been arrested and sent to Azkaban directly without any trial in gross violation of the principles of justice. Before his incarceration, the gravest charge against him was brawling in the Three Broomsticks Inn after getting drunk. I am talking about Sirius Orion Black, who was the heir of Black at that time. She produced a stack of parchments which she banished towards Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, these are copies of the record of incarceration of Sirius Black, who was directly sent to prison in violation of the principles of justice. He was not given a trial but sent to Azkaban directly on the orders of the War Tribunal. Dumbledore distributed the copies to the gathered lords and ladies and the department heads. One of these was Barty Crouch Sr., who was head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation and had headed the DMLE during the last war. He, along with the minister and the head of Aurors, had signed the orders to take Sirius to Azkaban. As the members of the Wizengamot were reading the parchments distributed to them, Fudge stood. "I object to this. Sirius Black was the secret keeper of the Potters and killed Peter Pettigrew with those muggles. This trial is a farce of justice and a waste of our time." Dumbledore turned to him. "Minister Fudge, if you will keep your peace for a few minutes, I am sure we can find out what new evidence has come to light and determine his guilt accordingly." Fudge, who looked like he was not going to hear anything contrary to his views, ranted, "No. I will not allow this farce to continue. The time of the Wizengamot is too valuable to be wasted like this." It was then that Harry understood he needed to stand and present his plea to the Wizengamot to effectively shut down the minister. As Chief Warlock and Chairman of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore could have ruled Fudge out of order and ended his tirade immediately, but such a thing was not typically done to the minister and it was time to employ more subtle means. Fudge would be dealt with later. For now, it was time to get attention to the trial. He stood and faced Dumbledore. "Chief Warlock, if it pleases these august chambers, may I address this gathering as a relative of the people killed allegedly due to betrayal of the person concerned." Fudge sneered, "And who might you be?" Harry gave him a hesitant smile as if he was intimidated by the setting of the Wizengamot. "I am Hadrian James Potter Black, heir of Potter and Black." Lucius Malfoy immediately stood up. "How dare you claim the title of the heir of Black?" "Shut up, you overgrown fool," a harsh voice growled from somewhere among the gathered lords and everyone turned to find Lord Arcturus Orion Black sitting in the seat for House Black. He growled at Lucius. "Hadrian Potter Black as the heir of the House of Black is recognized by the Lord and the family magic." Lucius bowed to him. "Lord Black, where have you been? We were concerned with your well-being for the past decade and are delighted to see you among us again." Arcturus barked. "Keep your slimy tongue behind your teeth, you slimy fool. I know of you and your likes. I am not fooled by you." He turned to Dumbledore. "Chief Warlock, who has been acting as regent of House Black all these years?" Dumbledore smiled. Lord Lucius Malfoy was appointed the regent of House Black by the minister in 1982. Arcturus turned to Fudge. "You overgrown monkey, how dare you usurp the rights of the ancient and most noble houses? Who gave you the authority to act in my stead and appoint a regent for my house? I will have your head for this, for contravention of the ancient laws. No Malfoy will ever become a head of house for the House of Black." Fudge was shaking in his boots. The secret that they had kept all these years was out now, and the way the lords and ladies were glaring at him, he was surprised that he did not die from their glare. Harry, who was watching the spectacle unfold, whispered to Remus, "Moony, who has been acting as regent for House Potter since the death of my father. I have had the opportunity to ask around since I have returned, and it came to my knowledge that Elphias Doge, who is a good friend to Dumbledore, was appointed as regent and has been performing those duties. I met him a few days ago and he will happily give up the seat to your regent. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Lord Black, the matter of the minister usurping the rights of your house can be dealt with in another sitting, however we should focus on the matters at hand. Hadrian Potter Black has asked our leave to address these chambers. Do you all agree? Almost everyone's wand tip lighted green, meaning they all assented to hear him out. They all wanted to see for themselves if there was something special about the boy who lived or his talents were exaggerated. Dumbledore turned to Harry. Mr. Potter Black, you may address the chamber. You have 5 minutes. Thank you, Chief Warlock. Harry bowed to Dumbledore and turned to the Wizengamot in general. He adopted the most innocent look he could manage, his face creased with lines of fear, hesitation, and his eyes showing concern. Dear lords and ladies, I know that it is unusual for me to speak before you all who are more experienced, learned, and have knowledge of the nuances and niceties of these august chambers and the procedures connected with them. Circumstances require me to make this request before your eminent personalities. As everyone knows, I am the son of James and Lily Potter. The man who is supposed to be put on trial today was charged with betraying them to the wizard known as Voldemort. Almost everyone shuddered or gasped or yelped. I know that the man on trial today was incarcerated on those charges, but after what Madame Bones has said, I must know if an innocent person has been languishing in Azkaban while the real culprit has roamed free. I implore you all, respected lords and ladies, to hear the evidence and ensure that justice is not only done but that it is seen to be done by this august body. If we stifle the process of justice in these chambers, how can we expect that justice will be served anywhere else? I implore you all in the name of my dearly departed parents to let us hear the evidence presented by Madame Bones and determine the guilt of the real culprit. I do not ask for anything for myself but for the sake of my parents, who I am sure had their hopes pinned upon this body to ensure that justice was meted out on their behalf and their deaths were not in vain. As a victim of the crimes perpetrated on that fateful Halloween, I demand justice from this body which was set up by the Wizards' Council to keep our society running. As the address came close to the end, Harry looked ready to cry, with his eyes brimming with tears and his voice hoarse as if he was barely able to control his emotions. Remus of course knew of this act. Harry had pulled the same routine with him and Lord Black many times over the years and got his way with them. There was no way that the gathered lords and ladies would not be moved by his plea. Harry finished well before the appointed time limit and sat down after giving a bow. His impassioned plea had moved a lot of wizards and witches. It was true that none of them had thought of Halloween as the day when James and Lily Potter had died to ensure that the wizarding world survived. They celebrated that day as the downfall of you-know-who, and perhaps none of them had spent a moment to mourn for two of their heroes who, if they had lived to see this day, would have contributed for the betterment of their society. Today, their son was standing before them and asking justice for him and some sense of peace for those who had sacrificed themselves for the good of many. In fact, what he was asking was nothing more than what they were obliged to do anyway. Lord Macmillan stood, Chief Warlock, as it has been proved from the inspection of the documents distributed to us that Sirius Black had not been given a trial and was illegally incarcerated in Azkaban, violating his rights as a member of an ancient and most noble house. Therefore I, on behalf of the ancient and most noble houses, invoke our privilege to have this trial so that the truth may come out at last. Many of the assembled people gasped in shock. Privilege of ancient and most noble houses was never invoked by the houses anymore because they always got their way. It basically meant that they were beyond reproach of the general wizarding world while they were exercising the privilege. While many of the heads of house of the new families or the minor houses were miffed at Lord Macmillan's proclamation, they also felt that after the impassioned plea for justice by Hadrian Potter Black, it was the most effective way to cast aside the minister and have the trial anyhow. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Lord Macmillan has invoked the privilege of the houses which does not need to be put to a vote as has been decreed by the Wizards' Council. Therefore the rest of this session shall be conducted under the said privilege. He turned to Lord Macmillan. What do you propose as the objective of this session? Lord Macmillan, please keep in mind that you cannot sit in judgment upon someone's innocence or culpability under the privilege. Chief Warlock, as the minister has attempted to prevent this trial from happening, this privilege has been invoked to investigate the matter of the innocence or guilt of one Sirius Black. Once we have heard the evidence or witnesses that Madame Bones has brought before us, we will defer the matter of deciding his fate to the entire Wizengamot. Dumbledore nodded. Very well. Madame Bones will present her evidence and witnesses if any to prove Sirius Black's innocence or guilt. Madame Bones, the floor is yours. Amelia stood and faced the entire Wizengamot. Lords and ladies, 3 days ago, Mr. Remus Lupin arrived at my manor claiming that Sirius Black was innocent and Peter Pettigrew, whom we all believed to be a hero, had betrayed the Potters to you-know-who. Mr. Lupin had a photograph with him. It showed 3 boys and a rat with a toe missing from its right forepaw. It is to be remembered that the most we found of Peter Pettigrew was his finger, which looked like it had been severed with a severing charm rather than separated as a result of an explosion. Mr. Lupin also confided in me that Peter Pettigrew was an illegal animagus and gave me a memory to that effect. It showed Peter Pettigrew transforming into a rat and running around. After consulting Detective Daly, who works for the DMLE in a couple of hours, I made certain that the said rat in the picture was indeed Peter Pettigrew, who is an illegal animagus. I took my hand-picked crew and apprehended the fugitive who had been hiding in his rat form in Gryffindor Tower at Hogwarts. In the presence of no less than 10 adult wizards and witches and a number of students, Professor McGonagall made a positive identification of the said illegal animagus as Peter Pettigrew. She was his teacher and head of house during his time at Hogwarts, and she knew him well. She motioned for an Auror, who brought the Solicitor's Pensieve into the Wizengamot chamber, and with a tap of her wand the scene from the Pensieve was being projected onto the wall in front of them. The first memory showed Peter Pettigrew transforming and running around on all fours. She had made a copy of Remus's memory with his permission. She sent copies of the photo in which Remus had spotted him, with the faces of the students blacked out, of course. After the lords and ladies had seen the memories and the photo, she showed them the memory of the Gryffindor common room where Professor McGonagall had forced him to return to his form. With that, there was no doubt left that Peter Pettigrew was alive. It was time to strike while the iron was hot. She motioned to one Auror and he went out of the chamber. He returned a minute later with Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones, with Pettigrew between them, who was bound in magic restraining shackles. They sat him in the chair for the accused, where chains sprang out of the arms and bound him by his arms, legs and torso. Amelia turned to the Wizengamot. This is the infamous Peter Pettigrew who betrayed the Potters and a lot of upstanding members of our society who dared to fight against you-know-who. He is the reason of many deaths that happened during the war. She turned to Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, I seek your permission to dose him with Veritaserum so that we can know the gravity of his crimes. You are allowed to administer the Veritaserum to him, Madame Bones. She produced a vial from her robes and dropped 3 drops into his mouth. A few seconds later, his eyes rolled into his head. Amelia, what is your name? Peter Almitus Pettigrew. Amelia asked, are you a Death Eater? Peter responded, yes. She asked, was Sirius Black a Death Eater? He answered, no. Amelia asked, who betrayed the Potters, Lily, James and Harry? Peter answered, I did. Amelia asked, how did you end up being their secret keeper? Peter explained, James and Sirius suspected that there was a spy of the Dark Lord in the Order. They did not trust anyone with their security. I planted suspicions in their minds regarding the loyalty of Remus Lupin, and so they kept him out of their plan. Lord Charles Potter had performed the Fidelius on the cottage and they made me the secret keeper. They let everyone believe that Sirius was their secret keeper. They thought it was the perfect deception. They could not have known that I, a talentless thing, was the very spy they feared. I gave their secret to the Dark Lord. Amelia asked, who else did you betray to the Dark Lord? Peter listed them off, the Pruitt twins, Dorcas Meadows, Caradoc Dearborn, Edgar and Ellie Bones, the McKinnons. It looked like the Wizengamot wanted to murder him on the spot. The names that he called were the people who were loved and respected in the community and had been upstanding members who would have contributed to the betterment of their society. If the looks Amelia noticed were anything to go by, Peter Pettigrew was heading for the Dementor's key by the end of the day. However, Amelia was not done by a long shot and had other questions as well to establish Sirius's innocence beyond doubt. Amelia asked, what happened that night when the 12 Muggles were killed? Peter answered, Sirius had been tracking me for the last 3 days. When he cornered me at last, on a Muggle street, I started shouting as if he had betrayed James and Lily. Then I cast the bombarda behind my back and escaped as a rat into the sewers through the hole I created. I did not mean for the muggles to die. They were just standing too close when I fired off the spell. I wandered for a few days before I reached Ottery Street. Catchpole, where a reed head boy adopted me as his pet. After the question and answer session was over, she administered the antidote to him and then turned to the Wizengamot. Now I would like to ask the permission of this august body to bring in Sirius Black and to question him under Veritaserum. Everyone knew this was hardly required, but Amelia was nothing if not effective and thorough. As Dumbledore acquiesced, she motioned for two Aurors who brought in Sirius Black, who looked weak, emaciated, as if the flesh from his body was gone. It was clear that once he had been a very handsome man, but the handsomeness was gone. The glint in his eyes and the liveliness of his face was gone, replaced by two orbs which looked devoid of emotions. Amelia addressed him. Sirius Black, you have been called here to be questioned about the events that happened on that fateful Halloween and later with those unfortunate muggles. He opened his mouth and spoke hoarsely as if he was not used to talking much. My pleasure. The Ministry remembered after 10 years that I am yet to receive my trial. His complaint was genuine, and so despite the edge in his voice, nobody protested. Amelia administered the Veritaserum to him, and as he showed the telltale signs of being under the influence, she started asking questions. What is your name? He answered, Sirius Orion Black. She asked, are you now or were you ever a Death Eater? He answered, no. She asked, did you betray the Potters to you know who? Sirius said, I would have died before I betrayed them and joined that pretender who was nothing more than a murderer and a terrorist. She asked, on the night when the 12 muggles died, it has been reported that you were reported to have said, my fault James, my fault Lily. Would you please explain why you said that? Sirius took some moments to answer. The pain was evident in his eyes as tears had started to fall freely. When he spoke, his voice was raspy. James wanted me to become the secret keeper and go into hiding in the cottage at Godric's Hollow with them. That way, nobody could find either of us and we would have been safe. However, I had heard reports of a spy among us, and the distortions and lies of Peter Pettigrew made us wary of everyone. I suggested a change of plan which James accepted, and we made Peter the secret keeper of their cottage. If I had not suggested the change, they would have been alive to this day. It was my fault. Amelia asked, are you an illegal animagus, Mr. Black? Sirius answered, we became animagi while we were students at Hogwarts. James, Peter and I have never registered ourselves. By the time we thought about it, we had to go into hiding. With James and Peter supposedly dead and me in Azkaban for a crime I did not commit, I have not registered myself since then. Amelia administered the antidote to him and then turned to the Wizengamot. That is all, lords and ladies. I now place his fate in your hands. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Here ends the privilege of the houses. We all have seen and considered the evidence before us regarding the innocence of Sirius Black. Those of you who believe Sirius Black to be innocent of all charges, please raise your wands with green tips. More than half of the members of the Wizengamot raised their wands with the tip ignited green, and Sirius Black was exonerated. Sirius visibly sagged in relief in his chair, with his face in his hands and possibly crying. Dumbledore rapped his gavel. Sirius Black, you have been exonerated of the charge for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles, along with the charge of betraying the Potters to Voldemort. The Ministry will tender an unconditional apology to you for its failure to deliver justice to you and pay 1 million galleons by way of reparations. Articles shall be published in the Daily Prophet and other publications regarding your exoneration and to repair your lost reputation. You are also directed to register your animagus form with the Ministry within 2 months from today, along with late James Potter's animagus form. Such an achievement should be known and appreciated by everyone. After he had pronounced his judgment, he turned to Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew, you were awarded the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, posthumously, which is stripped from you effective immediately. A panel of chosen members from this body shall sit to consider your punishment post haste. With that, he rapped his gavel, and one of the elders of the Wizengamot, Tibernius Ogden, stood to start nominating the members of the panel to decide the fate of Pettigrew. After some deliberation, 5 wizards had been chosen, which included Lord Sayer, who was a known neutral, Lord Greengrass, Dowager Lady Longbottom, Lord Folly and Lord Shafiq. They retired to a chamber at the side where they deliberated over the punishment for over an hour before they came out and handed a piece of parchment to Fudge, who read it out aloud. Peter Pettigrew, this august body through the chosen panel has deliberated over the gravity of your crimes and befitting punishment. While your crimes have been numerous and caused irreparable damage to society which merits nothing less than the Dementor's key, but that punishment pales in comparison to the gravity of your crimes. Therefore, you are sentenced to execution through the veil at 5 o'clock this evening in the presence of the Chief Warlock, the Minister of Magic and the head of the DMLE. The members of the Wizengamot were shocked. No one had been executed through the veil in decades because it was considered barbaric. To send someone through the veil meant erasing every trace of their existence without even leaving behind a body, however many felt that it was just. Wizengamot. The session was adjourned soon after Sirius Black was declared innocent and Peter Pettigrew had been carried away in chains. Two healers appeared and took Sirius away before Harry could reach him. He turned to Moony to ask for an explanation, who just shrugged. Lord Black wanted him to be back in the hospital as soon as the trial was over. Besides, he is not medically fit to meet you right now. His sanity was the most affected and the healers feel that too much emotional stress may prove dangerous to him, therefore we cannot meet him today. The healers are administering him some potions which are helping him. He was not even told that you would be present at the session today. Also, Lord Black did not want the wizarding world to see you break down in front of them and reveal how emotional you are. Harry rolled his eyes. He really thinks in detail about everything, doesn't he? Okay, for this once I will abide by his rules, Moony. Before he could say anything further, the Minister of Magic was walking briskly toward him. He extended a hand to Harry and said warmly, Mr. Potter Black, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I call you Harry? Harry loathed this pompous creature before him with every fiber of his being, from his pinstriped cloak to the lime green bowler hat on his head. If he had listened to Lord Black all those years ago, Sirius would have been free to raise Harry as his own. Minister, I would like to say that it was a pleasure to meet you, but seeing how you have acted towards my guardian in the past and how you denied justice to my godfather, I cannot say so. Fudge's smile fell a little, but the consummate politician that he was, he rallied valiantly. I had nothing to do with this debacle, Mr. Potter Black. On that we can agree. An overgrown monkey like you lack the brains to orchestrate something like this, growled Arcturus, who had just come up behind him. Now be gone before my patience runs out with you. Fudge spluttered and left while Lucius approached them. He bowed deep to Arcturus. Lord Black, we are honored to have you back. I would like to invite you to enjoy the hospitality of Malfoy Manor this evening. Arcturus growled, be gone with you too, fool, and if you have made any sort of alliance in the name of House Black or touched so much as a single canute from the Black Fortune, you will rue it to the last day of your life. As to your invitation to break bread under your roof, I would rather die than step in a Malfoy household. The only concession I give you is not banishing Narcissa from the family tree. As Lucius was gone, Arcturus turned to Harry, you will meet Sirius tomorrow, lad. Today, Remus has something planned for you. I will expect you both to return by dinner today. With that he was gone. Remus and Harry traveled to the atrium after Remus disguised him with some glamour charms so no one would recognize him. They flowed to the leaky cauldron from the atrium. The inn was bursting with people as it was the peak hour of the day. Remus hailed the barman. Tom, an old man with just a couple of teeth left in his head, bald and stooping, replied with equal enthusiasm. When Harry arched an eyebrow in a questioning look, Remus told him that the marauders had spent many a time in the inn getting drunk, chasing witches and causing mayhem. Remus asked for a private parlor from Tom, who directed them to one on the first floor. When they were in the safety of the room with lunch spread before them, Harry asked him, where are we going, Moony? Remus said simply and somberly, I don't know if you will like this, Harry, but I feel that it is long past time that you go. We could not take you there before because of security concerns and we still have to be careful. I had a whole discussion with Lord Black about it and he grumbled a lot, but finally agreed. Today, Harry, we are going to Godric's Hollow. Harry did not know how to react to the news. Over the years, he had been told that his parents were laid to rest in Godric's Hollow but had never been there. He had once asked Lord Black to take him there but the man had refused. At Harry's protests, he had told him of his reasons. Lad, there is nothing pleasant for me at that place. Your father was my nephew and I cannot in all honesty see his grave and keep myself together. In all these years, I have not been there because I do not have the power in my old bones to see it. As it is, I have seen so many of my family die and had to bury them that I think I am done with it. Another reason is that I am supposed to be living in solitude away from Wizarding Britain. Sightings of me in the village with a child of your age would only spread rumors and make Dumbledore suspicious. We have a long time yet to stay out of sight before we are ready for you to return to Wizarding Britain. I cannot afford to blow our cover, but I promise that when we return to Wizarding Britain I will ask Moony to take you there. Remus nudged his shoulder, bringing him into the present. Harry, if you do not want, we can cancel and go directly to the townhouse. No, Moony. I want to go. I want to see their graves and maybe feel some kind of connection with them. It is just that it is very sudden. He looked at Moony, who was suddenly looking like he had aged years in the last few moments. He had never realized why Moony had not visited Godric's Hollow either alone or with Harry all these years, but in that moment, he understood. Remus could not face them either. The werewolf had lived a life of trouble devoid of friends before he arrived at Hogwarts. His family had to live a troubled life, changing residences often, covering up his transformations and everything. When he arrived at Hogwarts, he had friends for the first time in his life. The Marauders adopted him as one of their own, disregarded his lycanthropy as his furry little problem, and made him feel wanted. They were his family and their deaths had broken him. Harry also remembered a little tidbit of information that Lord Black had given him, that Lyle Lupin was still alive, and Remus had never spoken to him after graduating from Hogwarts, thinking he might be a liability for his father and disturb his peaceful existence. The last time he had met his father was when his mother had died. Perhaps he could do something about that, but it would have to wait. It was not proper for a son to live away from his father. Godric's Hollow. After they were done with their lunch, they flowed to the Lost Centaur, which was an inn situated in Godric's Hollow and only served wizards. The inn was like the Leaky Cauldron but more spacious, had more tables and more people were in the inn. The barman was a young man who had blonde hair, brown eyes, and was of average height. He hailed Remus when he saw him, and Remus exited with Harry after sending a greeting to him in reply. The village was beautiful with its wide roads and the houses which looked like they were made in the Victorian era. Not far from where they had exited the inn was a church. Across from the church was the graveyard where Remus was leading him. As they arrived at the graveyard, Remus tapped the gates with his wand, which was half concealed in his sleeve, and the gate opened soundlessly. When Harry arched his eyebrow questioningly at him, he explained, "This graveyard is visible to everyone from outside and most of the Muggles see it. Is a Muggle graveyard, however wizards have been buried here since time immemorial. Except for the old families which have their own crypts or family mausoleum now, wizards are still buried this way." He led him by the arm to a grave situated at the far end of the graveyard where the graves looked more recent. His parents' grave was in the last row. The gravestone was white marble and Harry thought that it would have shone in the dark. They had a single headstone for both of them, which made Harry think that perhaps they had been buried together. In a small way, it made sense that they were not apart even in death. The inscription on the gravestone read, "In loving memory of James Potter Lily Potter, born the 27th of March 1959, born the 30th of January 1959. Date of death the 31st of October 1981. There was a message engraved at the base of the gravestone, "The last enemy that shall be defeated is death." Harry thought that the message was perhaps somebody's sick idea of a joke. Who had ruined their graves? When he asked Remus, he told Harry, "No, Harry. This is the Potter family motto. They inherited it from the Peverells. No one who is a Death Eater or has hostile intentions of befalling any of these graves can enter this place due to an enchantment placed and regularly updated by the Ministry of Magic." Harry sat near the grave looking at the gravestone and thinking of his parents. He had never met them in his life and did not remember anything about them. He loved them without a doubt, but there was nothing to remember them by. He started rumbling, "Hey Mom and Dad, I know I am late coming here after all these years, but I had my reasons. Lord Black did not want me to come for my own safety. Sirius was in Azkaban all these years, so he could not bring me either. Moony had to look after me and raise me as per your wishes in secret. I want to tell you that I love you both. I wish that I had some memories of my own about you both to remember you by. Moony did a great job in bringing me up in strict discipline, never overindulging me but loving me as much as you would have loved me." By that time, Harry's voice had started to choke up and he could say no more. Remus hugged him tight, comforting him. It was when Harry felt his own shoulder getting drenched that he realized that Remus must be weeping too. The werewolf was trying to control his emotions, as Harry guessed from the sobs which he heard now and then. They kept consoling each other for some time before Remus managed to extricate himself from Harry's embrace. After some time passed, Remus conjured lilies for Harry to lay on the graves. After they were done, Harry whispered, "I promise I will live my life to the fullest, take care of Padfoot and Moony, and if Voldemort returns to life, I will kill him. I will come back soon with Padfoot, who has been exonerated today." With that they started walking out of the graveyard, and Harry noticed many of the gravestones had names he recognized from Hogwarts: Abbott, Stevenson, Booth, Parks. He spotted a very old grave that had been weathered down during the ages. The stone looked very old and the name was starting to fade, and Harry could barely make it out: Ignotus Peverell. He remembered that the Peverells were one of the ancient families of Wizarding Britain, and Ignotus was the last lord before Lolanthe Peverell had married Hardwin Potter, thus making him his ancestor. There was also a symbol drawn on the gravestone which shocked him. As far as Harry knew from reading about magical history, the symbol had belonged to Grindelwald. What it was doing here on a grave in Godric's Hollow, he could not understand. A few graves over from Ignotus were two more graves which looked at least a century old. It was the names on the gravestones which attracted his attention. The gravestones read Kendra Dumbledore and Ariana Dumbledore. He did not know that Dumbledore's family had lived in Godric's Hollow. He asked Moony about it. "Yes, we found out about it when James and Lily came here to hide all those years ago. I believe he still has a small cottage in the village where he comes to stay when he is not at Hogwarts." After they exited the graveyard, Remus asked him, "Harry, do you want to go see the cottage? I confess that I don't really want to return there, but I will come if you want me to." Harry was conflicted. On one hand, he did not want another pang of pain, but on the other hand, he wanted to see the place. At last, he decided that they might as well get it over with. Sometime, he would have come here anyway. They started their walk to the cottage, which was on the other side of the village. They had to cross the village square. In the middle of the square was an obelisk engraved with names. When Remus saw it, he frowned. That was not here when James and Lily were living here. Remus asked around and he was told that the monument was a war memorial commemorating those who had died for Britain in the First World War. As they were passing the square, the memorial changed and the obelisk morphed into statues of a man in round glasses, with a mop of hair on his head. There was a woman beside him with kind eyes, a smile on her face and flowing hair. In her lap was a baby without a scar on his forehead. There was a description attached which read, "This memorial has been erected here in the memory of the Potters James and Lily and is a tribute to Harry Potter, the only wizard to have survived the killing curse and vanquished the dark wizard known as Voldemort." Harry looked at the statue with longing, his eyes instantly watering again, thinking of how happy he looked engraved in stone. Remus softly pulled him away by his shoulders and guided him to a house at the end of a lane. The roof of the house was gone as if blown away, and Harry understood that it was where the killing curse had struck the roof and blasted it apart. There was a hedge lining the property with a small gate in the middle. Harry noticed that the Muggles who were passing did not spare a glance at the ruins, and he thought that it was invisible to Muggles. The hedge had grown in the past decade, with the grass being waist high. Ivy had started to creep up the walls and the doors of the cottage. Harry stood on the threshold for some time before he touched the gate, and a golden sign sprung upwards which read, "On this spot on the 31st of October 1981, Lily and James Potter lost their lives. Their son, Harry, remains the only wizard ever to have survived the killing curse. This house, invisible to Muggles, has been left in its ruined state as a monument to the Potters and as a reminder of the violence that tore apart their family." There were messages of gratitude from witches and wizards who had paid homage to this site, and Harry was comforted with the signs of support that people had left over the years. "Moony, I do not know why I never thought about it earlier, but what happened to their things? I mean, the house would have been full of stuff." "Yes, Harry, and most of the things which were in the cottage were taken by goblins and deposited in your family vault to keep them safe for when you would come to claim your inheritance. They stood for a long time at the gate taking in everything until they heard someone clearing their throat behind them." Harry turned to find an elderly witch in an evening gown standing there and looking intently at Harry. She was ancient even by Dumbledore's standards, was stooping a bit and looked very frail. Remus respectfully bowed to her. "Madame Bagshot, it is an honor to meet you." Again, she smiled kindly. "Well met, Mr. Lupin. I believe it is almost a decade since we last met here." Remus introduced Harry to her. "Harry, this is Bathilda Bagshot, the writer of A History of Magic, which is the mandatory text on the history of magic at Hogwarts." Harry respectfully bowed before her. She gave him a kind smile. "Mr. Potter, I have not seen you since you were a wee little lad. Would you both come for tea, perhaps?" Harry wanted to refuse initially but then realized that perhaps she could tell him more about his time with his parents and accepted the invitation. She lived in a little cottage a few houses over. The cottage was 2 stories high and looked homely. On the mantel of the fireplace were a lot of pictures and he recognized one of them distinctly. He was a little shocked to see that picture here in this house but kept his peace. He was not there to ask questions but on invitation. She asked her elf to bring tea for 3 and when it arrived, she mixed fire whiskey into Remus's tea. When he raised an eyebrow, she shrugged. "I would guess that it was not easy for you to see everything today and hold it together. Fire whiskey, while it is not recommended, I find it helps me cope with memories." "Mr. Potter," Bathilda started to say. Harry cut her off. "Madame Bagshot, please call me Harry." She smiled. "Harry it is then. Please call me Bathilda. I may be more than a century old but I still have not come to love formalities. As I was saying, when your parents were living here, I used to visit them. Both of them were young, kind and in love with each other. He would often test her patience but she never caused a fuss over it. They both loved you absolutely and you would be friendly to anyone who offered you a candy. You were very attached to Sirius Black. When even Lily could not calm you down, he had the knack of making you calm down. James was James. He was different from most others of his age and often the cottage was full of his friends who would come over. Almost everyone who was something in Albus's order came around. Amelia Bones, Alistair Moody, Dumbledore, were some of the regulars. That night when you know who killed them, I was in bed after dinner. It was when Aurors started to arrive in large numbers and some of them woke me up that I realized what had happened. Lily had become like a daughter to me, often inviting me to the household, cooking for both of us. In a way we had bonded with each other. After their deaths, you were taken away. I was not in any position to take care of you because I was elderly even then and I was no relation to you. What was my childhood like? She smiled. Oh, you were the most naughty child that there could be and your accidental magic was powerful. By the time that you were barely a month old, you were able to make things move around the room. James and Lily had to bewitch everything in the house with feather-light charms so you would not hurt yourself and on top of that, they had enchanted almost everything with anti-summoning charms. When Sirius Black bought you a toy broomstick on your first birthday, you started to zoom around the house on it, hurting yourself, scaring your parents and a couple of times you almost killed your cat. We had a cat. Remus gave a wistful smile. I had forgotten about him after all these years. Lily had bought a Kneazle from Magical Menagerie in Diagon Alley shortly before her marriage. She absolutely loved it. I guess nobody tried to find it after that night. Bathilda suddenly remembered something. Oh, before I forget, there is something that I have for you. Harry's demeanor perked up. You have something for me. She was already out of the chair and going inside the cottage. She returned after a few moments, clutching a chest in her hands and handed it to Harry. After the goblins took everything to the family vault, there were a few things which they thought were not important and left here. Albus gave them to me for safekeeping. With shaking fingers, Harry opened the chest. On the top of the chest were 2 wands. He presumed that they belonged to his parents. There was also a little handheld mirror and a bunch of letters along with some kids' clothes. Harry profusely thanked her for it. He remembered a question he had. Bathilda, can you tell me what made my parents go into hiding? I mean, they were rich and powerful and had a manor to live in with centuries of wards. Why would they need to hide here under the strongest protections available? Did my mother ever discuss the topic with you? I do not know, Harry. I once had asked Lily about it but she told me that it was a secret worth more than her life. Seeing her reluctance, I dropped the topic. Remus asked her, who constructed the memorial in the village square? She smiled. Lord Arcturus Black had this memorial constructed a year after that Halloween. Came into the village with wand blazing and a team of goblins and commissioned that monument saying his nephew's sacrifice deserved to be commemorated. The Ministry was initially against the idea until he proposed to pay for it. Harry was a little astonished. He thought that he had figured Lord Black out in the decade that he spent with him, but the old wizard certainly was more Slytherin than most Harry knew at Hogwarts. He sure could work in the shadows to achieve what he desired. Department of Mysteries. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Hestia Jones had brought Pettigrew shackled in magic restraining cuffs to the bowels of the Ministry following the Minister of Magic, the Chief Warlock and the head of DMLE. Pettigrew had stopped trying to escape hours ago. He had laid quietly in his cell in the Ministry waiting for his inevitable death. He knew that all the people that he had betrayed would be waiting to have their reckoning with him in the afterlife. The Chief Unspeakable Croaker met them at the entrance to the department and nodded to the Minister and the Chief Warlock. Fudge asked him, "Croaker, I trust everything is ready." "Yes, Minister." They carried Pettigrew in and Amelia could not resist but ask, "Mr. Croaker, what is behind the veil?" Croaker gave her a look of incredulity. "No one really knows, Madam Bones. Some say it is the doorway to the other astral plane, others say it is related to another world altogether, and some even say that it is a Helmuth. What we know for certain is that no one has ever come back from the veil." In the death chamber, Pettigrew was petrified by Amelia, who did it gleefully, taking pleasure in extracting some semblance of justice for her brother and sister-in-law. After he was petrified, she cast the hovering charm on his clothes, making him hover in the air, and then banished him through the veil. Pettigrew, who had been silent till then, started trying to thrash his arms like an animal being butchered, but none of those present heeded his pleas. Finally Pettigrew passed through the veil. Pettigrew was forever beyond this world. Black Townhouse. Harry and Remus returned home sometime before dinner. There was a copy of a special edition of the evening newspaper waiting for them. There was a big bold headline with a picture of Sirius from his days as an Auror. There was another smaller photograph of Peter Pettigrew in chains tied to the chair. Sirius Black innocent. Almidus Bartley. When the lords and ladies of the Wizengamot gathered for a full-body trial this morning, no one knew that this day would reveal so many blatant acts of violation of rights, usurpation of powers, betrayal and conspiracy. In this emergency session of the full Wizengamot for a full-body trial, the first since the last war, convened at the behest of Madam Bones, she made a startling revelation that Sirius Black had never been tried for his supposed crimes but was sent to Azkaban in violation of his rights as an upstanding member of this society. Not to mention, he was heir to the ancient and most noble House of Black at the time, so it was also usurping the rights of a member of one of the oldest houses. As the facts came to light, the houses were up in arms against the Ministry for the wrong committed against one of their own. Here I would like to remind our dear readers that Sirius Black had been accused of betraying the Potters to you-know-who and killing Peter Pettigrew plus 12 Muggles. To know more about Sirius Black, turn to page 4. Minister Fudge was adamant that this trial was a farce and tried to prevent it from happening until the boy who lived himself rose up to make an impassioned plea and moved the members with his words. The boy wonder had tears in his eyes, voice cracking, and his demeanor was that of a kitten before a pack of lions. His impassioned plea moved the elite of the wizarding world. They granted his petition. It also came to light during this proceeding that Lucius Malfoy was not the rightfully appointed regent of House Black but had been arbitrarily placed there by Minister Fudge, who had no authority to do so. Lord Black, who made his first public appearance in Wizarding Britain in decades, vowed revenge on Minister Fudge for usurping his rights. For more on House Black, see page 10. Lord Macmillan invoked the privilege of houses to compel the Wizengamot to hear the evidence. What followed was the most startling revelation of the day. To know more about the privilege, see p. 8. Peter Pettigrew, who had been hailed as a hero after his supposed death and awarded the Order of Merlin 3rd class, was alive. Madam Bones had him brought in the courtroom and had him questioned under Veritaserum. He confessed to being the mole in the secret organization known as the Order of the Phoenix. He passed information to you-know-who which led to the deaths of a number of notable witches and wizards, including Edgar and Ellie Bones, the Pruitt twins, Dorcas Meadows and the McKinnons. After she completed her interrogation of Pettigrew, Madam Bones brought in Sirius Black to testify. She also examined him under the effect of Veritaserum. He confirmed that they had made Peter Pettigrew the secret keeper to fool others. He also confessed that he, James Potter and Peter Pettigrew had secretly become animagi in their 5th year at Hogwarts. A select committee appointed by the Wizengamot sentenced Pettigrew to execution by passing through the veil scheduled for this evening at 5 o'clock. This brings us to the question, dear readers, what else is the ministry hiding? What if there are more wizards like Sirius Black who have been sent to Azkaban without due process? With the fact of the minister usurping the rights of an ancient and most noble house coming to light, can we expect a power shift in the Wizengamot in the coming days? We at the Daily Prophet tender our unconditional apologies to Sirius Black for all the libel he had to endure over the years and wish him the best of luck. There was also a little paragraph which stated every word that Harry had said before the Wizengamot today. After Remus had read the article, he said, "They are laying it on thick. They themselves were defaming Sirius all those years ago." Lord Black noticed Harry was very quiet. "What happened, lad? Why are you so quiet? Grand uncle, why did you not tell me that you had the memorial erected?" "Because it was not something to brag about, lad. Now tell us how the rest of your classes have been." Harry told them everything that had happened in the classes since Pettigrew's capture, including being selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. When he told about Snape's behavior in class, Arcturus was furious but quietened when Harry assured him that Dumbledore had promised to take action about it. By the time he was done, Arcturus was beaming with pride. "I feel like I did the right thing by you all those years ago. You have made me so proud today." Remus was equally jubilant. Prongs will be turning in his grave with jealousy that his son outclassed him. And he was considered one of the finest players. Harry remembered something. "Oh, that reminds me, Remus. Have you brought my broom from the Black Castle?" "No, but that can be arranged and I will have it sent to you in a couple of days." He of course was not going to tell Harry yet, but he was planning to buy a Nimbus 2000 and send it to Harry. He also was not going to share his plans with Arcturus because then the older wizard would beat him to it and send one to Harry. By the looks that he was sending their way, Remus knew the older wizard was perhaps planning something like that. He would have to ask him to let him have this little pleasure. After dinner, Lord Black sent him to bed saying they had to go early to St. Mungo's to meet Sirius. Hogwarts. Minerva McGonagall was reading the paper and dabbing at the corner of her eyes with her tartan handkerchief. James Potter was her godson and she loved him like a son, and Lily had been one of her favorite students. She had not been able to have peaceful sleep for days after they had been killed. She had hated Sirius for betraying his friends for a decade, but that day when Peter Pettigrew turned out to be alive, a lot of her perceptions had been shattered. She was still not able to forgive herself for even harboring the thought in the first place that Sirius could have betrayed James and Lily. He would have died in their place to save their lives. It also surprised her that 3 students had become animagi right under her nose and she never suspected a thing. James and Sirius were exceptionally bright, but to think that their capabilities had extended far beyond what she could hope for was intriguing. Also intriguing was Hadrian Potter Black, who had showed till now that he was a mixed bag of the best qualities of his father and mother. True, he had not yet indulged in mischief making, but it was just the first week. It was too early to tell if he was an innocent or the next generation prankster. He also had prodigious abilities as a flyer like his father. Wood had briefed her that he was like a bird on a broom, and with a nimbus under him, he definitely would outfly anyone. She was going to do just that by a nimbus for him. That reminded her that she was yet to inform Remus about his selection as a seeker for the Quidditch team. Remus had sent her a letter that he was in the employ of Lord Black and Regent for House Potter, therefore, she could contact him about anything related to Harry. Remus had also given a flow address to contact if there was any emergency, and anything related to Quidditch was an emergency to her. She threw a pinch of flow powder in the fireplace and said, "Prongslet Den." Inwardly she thought it was a silly address. A few moments later, when the flow stopped moving, Remus Lupin was sitting in a chair in front of the fire with Arcturus Orion Black. Remus saw her head sitting in the flames and bent at the grate, grinning. "Good evening, Minnie." She scowled. "I am not Minnie." Remus just smirked. "Of course you are. Or did you forget that?" When she glared at him, he raised his hands in surrender. "I apologize." "What brings you here? Is everything all right? Do you know that your nephew has become the youngest Seeker in a century after being selected as Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team? And that he achieved this feat when he caught a Remembrall after a 50-foot dive? I swear I have never seen anyone do that and not plow into the ground." Remus smiled. "Yes, he does remind me of James on a broom, only he is more dangerous. He performed a Wronski feint at the age of 8. Minerva's eyes widened in surprise. That is unbelievable. However, I have flowed you to inform you that he will need a racing broom. I know, and I am planning to buy a Nimbus. His words were cut short by McGonagall. No, absolutely not. I have decided that I am buying this for him. He eyed her suspiciously. And why would you do that? Is that not favoritism? Because he is James's son and is his great godmother, I can buy him gifts if I want to. And it is not favoritism because I am not doing this as head of Gryffindor but as Minerva McGonagall. Remus knew any protests of his would fall on deaf ears. Minerva McGonagall was a hard-to-convince witch. Okay, you win, Minnie, he said cheekily and ended their connection before she could retort. Street. Mungos. Harry woke up early in the morning and went to find Moony grumbling that the townhouse had nowhere for him to run or do his exercises. Remus mollified him, telling him that it was just a matter of a day before he would be back at Hogwarts. Also, he cautioned Harry that he might want to save his energy for the tiring day ahead. After being fussed over by Moony, Harry hastened to the bathroom. He came down 30 minutes later to find Lord Black and Moony eating breakfast. The Morning Prophet was on the table, open to the story at the front page. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.